today, the European Union is increasing its pledge for Syrians in the country and in the region to almost €2.5 billion for 2025 and 2026.
In 2017, the United Nations estimated it would cost at least $250 billion to rebuild Syria, while experts say that number could reach at least $400 billion. In the conference, the European Union leaders also condemned the violence against civilians in war-torn Syria and cleared European Union's position on the issue of transition process and acts of human rights violation must be investigated.
The recent wave of violence has highlighted the fragility of this transition. We strongly condemn the attacks, particularly those targeting civilians. They must be addressed swiftly and decisively. We welcome the establishment of an independent investigative commission by the authorities, which must credibly investigate these acts. The existing UN Commission of Inquiry should be associated to these efforts. The EU is also a very strong advocate for civil society to be fully included in the transition process, which is essential for its success.
Meanwhile, Syrian Foreign Minister Asad al-Shibani lauded the European Union's efforts and initiatives of lifting the economic sanctions and called Europe's latest move a humanitarian and moral necessity.
إن رفع العقوبات الاقتصادية عن سوريا لم يعد مجرد مطلب حكومي، بل هو ضرورة إنسانية وأخلاقية، إذ أن هذه العقوبات تمنع السوريون من استعادة حياتهم الطبيعية وتعيق الاستثمار في القطاعات الحيوية التي يحتاجها الشعب السوري للنهوض ببلده ووطنه. فلا يمكن أن نتحدث عن التعافي الاقتصادي والتنمية الإنسانية في سوريا بينما لا تزال القيود المفروضة تمنع حتى وصول المعدات الطبية وقطع الغيار لإصلاح المستشفيات والمرافق الخدمية الأساسية المتضررة. وإننا ندعو اليوم جميع الدول المانحة إلى المساهمة الفاعلة في جهود إعادة الإعمار وتشجيع الاستثمار في سوريا ودعم مشاريع التنمية المستدامة التي من شأنها توفير فرص العمل وتحسين مستوى المعيشة وإعادة الأمل لملايين السوريين.
The UN Refugee Agency said that last year around 7 million people had left their homes but remained in Syria, and over 4.7 million refugees are registered in neighboring countries including Turkey, Lebanon and Jordan.
Well, moving on, viewers, global leaders from across the world converged in the national capital to participate in the 10th edition of Raisina Dialogue 2025, India's flagship geopolitics conference. For this year's conclave, New Zealand Prime Minister Christopher Luxon was presiding over as the chief guest. Here's the report.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated the 10th edition of Raisina Dialogue with New Zealand Prime Minister Christopher Luxon serving as the chief guest. The Raisina Dialogue, co-hosted by the Ministry of External Affairs in partnership with the Observer Research Foundation, is one of India's premier multilateral conference on geopolitics. The theme of this year's Raisina Dialogue is Kal Chakra, People, Peace and Planet. While Prime Minister Modi didn't speak at the inauguration, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar gave a brief 3-minute vote of thanks to the attendees and the chief guest.
First, let me thank the chief guest, Prime Minister the Right Honourable Christopher Luxon of New Zealand. As all of you can see, he not only has considerable knowledge of India, but a real commitment to advance our ties. His perspectives on the Indo-Pacific are particularly valuable at a time when the world is debating the nature of the global order. To Prime Minister Narendra Modi, I would reiterate our deep appreciation for his vision and motivation that has driven the Raisina Dialogue.
Marking a vital milestone in the geostrategic partnership, Prime Minister Luxon backed India's bid for a permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council. Luxon also highlighted the growing diversification of trade between India and New Zealand.
And our trade has diversified considerably from wood thanks to the increased sophistication of your economy. India today is a critical source of pharmaceuticals and machinery for us, while we are a great tourism and education destination for you. And India has become an ever more significant feature of our society. And yet, while there has much that has been developed and changed, there has been something missing at the core of our relationship. With a country as consequential as India, we need rich political interaction, engaged militaries, strong economic architecture, and connections that support a diaspora that bridges between our two great nations.
A 3-day conference, the event will witness 125 sessions with 3,700 attendees and 800 speakers representing 113 nations.
And now stepping into our global segment where we bring you what's been unfolding in Europe to Asia and everything in between. Marking his first ever foreign visit in London after resuming office, Canadian Prime Minister met his British counterpart, but that's not all. New diplomatic rifts are brewing between the US as the Trump administration has ordered a foreign envoy to immediately depart from the American soil. Let's get started with what is happening.
Astronomers have discovered 128 new moons orbiting Saturn, bringing its total to a staggering 274. The discovery has now solidified Saturn's title as the Moon King. With this discovery, Saturn now boasts nearly triple the number of moons compared to Jupiter, which has 95 confirmed moons. The recent discovery was made possible through observations from a Canada-France-Hawaii telescope employing a technique known as shift and stack.
The statement from the Vatican: Pope Francis registered new and minor improvements in his health following a huge, long treatment for double pneumonia. Now, along with the statement, the Vatican also provided some details on the first photo of the Pope released since his hospitalization.
New Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney met with his British counterpart in London on Monday during his first official overseas trip. His meeting comes in the midst of Carney seeking support from Ottawa's oldest allies as US President Donald Trump targets Canada's sovereignty and economy. Earlier in the day, Carney met with French President Emmanuel Macron in Paris. However, amid the meetings, neither of the presidents entertained questions from the press.
Prime Minister, Mark, you're very welcome here at Downing Street. It's fantastic to have this opportunity to have you here so early on in your tenure. And the relationship between our two countries has always been strong. Two sovereign allies, so much in common, shared history, shared values, shared king, and all the work we do in the Commonwealth together.
U.S. State Department has ordered South Africa's ambassador to the United States to leave the country, following Secretary of State Marco Rubio's determination that his presence was no longer welcome. Decision announced on social media comes after Rasul's diplomatic privileges expired on Monday. The South African embassy staff formally notified of the move.
This particular individual certainly didn't meet that standard, and it is a message to people of what America expects, what the President expects, what the Secretary of State expects, what this whole administration expects when it comes to treatment of the nation itself and as a result of the people in this country. And so that's why it was done.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky renewed his call on Monday for increased pressure on Moscow to accept a proposed ceasefire. In his nightly video address, Zelensky emphasized that Russian President Vladimir Putin remains the key obstacle to peace, warning that Moscow is likely to delay a temporary truce and use conditions to prolong the conflict.
Also coming up, viewers, leading Indian automakers Tata Motors and Maruti Suzuki have said that they will be increasing the prices of vehicles this year. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
अभी किसी को देना है बहुत जल्दी
Welcome back, viewers. Cars are getting costlier because leading Indian automakers Tata Motors and Maruti Suzuki have said that they will be increasing the prices of vehicles this year. The move that is likely to be in effect from April comes as auto manufacturers try to offset raw material and operational costs. While Tata Motors will hike the prices by up to 2%, Maruti Suzuki has said it will increase car prices by as much as 4% next month. Take a look.
Thinking of buying a car in 2025? Get ready to rethink your budget as car prices are set to rise. These signs are becoming increasingly evident with Maruti Suzuki, India's largest car maker, announcing a price hike of up to 4% across its lineup, effective April 2025. This move follows two earlier price increases in January and February, highlighting the persistent challenges faced by automakers due to rising input and operational costs. As the industry leader, Maruti's decision could set the tone for similar actions by competitors, potentially driving up prices across the sector. The company attributes the decision to escalating input costs, including raw materials like steel and aluminium, as well as operational expenses tied to logistics and regulatory compliance. For prospective car buyers in 2025, this shift signals higher prices and prompts a closer look at what's driving the change and its implications. The decision comes amid a complex economic environment. Steel prices in India, a key component in car production, have risen by approximately 10% since mid-2024, influenced by global supply chain disruptions and increased demand, according to industry reports from the Steel Authority of India and market analysis. Aluminium costs have similarly trended upward, compounded by a rupee projected to hover around 85 against the dollar in early 2025, as per economic forecasts from the Reserve Bank of India. These factors, alongside fuel prices exceeding 100 per litre in several regions, are elevating production and transportation costs for Maruti and its peers. In December 2024, Maruti Suzuki sold 178,248 units, which is a 30% increase from the previous year, including 132,523 domestic units and 37,419 exports, according to the company's official release. While these numbers reflect resilience, growth in entry-level models like the Alto has softened, with demand shifting towards higher-end SUVs and compact cars. The price hike will vary by model. For instance, the Maruti Swift, which is currently priced at Rs 6.49 lakhs, could see its base cost rise to around Rs 6.75 lakhs. The Brezza, starting at 8.34 lakh rupees, might climb to 8.67 lakh rupees based on the announced 4% ceiling. Earlier in February 2025, the Celerio saw a notable increase of 32,500 per company statements. These adjustments follow industry trends, with competitors like Hyundai and Tata Motors also raising prices in response to similar cost pressures. For consumers planning a purchase in 2025, timing could be key. Buying before April might secure current rates, though broader ownership costs, fuel insurance, and maintenance are also on the rise. Maruti's upcoming e-Vitara electric vehicle, showcased in January 2025 at the Bharat Mobility Global Expo, hints at future options. But its pricing remains undisclosed and infrastructure for EVs is still developing, as per industry updates from SIAM. Used car markets may see increased interest as new vehicle prices climb.
And viewers, much more coming up. The wait is over. Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore are slated for a grand comeback after their 9-month-long stint at the International Space Station.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
परिस्थिति अभी शांत है और क्योंकि एक फ़ोटो जलाई गई थी जिसके बाद में जो है लोग जमा हुए, उनका निवेदन हुआ, उस निवेदन में हमने उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई की। इसके अलावा जो है ये लोग मेरे साथ मुझे मिलने के लिए ऑफिस में भी आए थे, उनका डेलीगेशन, उनको सबको बताया गया कि हमने नाम से जो नाम दिए थे उसके हिसाब से हमने FIR दर्ज किया है और उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई करेंगे। तो ये इंसिडेंट हुआ था और उसके साथ में हम लोग बाकी कार्रवाई हमारी शुरू है तब से।
ये पथराव की घटना, पुलिस पर हमला, ये सब क्या वाकया, एग्जैक्ट कितने बजे और क्या सिचुएशन?
देखिए, ये जो है कोई लगभग 8:30 बजे की घटना है, 8 साढ़े 8 की, उसके बाद में शुरू हुआ।
कुछ आगजनी भी गई, वाहनों को भी जला गया, पुलिस पर भी?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ वाहन ज्यादा नहीं जले हैं जिस तरह से दिखाया गया या जो आप बता रहे हैं, उसका भी असेसमेंट हम लोग ले रहे हैं। पर हाँ, जैसे बताया गया 2 वाहन जलाए गए हैं और दगड़ फेंक हुई है बिल्कुल। और इसमें कौन कौन इंजर्ड है, कितने लोग इंजर्ड है, वो भी आंकड़ा अभी हमारे पास आया नहीं है।
पुलिस कॉम्बिंग ऑपरेशन कर रही है?
जी हाँ।
किस तरीके से कॉम्बिंग ऑपरेशन?
कॉम्बिंग ऑपरेशन, जो भी इसमें इन्वॉल्व हैं, जो दिख रहे हैं, जो इन्वॉल्व थे, उन लोगों के ऊपर कार्रवाई हो रही है, उनको अरेस्ट किया जा रहा है।
एहतियात के तौर पर 144 या कर्फ्यू?
हाँ जी, हमने 144 धारा लगाई है और सबको जो है ये हिदायत दी है कि कोई भी बाहर ना निकले अननेसेसरी और कोई भी कायदा कानून अपने हाथ में।
Viewers, we live this morning. Actor and musician Bruce Willis, who transformed into a global icon with movies like Die Hard franchise and Oscar-nominated movies as Pulp Fiction and The Sixth Sense, turned 70 on Wednesday. Known for his wisecracking or the hard-edged characters, Willis retired from acting in 2022. Here's a report.
Bruce Willis turns 70 this Wednesday. Actor and musician Willis is well known for playing wisecracking or hard-edged characters, often in spectacular action films. Walter Bruce Willis was born on March 19, 1955 in Western Germany to a German mother and an American father. Bruce Willis began his career in 1980 with an uncredited role in The First Deadly Sin. Willis achieved fame starring in the ABC comedy drama series Moonlighting, for which he received 3 Golden Globe nominations for Best Actor. During the 4th season of Moonlighting, Willis was cast as John McClane in Die Hard. The part was initially offered to many others, including both Sylvester Stallone and Arnold. In his late 60s, Willis was diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia. His long-rumored physical decline led to his family announcement in 2022 that he was retiring from acting.
Well, viewers, that's all we could pack for you in this edition of Live This Morning.
That is right, Deepak. But we're coming right up after a short break. We'll continue being live this morning. Much more coming up. We'll put a focus on the big stories coming in and what we can expect the entire day today. It's going to be a very, very important news day. Stay tuned, viewers.
अभी किसी को देना बहुत जल्दी
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very good morning, viewers. It's 8 a.m. and you're watching Live This Morning. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar, and alongside me, I have my co-anchor Shivangi Shukla also joining us to bring us the latest.
That is right, Deepak. You know, we have a lot lined up for our viewers, and one of the big stories we're tracking today is the return of Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore back to Earth. This is something that the entire world is watching. All this and much more coming right up, and as usual, the headlines we're tracking first.
Violent clashes erupted in Nagpur on Monday. Vehicles were set on fire and stones were thrown hours after two groups clashed over anti-Aurangzeb protest.
मैं सभी को अपील करता हूं कि नागपुर एक बहुत ही शांति प्रिय इस प्रकार की नगरी है। यहाँ की शांति भंग न हो, इस प्रकार से सभी लोगों ने व्यवहार और बर्ताव करना चाहिए, और कोई भी अगर इस प्रकार से तनाव निर्माण करने का प्रयास करेगा तो उसके ऊपर बहुत कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
CM Devendra Fadnavis appeals for peace amid Nagpur violence, urges people not to believe in rumors.
The wait is over. Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore slated for grand comeback after their 9-month-long stint at the International Space Station. NASA astronauts to splash down off the US coast.
PM Modi joins Donald Trump's Truth Social, thanks US President for posting his podcast with Lex Friedman.
First up, viewers, tension gripped central Nagpur on Monday when stones were hurled at police, and this amid rumors that spread during the anti-Aurangzeb protest. Cars were also vandalized and policemen were attacked. Watch this report to know what exactly went down in Nagpur.
The showdown over Aurangzeb Rao continues to escalate in Maharashtra. Tension prevailed in Maharashtra's Nagpur after dispute between two groups over anti-Aurangzeb protests. During the incident, stone pelting was reported and vehicles were damaged. Anti-social groups attacked policemen, injuring more than 25 cops. However, in order to avoid further escalation, heavy police security has been deployed in the area.
तो कुछ लोग जमा हुए, इसमें आमने सामने आए, उन्होंने की कोई कार्रवाई नहीं हुई है क्योंकि अरेस्ट उस समय चल ही रहा था, तो उसका कुछ लोगों ने गैर फायदा या अफवाह फैलाने की कोशिश की और उस अफवाह के उसमें जो है कुछ लोग जो है बह जाते हैं, उस तरह का हुआ, कुछ र्यूमर्स भी फैले और उसकी वजह से लोग जमा हुए और उसके बाद में आमने सामने हुए और पुलिस जो है उस समय पे पहुंच गई थी, कुछ दगड़ फेंक हुआ है।
Police fired tear gas shells and even resorted to cane charging to disperse a large mob in the Chitnis Park and Mahal areas. The violence was reportedly spread to Kotwali and Ganeshpet areas. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has urged people to stay calm, not fall for rumors and maintain peace.
नागपुर के महल इलाके में जिस प्रकार से तनाव की स्थिति निर्माण हुई, ये बहुत ही निंदनीय है। जिस प्रकार से कुछ लोगों ने पत्थरबाजी की है, पुलिस पर भी पत्थर फेंके हैं, ये बिल्कुल गलत है। मैं स्वयं इन सारी घटनाओं पर नज़र रखकर हूँ। मैंने पुलिस कमिश्नर को ये कहा है कि कानून व्यवस्था बनाने के लिए जो भी कड़े से कड़े कदम उठाने की आवश्यकता हो वो उठाए जाए और शांति को बनाया जाए। अगर कोई दंगा करता है, कोई पुलिस पर पत्थर फेंकता है, कोई समाज में तनाव निर्माण करता है, तो ऐसे सभी लोगों के ऊपर कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाए।
While Union Minister and Nagpur MP Nitin Gadkari has also appealed Nagpur residents to maintain calm. The situation remains tense, but authorities are working diligently to restore normalcy. The state government assured that all necessary measures are in place to ensure the safety and security of residents.
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague joining us right now. Sandeep is joining us live from Nagpur and he's getting us top updates. Sandeep, curfew has been imposed in various parts. If you could take our viewers through latest coming in, what is the situation looking like?
Yes, Shivangi, at this point of time, I am in the Mahal area where this whole incident, in fact, took place. And as we give you the live visuals, you can see the kind of destructions that have been, in fact, done. In fact, yesterday, there was a scuffle, there was a clash between two groups, following which there was stone pelting, and due to which this whole area, this whole area is a very cosmopolitan area wherein there are people from all religion, but ultimately the clash broke out between two groups, and in fact stone pelting took place. And you see, I'm giving you the live visuals from Mahal area, and in fact following this, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Devendra Fadnavis urged people not to take law in hand, and in fact also warned that those who are responsible will be in fact taken to task. But I want to show you, Shivangi, that police yesterday, the Commissioner of Police of Nagpur mentioned that it was not a planned kind of a clash, or there was they are in fact investigating whether there is any kind of a conspiracy or not. But ultimately there are a lot of questions that needs to be answered, and one of them is that how come these stones that were in fact brought out at the location, that were brought out in this very area in large number, from where these stones had come, which were in fact pelted on the protesters of Vishwa Hindu Parishad who were protesting against Aurangzeb. There are a lot of questions that how come a large number of crowd gathered at the site where there was VHP protesters already protesting against Aurangzeb. It was very clear, and it was very well announced by Vishwa Hindu Parishad and Bajrang Dal that they are going to protest against the grave of Aurangzeb. And at the same point in time, there are serious questions that needs to be answered, that how come in fact these people came in large number. How did they got stones in that very huge quantity? In fact, there were many vehicles that were in fact burnt. This I'm showing you the visuals of this very crane, which is stationed out here, which was stationed out here in the Mahal area, just beside this very bridge. This whole crane was set to fire. Not only that, behind me is the vehicle. Behind me is a four-wheeler vehicle. You can see what all things are there inside the vehicle. Kanti show the visuals from inside. You can see the stones and all elements out there. The stones are there. In fact, it is very crucial to know, Shivangi, that how come this crowd came in such a large number? Why specific vehicles were targeted by these very crowd who came at the spot?
Can this kind of a violence be justified? That is again a big question.
Right, Sandeep, thank you for bringing us those latest pictures from Nagpur. Charred vehicles, stones mobilized, and multiple questions continue to haunt. But we'll keep our focus on this particular angle. But let's move on. Astronauts stuck for more than 9 months on the International Space Station will be returning to Earth on Wednesday. Butch Wilmore and Sunita Williams are to be transported home with another American astronaut and a Russian cosmonaut aboard a SpaceX Crew Dragon craft, which arrived at the ISS early Sunday.
That is right, Deepak. The stranded duo have been on the ISS since June after the Boeing Starliner spacecraft they were testing on its maiden crewed voyage suffered propulsion issues and it was deemed unfit to fly them back to Earth. This is a very, very important story we're tracking right now, Deepak. And we're also being joined by a guest, Deepak, and for us to understand what we can expect next.
That's right. Dr. Surendra Pal, the former ISRO director, is live this morning with us. A very good morning to you, Dr. Pal. You know, the world waits with bated breath for the arrival of Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore. Take us through the procedures that follow as, just 30 to 35 minutes are left for the undocking process.
Yeah, good morning. First of all, that Crew 10 or Dragon of SpaceX, which has gone there, it has undergone a lot of qualifications. It's a improvement over such things. They had Dragon 1, Dragon 2, Dragon 3, and it's an improvement. It also has got a human rating. So what went wrong with the Starliner, Boeing Starliner, all those things have been corrected here, and redundancies have been increased. Now, the very fact that it has gone and docked very well, it has taken the astronauts who will be replacing it, it shows its quality assurance. Now, it will come back on 19th as per us and 18th as per the US time. It will be placed in Florida. Now, there are two things are there in that one. When it returns back, the weather conditions should be proper, whatsoever needed, because the angular of descent depends very much on the weather conditions and the tracking and where it should splash down. So that's one thing which the NASA will be monitoring it. Second thing is, if you talk about the astronauts, one astronaut stayed for more than 600 days. So staying longer is not a problem. And they went for 1 week unexpectedly. They had to stay for 9 months. But the capsule ISS, International Space Station, has got all the things for 6 astronauts, and they take care of such eventualities. So that was not a problem to stay there. As far as physiological conditions are concerned, there will be a change in their muscle mass. There will be a change in their physiological thing, particularly in the bone mass. And there could be problems with the brain. Most probably, in my opinion, the radiation hazards are quite a bit. There are radiation monitors on board ISS. Also, when they, for 6 to 7 times, they went outside for the maintenance purposes. The suit contains radiation monitors, so all those things are logged. So they will take care of those things also. Now, coming down to Earth, I told you that the weather condition, if they are good, what they need it, then the descent angle will be proper. It could be anywhere between say 40 degree to 5.3 to 1.2 degree, depending on the mission and their tracking requirements and what sort of weather conditions are there. Then they spread down. To my opinion, and in my view, there will not be any problem in their return. And NASA is ready and they are prepared for all the eventualities. And as far as the physiological condition, yes, they have to undergo a lot of medical tests and medical rehabilitation they have to undergo. But they will miss the space. When somebody is there for a long time in a place, even some isolation, and they come to the normal life, they miss that isolation. Similarly, they will miss the space. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Dr. Surendra Pal, former ISRO director, for telling us what we can expect next. Of course, we will be tracking this story very closely and awaiting the return of Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore from the International Space Station. And we move ahead right now to another segment, your one-stop destination for all the top stories from across the nation. In today's bulletin, we bring you the ground visuals from Nagpur, where communal clashes erupted over the ongoing row over Aurangzeb's tomb. Meanwhile, Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu has now presented his view on the escalating language war. Listen into all those updates coming right up.
The situation remains tense after clashes broke out between two groups in Nagpur's Mahal area over the issue of the removal of Aurangzeb's tomb. The miscreants torched vehicles and they also targeted fire brigade vehicles and attacked policemen in the clashes. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis appealed for peace and calm, while Union Minister and Nagpur MP Nitin Gadkari appealed for peace and urged citizens to avoid paying attention to rumours. Several firemen were injured when two groups clashed after a protest by Vishwa Hindu Parishad demanding the removal of Aurangzeb's tomb.
An indefinite curfew was clapped in Manipur's Churachandpur district after tensions, a vicious attack on HMAR tribal leader by some unknown miscreants. Curfew has been imposed under Section 163 of the BNSS. An unauthorized procession of unlawful assembly of 5 or more persons has been prohibited until further orders.
PM Modi has now joined Truth Social, a social media platform frequently used by US President Donald Trump, in yet another instance of the close bonding between the two world leaders. PM Modi joined the social media platform after President Donald Trump shared the link to PM Modi's historic podcast with Lex Fridman on Truth Social.
Andhra Pradesh CM and Telugu Desam Party Chief Chandrababu Naidu has reacted to the language war and said it is not good to play politics or spread hatred on the issue, adding that English, Hindi and Telugu were all important, laying emphasis on the importance of Telugu, Hindi and English for communication and opportunities for further. And he said that Telugu is our mother tongue, Hindi is a national language and English is an international language.
A 25-member team of Punjab Police has been stationed in Dibrugarh for the past 3 days to facilitate the transfer of 7 aides of Amritpal Singh from Dibrugarh Central Jail to Punjab. The 7 detainees are set to be moved and they are identified as Daljeet Singh, Kalsi, Kulwant Singh, Dhaliwal, Gurmeet Singh, Bukkanwala, Harjeet Singh, Bhagwant Singh, Basant Singh and Kurinder Pal Singh. According to sources, the 7 aides of Amritpal will be taken to Punjab on March 20th.
And we're getting some more updates coming in. US President Trump and his Russian counterpart Putin will speak to each other today. This was confirmed by the Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov on Monday. This will be the first talks between the two leaders since the US proposed a 30-day ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. Here's a report.
Kremlin has confirmed plans that President Vladimir Putin and US President Donald Trump are going to speak today. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov confirmed that the plan in a press conference. This comes after President Donald Trump expressed hope last Sunday that Russia will make a deal with the United States over the Ukraine war.
Hopefully nothing will happen with that. I've asked them not to let anything happen, and I hope that nothing happens. But I feel that Russia is going to make a deal with us, I hope. We've spoken with President Putin, we've spoken with a lot of people, and Ukraine is waiting.
This will be the first round of talks between the two leaders since the US proposed a 30-day ceasefire deal between Russia and Ukraine. President Donald Trump has been insistent on the end of the war.
For Russia, as you know, the president announced last night on Air Force One on his return from his very busy weekend in Florida that he will be speaking to President Putin tomorrow. I won't get ahead of those negotiations, but I can say we are on the 10th yard line of peace, and we've never been closer to a peace deal than we are in this moment. And the president, as you know, is determined to get one done.
Positive ambience was emerging for the summit-level discussions between the United States and Russia since the Jeddah meeting, which came out with the peace proposal. President Vladimir Putin also thanked his American counterpart for paying attention to ending the war settlement issue.
Но прежде всего хотел бы начать со слов благодарности в адрес президента Соединенных Штатов, господина Трампа, за то, что он уделяет урегулированию на Украине.
Now the world awaits to see what comes out of the Tuesday talks between the two leaders.
Moving on, viewers, world leaders and international donors have gathered in Brussels in a show of support for Syria and pledged to allocate 2.5 billion euros towards humanitarian aid to the conflict-torn nation. Here's a detailed report.
World leaders and international donors gathered in Brussels on Monday in a show of support for Syria, hoping to encourage the new leaders of the conflict-ridden nation towards a peaceful transition. Extending support to Syria, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said the European Union was increasing its pledge to Syrians inside the country and the region to almost 2.5 billion euros for 2025 and 2026.
Syrians need greater support, whether they are still abroad or they decide to go home. And this is why, today, the European Union is increasing its pledge for Syrians in the country and in the region to almost 2.5 billion euro for 2025 and 2026.
In 2017, the United Nations estimated it would cost at least $250 billion to rebuild Syria, while experts say that number could reach at least $400 billion. In the conference, the European Union leaders also condemned the violence against civilians in war-torn Syria and cleared European Union's position on the issue of transition process and acts of human rights violation must be investigated.
Recent wave of violence has highlighted the fragility of this transition. We strongly condemn the attacks, particularly those targeting civilians. They must be addressed swiftly and decisively. We welcome the establishment of an independent investigative commission by the authorities, which must credibly investigate these acts. The existing UN Commission of Inquiry should be associated to these efforts. The EU is also a very strong advocate for civil society to be fully included in the transition process, which is essential for its success.
Meanwhile, Syrian Foreign Minister Asad al-Shibani lauded the European Union's efforts and initiatives of lifting the economic sanctions and called Europe's latest move a humanitarian and moral necessity.
إن رفع العقوبات الاقتصادية عن سوريا لم يعد مجرد مطلب حكومي، بل هو ضرورة إنسانية وأخلاقية، إذ أن هذه العقوبات تمنع السوريون من استعادة حياتهم الطبيعية، وتعيق الاستثمار في القطاعات الحيوية التي يحتاجها الشعب السوري للنهوض ببلده ووطنه. فلا يمكن أن نتحدث عن التعافي الاقتصادي والتنمية الإنسانية في سوريا بينما لا تزال القيود المفروضة تمنع حتى وصول المعدات الطبية وقطع الغيار لإصلاح المستشفيات والمرافق الخدمية الأساسية المتضررة. وإننا ندعو اليوم جميع الدول المانحة إلى المساهمة الفاعلة في جهود إعادة الإعمار وتشجيع الاستثمار في سوريا ودعم مشاريع التنمية المستدامة التي من شأنها توفير فرص العمل وتحسين مستوى المعيشة وإعادة الأمل لملايين السوريين.
The UN Refugee Agency said that last year around 7 million people had left their homes but remained in Syria, and over 4.7 million refugees are registered in neighboring countries including Turkey, Lebanon and Jordan.
And viewers, amid the growing tension with US over trade, the new Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has now chosen France as his first foreign trip after taking over the premiership. Both France and Canada differ with President Trump over trade and the Ukraine war. Here is a detailed report.
New Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney was in Paris on Monday to meet French President Emmanuel Macron. This is Carney's first foreign trip since taking over the premiership. The visit comes after the growing differences between the United States and its traditional allies over the trade and Ukraine war. Under these circumstances, the visit aims to strengthen ties between Canada and Europe, as underlined by the Canadian Prime Minister.
We both stand for sovereignty and security, demonstrated by our unwavering support for Ukraine under your leadership. Aujourd'hui, alors que nous voyons ces principes être rejetés par de plus en plus de gouvernements à travers le monde, c'est plus important que jamais pour le Canada de renforcer ses liens avec nos alliés fiables comme la France. Nous devons renforcer la collaboration entre nos pays pour assurer notre sécurité, celle de nos alliés et celle du monde entier. Nous devons renforcer nos liens diplomatiques pour faire face ensemble à ce monde de plus en plus instable et dangereux.
On the question of trade, in a veiled reference to President Trump's trade war, French President Emmanuel Macron said both France and Canada insist on fair trade and respect for international rules.
L'un et l'autre, nous croyons en effet que le commerce équitable qui respecte les règles internationales est une bonne chose pour la prospérité de tous. Et il est à coup sûr plus efficace que les tarifs qui créent de l'inflation et abîment les chaînes de production et l'intégration de nos économies.
US President Donald Trump has imposed whopping tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminium and is threatening to impose tariffs on all Canadian products on April 2nd. Canadian Prime Minister, however, said his country is determined to maintain the most positive possible relationship with the United States.
With you, Mr. President, I want to ensure that France and the whole of Europe works enthusiastically with Canada, the most European of non-European countries, determined like you to maintain the most positive possible relations with the United States.
Prime Minister Carney's next stop will be London, where he will sit down with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer and King Charles III.
Moving on, North Macedonia is on the boil after a fire tragedy at the nightclub left 59 people dead. The authorities have cracked down on nightclubs and cabarets across the country amid public outcry. Here's more.
Hundreds of people demonstrated over the nightclub inferno that left at least 59 people dead and 155 injured from burns and smoke inhalation. The investigation is underway to know the cause of fire. The authorities have detained 15 people and ordered a nationwide review of entertainment venue licenses of all the nightclubs and cabarets across the country.
Imamo nefunkcionalan sistem koji je stvorio takve uslove kao što se dogodio ovaj slučaj koji se ne pameti u istoriji Makedoniji. Žalno je što su poginuli toliko mladih ljudi. Očekuje se pravda. To je to što svi očekujemo i da u buduće nema ovakvih ili sličnih situacija. To je to.
Не може, додека сме живи, не можем да я забравяме, да ги заборавяме вчерашниот ден, денешниот ден и натаму ќе се сеќаваме на овие денови. Тоа е страшно. Сочувствуваме како наши деца, кои ни се на блиски пријатели, кои ни се роднини, комшии. Значи, не можем да кажам колкава е болката за сите нас. И небото плаче.
Meanwhile, North Macedonian Prime Minister Mikoski assured the nation that those responsible for the club inferno will be held accountable. Prime Minister Mikoski also threw light on how corruption and crime is leading the nation to the point of losing lives of the youth.
Овој клуб извадил само 2 пати лиценца. Во 2021 и во 2023 година. Значи цело време работел или без лиценца, а прашањето е тие што му подпишале во 21 и 23 како му подпишале и врз основа на кои елаборати и на кои документи му подпишале. Во 24-та видовме како му подпишале. Бидејќи на тоа бројче архивско на кое што се води оваа фалсификувана лиценца е кореспонденција со странски инвеститори. И тука повторно ќе кажам, да им одговорам на оние што прават полноќни пресконференции. Тука нема политика. Ќе одговарате сите, кои што сте се дрзнале на овој начин да водите политика на грбот на граѓаните и на животите кои што овие деца ги изгубија.
Корупцијата и криминалот не доведуваат до фаза да ги губиме животите на нашите деца. Или одлучно и системски ќе смениме нешто во оваа држава, или ќе ја немаме. Мораме да покажеме свесност и одлучност во спроведувањето на сите оние постапки кои што треба да се превземат сега. И секој еден, повторувам, секој еден, без оглед на било што, кој што има директна или индиректна вина поврзана со овој кривично правен настан, ќе одговори.
The European Union has repeatedly expressed concerns over pervasive corruption in the country, denying it as a major obstacle to the country's accession to the bloc. The Balkan nation is grappling with the loss of dozens of young lives and has declared 7 days of national mourning.
Well, viewers, world leaders and international donors have gathered in Brussels in a show of support for Syria and pledged to allocate 2.5 billion euros aid to the conflict-torn nation.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless or they were misled. They were struggling to mechanically parrot a pre-fed script. Asaduddin Owaisi, standing before the crowd, thundered that the bill will snatch graveyards, dargahs, a claim that not a single protester can explain. Even when questioned repeatedly, we kept trying. Our reporters went there and we kept asking these protesters directly, and the results were beyond shocking. Most of them were fumbling. Many of them muttered, "Pata nahi, jo bhi hai," which means I have no idea, whatever, and looked away. While others kept repeating Musalman ki sampatti hai, as if programmed to do so without understanding the legal context. Who fed them this line? Who handed them the script? Was this outrage staged from the start? So the real question is this a genuine protest, or are there some vested interests trying to peddle fear to manipulate sentiment? Because if the bill is so dangerous, wouldn't the protesters be able to name even one clause, one line, one basic factual objection? Wouldn't they have a basic understanding of what they were fighting against? Instead, we saw a group of people fed half-truths.
Violent clashes erupted in Nagpur on Monday. Vehicles were set on fire and stones were hurled hours after two groups clashed over anti-Aurangzeb protest.
मैं सभी को अपील करता हूं कि नागपुर एक बहुत ही शांति प्रिय इस प्रकार की नगरी है। यहाँ की शांति भंग न हो, इस प्रकार से सभी लोगों ने व्यवहार और बर्ताव करना चाहिए और कोई भी अगर इस प्रकार से तनाव निर्माण करने का प्रयास करेगा तो उसके ऊपर बहुत कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
CM Devendra Fadnavis appeals for peace amid Nagpur violence, urges people not to believe in rumors.
The wait is over. Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore slated for grand comeback after their 9-month-long stint at the International Space Station. NASA astronauts to splash down off the US coast.
PM Modi joins Donald Trump's Truth Social thanks US President for posting his podcast with Lex Friedman.
Viewers, first up, world leaders and international donors have gathered in Brussels in a show of support for Syria and pledged to allocate €2.5 billion humanitarian aid to the conflict-torn nation. Here's a detailed report.
World leaders and international donors gathered in Brussels on Monday in a show of support for Syria, hoping to encourage the new leaders of the conflict-ridden nation towards a peaceful transition. Extending support to Syria, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said the European Union was increasing its pledge to Syrians inside the country and the region to almost €2.5 billion for 2025 and 2026.
Syrians need greater support, whether they are still abroad or they decide to go home. And this is why, today, the European Union is increasing its pledge for Syrians in the country and in the region to almost €2.5 billion for 2025 and 2026.
In 2017, the United Nations estimated it would cost at least $250 billion to rebuild Syria, while experts say that number could reach at least $400 billion. In the conference, the European Union leaders also condemned the violence against civilians in war-torn Syria and cleared European Union's position on the issue of transition process and acts of human rights violation must be investigated.
The recent wave of violence has highlighted the fragility of this transition. We strongly condemn the attacks, particularly those targeting civilians. They must be addressed swiftly and decisively. We welcome the establishment of an independent investigative commission by the authorities, which must credibly investigate these acts. The existing UN Commission of Inquiry should be associated to these efforts. The EU is also a very strong advocate for civil society to be fully included in the transition process, which is essential for its success.
Meanwhile, Syrian Foreign Minister Asad al-Shibani lauded the European Union's efforts and initiatives of lifting the economic sanctions and called Europe's latest move a humanitarian and moral necessity.
إن رفع العقوبات الاقتصادية عن سوريا لم يعد مجرد مطلب حكومي، بل هو ضرورة إنسانية وأخلاقية، إذ أن هذه العقوبات تمنع السوريون من استعادة حياتهم الطبيعية وتعيق الاستثمار في القطاعات الحيوية التي يحتاجها الشعب السوري للنهوض ببلده ووطنه. فلا يمكن أن نتحدث عن التعافي الاقتصادي والتنمية الإنسانية في سوريا بينما لا تزال القيود المفروضة تمنع حتى وصول المعدات الطبية وقطع الغيار لإصلاح المستشفيات والمرافق الخدمية الأساسية المتضررة. وإننا ندعو اليوم جميع الدول المانحة إلى المساهمة الفاعلة في جهود إعادة الإعمار وتشجيع الاستثمار في سوريا ودعم مشاريع التنمية المستدامة التي من شأنها توفير فرص العمل وتحسين مستوى المعيشة وإعادة الأمل لملايين السوريين.
The UN Refugee Agency said that last year around 7 million people had left their homes but remained in Syria, and over 4.7 million refugees are registered in neighboring countries including Turkey, Lebanon and Jordan.
And US President Donald Trump and his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin will speak to each other today. This was confirmed by the Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov on Monday. This will be the first talks between the two leaders since US proposed a 30-day ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. Here's a report.
Kremlin has confirmed plans that President Vladimir Putin and US President Donald Trump are going to speak today. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov confirmed that the plan in a press conference. This comes after President Donald Trump expressed hope last Sunday that Russia will make a deal with the United States over the Ukraine war.
Hopefully nothing will happen with that. I've asked them not to let anything happen, and I hope that nothing happens. But I feel that Russia is going to make a deal with us, I hope. We've spoken with President Putin. We've spoken with a lot of people. And Ukraine is waiting.
This will be the first round of talks between the two leaders since the US proposed a 30-day ceasefire deal between Russia and Ukraine. President Donald Trump has been insistent on the end of the war.
For Russia, as you know, the president announced last night on Air Force One on his return from his very busy weekend in Florida that he will be speaking to President Putin tomorrow. I won't get ahead of those negotiations, but I can say we are on the 10th yard line of peace, and we've never been closer to a peace deal than we are in this moment. And the president, as you know, is determined to get one done.
Positive ambience was emerging for the summit-level discussions between the United States and Russia since the Jeddah meeting, which came out with the peace proposal. President Vladimir Putin also thanked his American counterpart for paying attention to ending the war settlement issue.
Но прежде всего хотел бы начать со слов благодарности в адрес президента Соединенных Штатов, господина Трампа, за то, что он уделяет урегулированию на Украине.
Now the world awaits to see what comes out of the Tuesday talks between the two leaders.
Well, viewers, we have some live pictures coming in from NASA where the preparations have reached the final stage, because now the hatch is closing, and after that, a couple of hours later, the undocking process will begin. There you can see Nick Hague, Sunita Williams, Butch Wilmore and cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov are packing up and closing the hatches as Crew 9 prepares to depart from the International Space Station. They're closing the hatch right now. They're packed up. They're all set for the undocking process. Final checks are being done. Seat belts are being tightened for all the astronauts. And once all of this is done, Crew 9 will leave International Space Station on their journey back to Earth. This after they were stranded for 9 long months in the International Space Station after their Boeing Starliner capsule ran into technical glitches. There you can see they're packing themselves up with the space suits, and one of them is already packed and he is now steady and ready.
On the far left, Butch Wilmore. On the far right, Sonny Williams, who launched back on June 5th aboard a Boeing Starliner spacecraft, returning on Tuesday aboard the Dragon Freedom to complete what will be 286 days in space, 285 of which will have been spent on the International Space Station. Just to put their long-duration mission into context, it is not the longest mission in the history of U.S. spaceflight, the longest single mission. That distinction belongs to NASA's Frank Rubio, who had his mission extended due to a coolant leak on the Soyuz spacecraft that he was launched on from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. A replacement Soyuz was launched by Roscosmos. Rubio came home subsequent to that with a total of 371 days in space. Behind him, Mark Vande Hei, NASA astronaut, logged 355 days in space. Scott Kelly, 340. Christina Cook, 328. And Peggy Whitson, 289.
So live pictures coming in from International Space Station, and we're getting a statement from NASA as well. Weather is perfect for Dragon spacecraft's return. All checks are in place as of now, NASA is saying. And from the time of undocking till the splashdown, there will be a gap of about 17 hours. Splashdown is at 5:57 p.m. Eastern time, and that is what is happening right now. This is the picture coming in from the International Space Station, viewers. And Deepak, speaking of the kind of anticipation everybody has for this moment, when these astronauts have been in space for 9 months, they have been very brave. They've also conducted 150 experiments. Sunita Williams has spent a lot of time space walking as well. This is something we're all waiting for, and we know Crew 9 is scheduled to return to Earth on Tuesday, March 18th. Now, this is, of course, will be in a different time zone because we follow a different time zone in India. But Deepak, what else can we expect as we wait for that splashdown?
That's right, Shivangi. The world is waiting with bated breath, and so are friends and family members of Sunita Williams, Butch Wilmore. And Sunita Williams, while she was stranded, she said that she can't wait to meet her pet dog. In fact, we also have some live briefing coming in from NASA because the hatch closure procedure has been initiated.
All on board. The hatch is closed between Dragon and the International Space Station. The station hatch will be closed a short time from now, and leak checks at the docking interface between the two spacecraft will begin to make sure we have an airtight seal before the small passageway or vestibule known as pressurized mating adapter number 2 will be ready for depressurization down to vacuum, and the subsequent undocking of Dragon from Harmony's space-facing port about an hour and 47 minutes from now.
Well, now final equipment checks are being done where crew members secure all the loose equipment and also ensure that essential items for re-entry are on board. Items that need to stay on the ISS are properly stored, and after they secure the final equipment list, the cabin configuration follows. The spacecraft is then prepared for departure by adjusting seats, securing supplies and checking communication systems. The hatch seal is then inspected for any obstruction or damages. A pressure equalization process is also conducted before the closing of the hatch. And as far as hatch closure is concerned, the hatch between the International Space Station and the spacecraft, which is the Dragon spacecraft, which is currently being used in this particular mission, is physically closed, and crew members use a locking mechanism to secure it in place. The ground teams and the ISS crew conduct a leak check by monitoring pressure levels. Any unexpected pressure drops could then indicate an issue with the seal. Then they'll have to restart the entire process once again. And the final communication and readiness check will be communicated by the NASA Mission Control and also Roscosmos, if the cosmonauts are also involved. In this case, they are involved. There is one cosmonaut who will also be arriving back, and they verify the spacecraft's power, oxygen and navigation systems, whether all of them are functioning properly, and they'll secure all these loose items. There you can see several items being completely tagged in this particular spacecraft so that none of them, float around them when the spacecraft is making a re-entry.
All right, we're joined by Dr. Jayant Murthy, professor at IIA Bengaluru, also a former NASA scientist joining us. Thank you for joining us here, Dr. Murthy. If you could explain to our viewers what they're seeing on the screen, this will help our viewers understand the final process before we can expect the splashdown.
I just joined, so I'm only seeing it just now. So I don't actually know what I'm seeing on the screen. Go ahead.
Well, right now, as we speak, sir, you know, the hatch closure is being witnessed. The astronauts are securing all the loose items. So if you could take us through the procedure of the hatch closure between the ISS and the spacecraft.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. I just joined. I haven't seen the pictures yet, so I don't really know what they're doing right now.
No, but what is the usual procedure that's followed, sir?
How would I know? You asked me for comment.
Well, now once the hatch is confirmed sealed, viewers, undocking commands are then issued. The spacecraft begins the process of separating from the ISS, and we are inching closer and closer for Sunita Williams' homecoming. We'll get you all the details after a quick break. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amrit Pal and his associates. Amrit Pal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against the country, setting fire to the country, and breaking the country. Watch this.
No peace can be established without weapons. That's why every state have weapons.
So that proves that Amrit Pal wants to break the country. Tonight, you and I and everyone across India, we have a right to and must in fact start confronting Arvind Kejriwal. We must ask Arvind Kejriwal, what exactly is his secret deal with the Khalistani Amrit Pal? Kejriwal planned all of this and executed it while in Punjab last week. And no, I don't trust his intentions. The man who Arvind Kejriwal is helping today carried out an armed attack on a police station, attacked security personnel, and when caught,
And viewers, welcome back. Let's get to some sports updates. Kylian Mbappe has returned to the French national team ahead of the crucial UEFA Nations League quarter-final clash with Croatia. 26-year-old forward, who was previously left out due to physical and mental struggles, is now set to lead the team as captain under the coach. Watch our report to know more on this.
Kylian Mbappe arrived at the National Centre of Football in Clairefontaine after being recalled to the France national team. The 26-year-old footballer has been recalled to train for the upcoming UEFA Nations League quarter-final against Croatia. This comes after the Real Madrid forward was left out of Didier Deschamps' November squad due to physical and mental struggles. Coach Deschamps had confirmed last week that the 2018 World Cup winner would be serving as the captain of the French football team for the upcoming match. After having topped the League A group, France is set to travel to Croatia for the first leg of their tie against Croatia scheduled on March 20th. They then welcomed the 2023 runners-up, captained by 39-year-old Luka Modric, to the France for the conclusive second leg on 23rd March.
With that, viewers, we'll slip into a very, very short break. The wait is over. The hatch has been closed. All eyes will be on the splashdown that the Dragon spacecraft will be making, bringing Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore back home. Stay tuned for more on that.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless or they were misled. They were struggling to mechanically parrot a pre-fed script. Asaduddin Owaisi, standing before the crowd, thundered that the bill will snatch graveyards, dargahs, a claim that not a single protester can explain, even when questioned repeatedly. We kept trying. Our reporters went there and we kept asking these protesters directly, and the results were beyond shocking. Most of them were fumbling. Many of them muttered, "Pata nahi, jo bhi hai," which means "I have no idea, whatever," and looked away, while others kept repeating "Musalman ki sampatti hai," as if programmed to do so without understanding the legal context. Who fed them this?
Welcome back, viewers. Former ISRO scientist Manish Purohit, in an exclusive interview with Republic World, explains the step-by-step procedures expected for the Crew 10 mission. Watch this report for more.
Will fly to International Space Station to bring those 2 stranded astronauts back on Earth. And Crew 9 flew to International Space Station. Actually, usually the size of a crew is 4 members. But in Crew 9, there were just 2 members, and 2 seats were left vacant for bringing Butch Wilmore and Sunita Williams back from International Space Station. Now, once the Crew 10 will dock with International Space Station, and that will be somewhere after 28 or 28 and a half hours after the flight, so maybe around 10 a.m. in the morning, we might get the information that the Dragon module, Dragon capsule, has docked with International Space Station. Once that happens, then the automatic procedures will take up and it will start. The very first thing that will happen will be rendezvous. In the rendezvous, crew module, Dragon capsule, will catch up with the International Space Station at the designated location where it has to dock. Then automatic docking will happen. Once automatic docking will happen, then Dragon capsule will become part of International Space Station. They will get connected. It will become a single entity. And then hatches will be opened and astronauts will move from Dragon side to the International Space Station side. You might have seen that beautiful picture when Sunita Williams arrived on International Space Station on Starliner and she was punching in the air. She was very happy. So something like that will happen. We'll get those visuals for sure. After that, next few days are for handing over the tasks, for knowledge transfer, for telling the different aspects of the research that are being conducted, what are the different aspects of the instruments or anything else that is thought to be or required to be of important value that should be exchanged between the upcoming crew, that is Crew 10, and outgoing crew, that is Crew 9. And that takes few days. Once that whole thing is done, then Crew 9...
So coming up, viewers, as we are getting a top updates, violent clashes erupted in Nagpur. Vehicles were set on fire, stones were thrown hours after 2 groups clashed over anti-Aurangzeb protest. Stay tuned.
Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amritpal and his associates. Amritpal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against the country, setting fire to the country, and breaking the country. Watch this.
No peace can be established without weapons. That's why every state have weapons.
So that proves that Amritpal wants to break the country. Tonight, you and I and everyone across India, we have a right to and must in fact start confronting Arvind Kejriwal. We must ask Arvind Kejriwal, what exactly is his secret deal with the Khalistani Amritpal? Kejriwal planned all of this and executed it while in Punjab last week. And no, I don't trust his intentions. The man who Arvind Kejriwal is helping today carried out an armed attack on a police station, attacked security personnel, and when caught, he ran and hid till he was picked up under the National Security Act and locked up. Now, my question is this. Watch these pictures, viewers. This is how Amritpal had attacked a police station. Today, Arvind Kejriwal has joined hands with him and is going to release him. Then, Arvind Kejriwal will allow Amritpal to let the Khalistani issue run riot in Punjab. He will create a very terrible situation, ladies and gentlemen, a terrible situation, national security situation. My question is, why should we allow this? My further question is this, ladies and gentlemen. What proof, Arvind Kejriwal, do you have that this same man does not pose a danger to national security? What proof do you have, Arvind Kejriwal, that he will not once again spark separatism in the border state of Punjab, something that Pakistan wants? And why do you want to help Pakistan, Arvind Kejriwal? What is your intent? What are you trying to do?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. This is Republic and you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Madhurima Mishra. Viewers, Sunita Williams, who was supposed to stay at the NASA International Space Station for just a couple of weeks, her visit got extended by a long time of 9 months. But now she and Butch Wilmore, who stayed there for long 9 months, are going to return to Earth soon. We'll bring you more on that and much more, but after the headlines. Curfew imposed in several areas in Nagpur under Section 163 after protest over Aurangzeb's grave. 70 people have been detained by the state police.
मैं सभी को अपील करता हूं कि नागपुर एक बहुत ही शांति प्रिय इस प्रकार की नगरी है। यहाँ की शांति भंग न हो, इस प्रकार से सभी लोगों ने व्यवहार और बर्ताव करना चाहिए और कोई भी अगर इस प्रकार से तनाव निर्माण करने का प्रयास करेगा तो उसके ऊपर बहुत कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis appeals for peace amid Nagpur violence, urges people not to believe in rumors. Probe intensifies in Rania Rao gold smuggling case. Stepfather DGP Ramachandran Rao questioned. Israel launches new strike on Hamas in Gaza. 44 killed in IDF airstrikes. The wait is over. Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore slated for grand comeback after their 9-month-long stint at the International Space Station. NASA astronauts to splash down off the US coast. Viewers, big breaking news coming in. Enforcement Directorate has summoned RJD Chief Lalu Prasad Yadav, his wife Rabri Devi, Tej Pratap in land for job scam. Remember viewers, this was the scam, this was slated at the time when Lalu Prasad Yadav was the Union Railway Minister during the UPA era. Viewers, at that time it has been alleged that money was taken for Group D level jobs in the railways, Group level D government jobs in railways. Investigation is on. This is not the first time that Lalu will be presenting himself in front of the central agency, but yes, after a very long time, this is happening a couple of months after this previous interrogation by the central agency. Now Enforcement Directorate has summoned Lalu Prasad Yadav, his wife Rabri Devi and Tej Pratap Yadav in land for job scam. The scam, as I said viewers, was that money, it has been alleged that money, huge amount of lands in the state of Bihar were taken in exchange for jobs. Remember viewers, there were lands worth of crores that were only sold for mere few lakhs. And this was highlighted in the ED investigation as well. Viewers, we'll get you more on this, but let's shift our focus to what's happening in Nagpur. Viewers, there were clashes reported, violent clashes reported in Maharashtra, Nagpur. And after that, viewers, Republic has now accessed CCTV footage from the night of the clash, the unrest in Nagpur. Based on these CCTVs, the police is now searching the miscreants. If we look at these exclusive CCTVs that we have accessed for you viewers, you can clearly see how these men have not been incited. It cannot be seen, you can see that it's not a two-way thing, but yes, they are breaking vehicles, they are pelting stone, they are creating unrest. Remember viewers, this entire clash broke out last night when rumors were spread that a holy book of a certain community was burnt. Now all these clashes are coming in the backdrop of the fact that there were protests seeking demolition of Aurangzeb's tomb in Sambhajinagar district of Maharashtra. There has been a rising clamor seeking that Aurangzeb tomb should be demolished. Viewers, you can see on your screen faces of those rioters. They're clear faces of the rioters. It's exclusive footage that we have accessed for our viewers, where you can see that rioters are running around. Nobody is instigating them, but the stone pelting is underway. They're breaking vehicles. They are creating unrest. The entire area of this particular area, the vulnerable area in Nagpur, has been cordoned off. There's curfew in place. The police so far has arrested 17 rioters. They have detained 17 rioters. And to find more, the police is combing out these rioters by looking at this CCTV footage. And as you can see on your screen viewers, exclusive footage of the rioters over there on your screens, where they can be seen pelting stones, breaking vehicles, setting cars on fire. Now joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Sandeep from Ground Zero. He's reporting from Ground Zero there at Nagpur. Sandeep, what's happening? Is the situation under control? But the CCTV that you've accessed for viewers clearly shows how these rioters It appears like it's pre-planned. The rioters do not seem to be instigated by anything. They are pelting stones, they are breaking vehicles, they are setting vehicles ablaze. What is happening at the moment? Is the situation under control? And who were these rioters? Were they locals? Were they brought from outside? What is the reality?
As far as these writers are concerned, remember when we spoke to the local people out here, the eyewitnesses out here, in fact, they mentioned that when this whole incident was supposed to happen, or before this incident happened, this whole area was blacked out. All the shops were closed, so maximum of shops were closed, and the area was blacked out, and the vehicles that were in fact kept on this very road, they were attacked. A huge crowd, Kanti, if you could show the camera, a huge crowd had come up from this very way towards this road which goes towards Mahal. And in fact, I am at the spot. I am at Mahal, that is the Shivaji Chowk, and from the Shivaji Chowk they came in this way. And in fact, whatever came into their range, be it any crane, be it vehicle, be it a small vehicle, in fact, whatever came into their range, everything was in fact torched out. Stones were pelted. Stones were in fact pelted at that very point in time. They were carrying stones in large number. I would like to show you the visuals out here. You can see the visuals. These visuals are very much enough to tell you the story of yesterday's violence. You can see the glasses, you can see the stones are on the streets, and in fact when we spoke to the local residents who had witnessed this whole incident, they mentioned that they were terrified at that very point in time. There were women inside their houses, there were children inside their houses at that very point in time, and in fact you see police, section 144 has already been in fact pressed out here, implemented, and now the cops are also moving around. They are dispersing the crowd. They are dispersing the crowd right now, and in fact very few movement of locals can be seen. Only few vehicles can be seen on the road of this very Mahal area. Announcements are being in fact made right now. People are being dispersed from this very road. This is a road which is very busy. This is a very busy road, and that very point in time there was a mob of more than 300 to 400 people. That is what is being claimed by the local residents out here. They were carrying weapons as well. That is what is being said. They were also raising some religious slogans at that very point in time. So definitely the whole the people who had witnessed this whole incident, they were very terrified, because there were women, there were small children at their residence, and in fact they were worried if at all these crowd may torch their houses as well. So definitely there was a sense of fear in their minds as well. But now the cops are moving around, and they are
Sandeep, stay with us. Sandeep, stay with us. We'll in fact now listen into the detailed shared by the police officials who have taken control of the situation over there. We was listening to what the cops over there at the site of Nagpur violence site had to say.
हमने अपना फोर्स पूरा यहाँ पे स्ट्रॉन्ग है. सबसे हम अपील करते हैं कि कोई बाहर ना निकले और पत्थरबाजी ना करे. काफ़ी पत्थरबाजी वहाँ से हो रही है, तो हमने उनको आगे शो ऑफ फोर्स किया था. उन पे टीयर गैस का भी वापर किया था. अभी सिचुएशन कंट्रोल में. कई छोटी छोटी कोई गाड़ी को एक आग लगाई है, तो उसको हमने फायर ब्रिगेड बुला के उसको भी हमने प्रोटेक्टिव सपोर्ट फोर्स देके उसको भी बुझाया है. हाँ, थोड़े बहुत इंजोर हुए हैं, कुछ आगे पीछे. मेरा भी थोड़ा सा पैर इंजोर हुआ है पत्थरबाजी में, तो चल रहा है. बट हम लोग का भी सबसे विनती है, अपील है कि प्लीज़ शांति बनाए रखिए, और हम लोग सबसे अपील करते हैं शांति बनाए रखिए, और अभी उचित जो कानूनी कार्रवाई है वो शुरू है. हाँ, वो अफवाह पे विश्वास ना रखिए, आप अपने शांति बनाए रखिए, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को डिस्टर्ब मत कीजिए, और पुलिस का सपोर्ट कीजिए. हम लोग आप जो भी लीगल कार्रवाई वो कर रहे हैं.
कंट्रोल में है और ऐसा कुछ नहीं है अभी कि जिससे कोई घबराए, परंतु जिन लोगों ने कायदा सुव्यवस्था हाथ में लेने की कोशिश की उनके ऊपर हमारी कार्रवाई हुई है और हो रही है। जो लोग इसमें इन्वॉल्व हैं उनकी फोटोग्राफ्स हैं, वीडियोस हैं और उसके अलावा जो हमारा कमांड कंट्रोल सेंटर है उसमें भी हम लोग वॉच रखे हुए हैं कि जब कुछ लोग जमा हुए इसमें आमने सामने आए उन्होंने की कोई कार्रवाई नहीं हुई है क्योंकि अरेस्ट उस समय चल ही रहा था, तो उसका कुछ लोगों ने गैर फायदा या अफवाह फैलाने की कोशिश की और उस अफवाह के उसमें जो है कुछ लोग जो है बह जाते हैं, जैसे उस तरह का हुआ, कुछ र्यूमर्स भी फैले और उसकी वजह से लोग जमा हुए और उसके बाद में आमने सामने हुए और पुलिस जो है उस समय पे पहुंच गई थी। कुछ दगड़ फेंक हुआ है और वो अभी परिस्थिति काबू में है।
Well, viewers, now curfew has been imposed in the police station limits of Kothavali, Ganeshpat, Lakarganj and all these affected areas, Nandavan, Imamwada, Yashoda Nagar and Kapil Nagar in the Nagpur city, viewers. Now, 70 rioters have been detained so far, 20 people have been injured, 25 vehicles have been torched. And what we are learning is that the police have taken control of the entire situation, but so far, furthering their investigation, viewers, they have detained over 70 people. 25 vehicles have been torched over there when the violence broke out. Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has requested the people of all these affected areas in the city of Nagpur to not believe the rumors, but yes, swift action by the Maharashtra police over there, where they have quickly detained 70 people, most of them the rioters, and the investigation is now gaining momentum. But yes, around 25 vehicles in these particular vicinities which were affected, where the clashes broke out last night, viewers, have been torched. Many vehicles have been broken, stones were pelted. These are the visuals that we are bringing for you at the particular moment. We just heard the police officials as they narrated as to how the stone pelting began, viewers. There was a rumor that a holy book of a certain community was set ablaze. This was coming in the backdrop of all the protests that were happening there across the state of Maharashtra, demanding Aurangzeb's tomb to be demolished. And after those protests, when they were ending, and as we know that the Chief Minister has also taken cognizance of the entire matter, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, viewers, has appealed to people of Nagpur to not indulge in violence. He has requested that rumors should not be believed and peace and law and order should remain intact. Listen in.
नागपुर के महल इलाके में जिस प्रकार से तनाव की स्थिति निर्माण हुई, ये बहुत ही निंदनीय है। जिस प्रकार से कुछ लोगों ने पत्थरबाजी की है, पुलिस पर भी पत्थर फेंके हैं, ये बिल्कुल गलत है। मैं स्वयं इन सारी घटनाओं पर नज़र रखकर हूँ। मैंने पुलिस कमिश्नर को ये कहा है कि कानून व्यवस्था बनाने के लिए जो भी कड़े से कड़े कदम उठाने की आवश्यकता हो वो उठाए जाए और शांति को बनाया जाए। अगर कोई दंगा करता है, कोई पुलिस पर पत्थर फेंकता है, कोई समाज में तनाव निर्माण करता है, तो ऐसे सभी लोगों के ऊपर कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाए। और मैं सभी को अपील करता हूं कि नागपुर एक बहुत ही शांति प्रिय इस प्रकार की नगरी है, यहाँ की शांति भंग न हो, इस प्रकार से सभी लोगों ने व्यवहार और बर्ताव करना चाहिए। और कोई भी अगर इस प्रकार से तनाव निर्माण करने का प्रयास करेगा तो उसके ऊपर बहुत कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
लेकिन ये प्लान करके आए थे या कैसे आए थे? कोई
ये मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि प्लान करके आए थे,
जानबूझ के
प्लान करके एक
अटैक करना ही था।
हाँ। इन्होंने सबने शटर लगा दिए ना, 6 बजे से चालू कर दिया इन्होंने। अच्छा, शटर लगा दिए पूरे
अपनी दुकानों के शटर,
सब अपनी दुकानों के शटर लगाना चालू कर दिया उन्होंने। बराबर प्लानिंग कर, बकाबक लोग आए, फिर यहाँ जमा हुआ, वहाँ जमघटा हुआ वहाँ पे, फिर वहाँ से माहौल चालू हो गया वहाँ से।
और हिंदुओं के दुकानों को, हिंदुओं के घरों को टारगेट किया गया?
हिंदू का टारगेट नहीं किया, हम भी हिंदू है ना, हमारे टारगेट नहीं किया, हमारे मकान को कुछ नहीं किया। उधर में कुछ हुआ बोलते, उधर में
ऐसा?
हाँ ऐसा हुआ।
लेकिन पत्थरबाजी क्यों की गई, क्या कारण?
पत्थरबाजी मालूम नहीं, क्योंकि पुलिस लोग असुर छोड़ रहे थे और इन्होंने पत्थरबाजी चालू। ये देखो यहाँ से पत्थर पूरे ले गए, यहाँ से ये देखो पत्थर, ये पूरे यहाँ से पत्थर फोड़ फोड़ के पूरा ले गए।
अच्छा, पत्थर फोड़ करके
ले गए उनको मारने के लिए, पुलिस लोगों को,
पुलिस वालों को मारने।
हाँ, दगड़ फेंक किया। फिर उन्होंने आंसू छोड़ा, आंसू गैस छोड़ा उन्होंने और यहाँ से भागे। फिर लोग जैसे वो पुलिस लोग दौड़ते थे वैसे ये लोग यहाँ से भागते थे।
आप लोगों को डर लग रहा था जब ये घटना?
अरे वाह, डर लगता था। हमने लॉक किया, सब कुछ। पुलिस ने इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया हमारे को, आप घर में रहो बोले, बच के रहो बोले, संभाल के रहो बोले।
अगर आग वाग लगा देते तो?
हाँ, आग बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता। फिर हम सब तैयारी में थे। हाँ, पानी वानी सब लगा के रखते, कुछ कम ज़्यादा हो जाए तो देख रहे, संभाल के रहो बोले पुलिस वाले बोले। हमारे यहाँ 10-15 पुलिस वाले यहाँ गए, हमारा प्रोटेक्शन किया पुलिस वालों ने।
बच्चे डरे हुए थे?
बच्चे डरे हुए थे, आंसू जोर से हमारे अंगार हो रही थी, आँख में अंगार होती थी, नाक आँख में अंगार होती थी।
कहाँ से आए थे ये लोग?
ये यहाँ इधर से पूरा
मोमिनपुरा से?
सब तरफ से एक जमा हुए।
अल्लाह अकबर के नाम,
सब अल्लाह अकबर के सब नाम ये करेगा, नारे लगा रहे थे। बहुत माहौल हुआ, आज तक नहीं हुआ इतना माहौल हुआ यहाँ पे। ये जला दिया पूरा, वो सब ये वो, यही माहौल ज़्यादा हुआ है इधर।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
हाँ,
डर कहीं
डर तो था वहाँ। कल क्या हो जाएगा कुछ बता नहीं सकते, इतना बड़ा माहौल था ना। 200-300-400 लोग, 200-300-400 लोग थे ना।
400 लोग?
हाँ, इधर भाग रहे थे, आते जाते थे और भागते थे और आते जाते थे और भागते थे, पत्थर उठाते थे, मारते थे पुलिस लोगों को। पुलिस लोग अपनी जाली लेके बराबर फिर इधर भागे।
आप बताइए, आपने क्या देखा उस टाइम?
नहीं, मैं नहीं था सर, मैं शॉप में था। मेरे बच्चे का फ़ोन आया था, पापा बोला आप बंद करके आ जाओ दुकान, बोले अपने घर के सामने माहौल ख़राब है बोले। वो 7:30-8 बजे के आसपास में मुझे लड़के का फ़ोन आया था, 7:30 बजे के आसपास में। पापा बोले घर के सामने में माहौल ख़राब हुआ है बोले, आप दुकान बंद करके आ जाइए बोले पापा बोले। तो मैं आया जब, तो आदमगढ़ चौथी पुलिस लोगों ने अच्छा बंदोबस्त कर दिया था, पूरे रास्ते बंद कर दिया। फिर रात को 11, 10:30, 9, 10 के आसपास में हमारे घर के सामने, और रहना हमारे बाजू में ही है। पूरे पुलिस लोगों ने हमको अच्छा सहयोग किया, हमको पूरा बंद करके।
कितने सारे लोग थे?
पुलिस का प्रोटेक्शन था।
कितने सारे लोग थे?
मैं जब आया ना सर, पूरा अंधार हुआ था, आंसू गैस छोड़ दिए थे।
पूरा अंधेरा था क्या?
हाँ, पूरा अंधेरा था सर, पूरा काला आंसू पूरा आने। जैसा मैंने मेरे बच्चे ने मेरे दरवाजा खोला घर जाने के लिए, अंदर में पूरा काला धूप बिल्कुल हुआ था सर। पुराने मम्मी को पता, मेरी मम्मी है, मम्मी को उम्र के हिसाब से उसको तकलीफ हुई, मेरे को तकलीफ हुई। 70-80 साल की मेरी मम्मी है, उसको तकलीफ है, मेरे को मम्मी खाना नहीं खाया हमने 2 घंटे। तो हमने इतना काला दूध होते, इतना पूरा हाथ में
रहा था। जब नारेबाजी हो रही थी, ये सब हो रहा था, तो डर लग रहा था आप लोगों को?
लगना ही है ना सर, कोई भी समाज का हो, या हिंदू होगा मुसलमान हो, आदमी को डर तो लगना ही है ना सर। यहाँ जाति भेद का सवाल, यहाँ पर डर पैदा हो जाता है हर फैमिली को, क्या वो मुसलमान की फैमिली रहो क्या हिंदू की फैमिली हो, तो डर तो होना ही है ना सर। हर घर में बच्चे रहते हैं, कुछ छोटे बड़े बच्चे रहते हैं, बाहर के लोग आके चले जाते हैं, जो रहते हैं हम 50-70 साल से रह रहे, कोई तकलीफ नहीं किसी से, हम मिलजुल के रहते। मगर बाहर के लोग आके यहाँ चले जाते और माहौल ख़राब होकर चले जाता है, और कुछ नहीं सर।
आप अपना नाम बताएं, कितने सालों से यहाँ पर रह रहे हैं?
हमने 50 साल हो गए यहाँ रहते हैं।
50 सालों में कभी ऐसे दंगे देखे थे?
नहीं, ऐसे तो नहीं हुए, ऐसे कभी नहीं, पहली बार हुआ इतना बड़ा। हाँ।
क्या हो रहा था जब आप लोग घर पे थे? क्या आप लोगों ने सुना? क्या हो रहा था आसपास?
ये कि सब सामने ज़्यादा हुआ है, रोड पर ही हुआ, हमारे गली में भी हुआ, सब लोग जमा हुए, बहुत सारे पुलिस वगैरह थे। ऐसे मारपीट तो नहीं हुई कुछ ऐसे, लेकिन चिल्ला रहे थे जब पत्थरबाजी हुई, थोड़ी सी ज़्यादा नहीं हुआ इधर ऐसा कुछ।
आग वाग लगा?
हाँ, इधर हमको कुछ मालूम नहीं था, अभी मैं देखने आई हूँ इधर। अभी इधर कुछ हुआ? हाँ,
यहाँ पे
हाँ।
तो आप लोगों को डर लग रहा था? अंदर डर लग रहा था?
घर में तो डर लग रहा था ना भाई, इतने नज़दीक सब हुआ, तो इधर भी तो डर तो है सबको भी।
क्या नारेबाजी लगा रहे थे लोग, शोर कर रहे थे, आवाज?
वो कुछ मालूम नहीं, हम लोग अंदर घर में थे, उधर सब उतना कुछ ख्याल नहीं दिया हमने।
कितने की संख्या में लोग थे?
बहुत सारे थे ना, अभी इतना जमघट रहे थे, बहुत सारे लोग थे, इतना हमने इतना ख्याल नहीं किया, लेकिन हमारे इधर मोहल्ले में थे, बहुत सारे थे।
और क्या बोल रहे थे वो लोग, कुछ बता पाएंगे?
नहीं, इधर तो हमने कुछ सुना नहीं, इधर तो बाहर नहीं आए हम लोग। उधर वो सब पत्थरबाजी वगैरह कर रहे थे, लोग जो चिल्ला रहे थे, उतना कुछ सुना नहीं क्या चिल्ला रहे थे। तो
ठीक,
ओके,
थैंक यू।
Viewers, we just heard those were exclusive eyewitness account from the area where those clashes took place. They all are narrating their ordeal as to how they were so scared, how they were so afraid of even stepping out. They're telling that how people there was a crowd that poured into the streets, started pelting stones. They did not know how it started, from where it started, but yes, there was sloganeering. Then the entire incident turned violent, viewers, where we saw people started torching vehicles over there. These were the vehicles and these were the properties that have been damaged, were of the residents living in that particular area, viewers. So where the eyewitnesses are telling that they were afraid and that it was a horrific night, there has been a political storm as well after these clashes broke out, where the BJP is asserting, viewers, that there should be calm in place. Congress and the other political parties are alleging that it was pre-planned and is agenda of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Listen in to some of the political reactions.
इस सुबह एक आंदोलन हुआ था, लेकिन उस आंदोलन के बाद पुलिस प्रशासन ने उसमें मध्यस्थी करके उसको शांत किया था। लेकिन रात के समय 6-7 बजे से यह आंदोलन फिर से शुरू हुआ और बहुत सारे लोग बाहर से आए, ऐसी मेरी प्राथमिक जानकारी है जो फोन पर मुझे मिली है। और बाहर के लोग आकर बस्ती का जो बंधुभाव है, जो दोनों समाज के लोग एक साथ रहते हैं, उनके बीच में तकरार पैदा करने की कोशिश उन्हें की। बहुत सारी गाड़ियां जलाई, राम मंदिर गली होंगी, जुना इस्लाम कॉलेज का परिसर होगा, भालदारपुरा होगा, बुद्धूखा मीनारा होगा, गौरीपुरा होगा, चित्रा टॉकीज का परिसर होगा। इन सारे बस्तियों में बाहर से आए लोगों ने पत्थरबाजी की है, गाड़ियां फोड़ी है, घरों तक आग लगाई है। गांधी बाग सहकारी बैंक है, उस पर पत्थरबाजी की है, ऐसी मेरी प्राथमिक जानकारी है।
किस्म की वायलेंस का पुरजोर से खंडन करते हैं। वायलेंस नहीं होना चाहिए, सभी को कायदे कानून का पालन करना चाहिए। पर ये क्यों हुआ, किस लिए हुआ, ये सब चीज की पूरी तरह से महाराष्ट्र सरकार को जांच करनी चाहिए। देखिए, हम तो कितने दिनों से बोल रहे हैं कि महाराष्ट्र के अंदर कुछ बीजेपी के ऐसे नफरती चिंटू आ गए जो बस दिन भर आग भड़काने का काम कर रहे हैं, नफरती भाषणबाजी कर रहे हैं। अभी कल भी इनका एक बाहर से आए थे हैदराबाद से, उन्होंने आके पुणे के अंदर एक भाषण दे दिया। अब ये सारी चीजें जो है ये नफरत फैला रही है ना। हम तो पहले से बोल रहे हैं कि ऐसे लोगों के ऊपर लगाम लगाए सरकार, वरना देखिए आज किस स्थिति में चला गया है। अब महाराष्ट्र के अंदर हुआ, हम बोल रहे थे कि महाराष्ट्र में काफी दिनों से कुछ लोग चाहते हैं कि तनाव पैदा हो, चाहते हैं कि नफरत बढ़ के, चाहते हैं कि इस तरह का वायलेंस हो। हमने मुख्यमंत्री को हमेशा से कहा है कि सर आप संज्ञान लीजिए इस बात का, रोकिए ऐसे लोगों को। आज नफरत की आग यहां तक बढ़ गई।
We just heard those political reactions as well. Like I said, that the BJP is asking the people of the affected areas to calm down and make sure that the law and order remains intact, and urging them to not believe into any sort of rumors, viewers. What needs to be seen here is that these clashes broke out all of a sudden, but what the police is also insinuating, what the locals are also insinuating, that it appears to be a pre-planned attack. However, let us remind our viewers that this is happening in the backdrop of the protest across protests that were carried out by the BHP and the Bajrang Dal, seeking the demolition of Aurangzeb's tomb, alleging that he was a barbaric ruler and does not deserve a grave or a tomb, or any sort of remembrance is not something that Aurangzeb deserves. And after that, like we just heard one of the politicians who said that things were under control, but it was around 6 or 7 in the evening when things turned violent, when people started pouring into the streets and stone pelting began. And that only turned uglier, viewers, when the rioters started torching vehicles, started attacking people, started pelting stone at homes where people, children, women are residing. It was scary for the eyewitnesses as well. We just heard them as to how this entire thing unraveled around 6 or 7 in the evening. And then we saw the rioters getting all the more aggressive, the violence aggravated over there. And then the clashes broke out. The Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis, has appealed the residents of Nagpur city to not believe into any sort of rumors, because it is being alleged by the police officials as well, viewers, that how there were rumors that a holy book of a certain religion has been set on fire, and that ignited these violence on the street. And this is which is why viewers, we saw as to what unraveled in the later in the evening when these violence turned, when these clashes turned violent, viewers. Okay, influencer Ori is nowhere to be found. Him and all his other 7 friends who've been accused of consuming liquor and non-veg near the holy shrine of Vaishno Devi have now gone AWOL, viewers. They are nowhere to be found. We'll bring you more on that. Stay tuned. We'll come back after the short break.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless, or they were misled. They were struggling to mechanically parrot a pre-fed script. Asaduddin Owaisi, standing before the crowd, thundered that the bill will snatch graveyards, dargahs, a claim that not a single protester can explain, even when questioned repeatedly. We kept trying. Our reporters went there and we kept asking these protesters directly, and the results were beyond shocking. Most of them were fumbling. Many of them muttered, "Pata nahi, jo bhi hai," which means "I have no idea, whatever," and looked away. While others kept repeating "Musalman ki sampatti hai," as if programmed to do so without understanding the legal context. Who fed them this line? Who handed them the script? Was this outrage staged from the start? So the real question is this a genuine protest, or are there some vested interests trying to peddle fear to manipulate sentiment? Because if the bill is so dangerous, wouldn't the protesters be able to name even one clause, one line, one basic factual objection? Wouldn't they have a basic understanding of what they were fighting against? Instead, we saw a group of people fed half-truths, gathered to push an agenda with absolutely no idea, ladies and gentlemen. It was, I saw at a FCA protest, an actor, I think Farhan Akhtar, stood there and gave a speech, but Farhan Akhtar knew nothing about CA. Even today, he knows nothing about CA. Ladies and gentlemen, the Waqf Board, an unelected, unchecked body, has been operating like a parallel land ministry, grabbing villages.
Curfew imposed in several areas in Nagpur under Section 163 of the BNS after protest over Aurangzeb's grave. 70 people have been detained so far by the state police.
सभी को अपील करता हूँ कि नागपुर एक बहुत ही शांति प्रिय इस प्रकार की नगरी है। यहाँ की शांति भंग न हो, इस प्रकार से सभी लोगों ने व्यवहार और बर्ताव करना चाहिए और कोई भी अगर इस प्रकार से तनाव निर्माण करने का प्रयास करेगा तो उसके ऊपर बहुत कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis appeals for peace amid Nagpur violence, urges people not to believe in rumors. Probe intensifies in Rane Rao gold smuggling case. Stepfather DGP Ramachandran questioned. Israel launches new strike on Hamas in Gaza. 44 killed in IDF airstrikes. The wait is over. Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore slated for grand comeback after their 9-month-long stint at the International Space Station. NASA astronauts to splash down off the US coast. Viewers, will start this segment with breaking news coming in that influencer Ori, who is now involved in consuming alcohol and non-veg controversy there near the premises of Vaishno Devi Shrine. Now him, that is the influencer Ori, and his all friends who visited that particular hotel near the Vaishno Devi Shrine, they are now off the radar. Viewers, both Ori and his friend Sherry Shin have turned their phones off. Several calls have been made by the Jammu and Kashmir police to both Ori and Shin, but the calls went unanswered as the phones were switched off. Viewers, what needs to be seen here is that this entire controversy, viewers, unraveled yesterday when these photographs where Ori could be seen consuming alcohol and non-veg went viral on social media. The hotel took 1 day time. They delayed registering the FIR. There seemed to be a deliberate delay to safeguard Ori's interest, but after that J&K police had made it sure that they are going to issue notices as well. But now they are trying to contact Ori and he is nowhere to be found. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Gursimran. Gursimran, Ori and his friend Sherry are nowhere to be found. They are not answering their calls. What does the Jammu and Kashmir police has to say, how they are going to take this investigation forward? Because many sentiments have been hurt and this brat-like behavior cannot be tolerated anymore.
See, after registration of the FIR, the organizer Cherry Singh, who is a friend of Ori and has somewhere 3.6 million followers on Instagram, and Ori himself, who has 1.6 million followers, they both were contacted by the Jammu and Kashmir police. But what has happened that both Ori and the Cherry Singh, they have gone off radar. Yesterday there were multiple calls that were made to Ori as well as Cherry Singh. Though the Cherry's mobile number was off somewhere close to 3 in the afternoon, even I tried to speak to him. I had a 12 seconds long conversation with him. When he got to know that I'm from Republic TV, he disconnected the call, and even the police was trying to reach out to him, but he was not answering the cops call. Then his phone is switched off since yesterday afternoon, late afternoon, and now today morning the update that we are picking up from the Jammu and Kashmir police that the mobiles of both Cherry Singh and Ori have been switched off. That means they both are now off record. Now they have gone off radar, and now the Jammu and Kashmir police is looking for an alternative way to speak to them, or to since this is the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, this means that even if the accused are absent, there can be proceedings that can be proceeded with. So that is what the Jammu and Kashmir police is looking into, that in case the Cherry and Ori are not available, even then the Jammu and Kashmir police will be going ahead with this, and they will be going ahead with the legal proceedings that they have. Now what we are expecting that in next 24 hours, the Jammu and Kashmir police will be issuing the first notice of appearance to to Ori as well as Cherry Sin. Important to mention that Ori is now off radar along with Cherry Sin, but many of the accused in the case, including Rashi, who says that she was not involved, but she was there only to click a photograph of Ori along with her son. She is available on the call with the police along with a couple of other accused, and they are saying that they are ready to cooperate with the police. They are extending every possible help, and they are saying that it's only Ori who has committed the crime and he should be caught by the police. So police might start with those accused who are available and who are ready to cooperate in the ongoing investigation, while these two, those who have gone off radar, they have to face the heat because the notices are going to be issued within 24 hours. That is what we are picking up.
Well, thank you, Gursimran, for those details. We'll keep coming back to you. Viewers will have to wait and watch whether the Jammu and Kashmir police will now travel to either the national capital or Mumbai to get hold of these perpetrators who did not respect the boundaries of the holy shrine of Vaishno Devi. Viewers, now let's shift our focus. To Sunita Williams. Now, Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore, viewers, now they are returning back to Earth. We gave you those exclusive visuals where they could be seen packing their bags at the International Space Station over there. They were stuck, viewers, there for 9 months. They were supposed to be there for just a couple of weeks. It was around 17 days that they were scheduled to stay there, but because of a technical glitch in their craft that was supposed to bring them back, this entire wait extended to a long 9th month. Joining me live on this broadcast is B.R. Guru Prasad. He's a former ISRO scientist. Sir, thank you for speaking to Republic Media Network. Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore are returning to Earth after a wait of 9 long months. How difficult it would have been for them, sir. Tell our viewers that because it was supposed to be just a couple of weeks, but then it extended to 9 months. What were the challenges they would have faced there?
Good morning to you. Nice to join you. And, living in space is always challenging. Because living in space is quite different from living on the surface of the Earth. Okay, where gravity is ever present here. Okay, your gravity in the sense weight is ever present. So in the terrestrial ambience, weight is always there, and we will do our work without even caring for the daily chores. But in space, due to weightlessness, it is quite different, whether it is brushing the teeth or even using the bathroom, or even to a certain extent, even eating. Such things are quite challenging. I would not say they are impossible or they are threatening or anything like that, but it is a little bit different. In fact, one has to be very careful in performing the daily chores. So that was the main challenge, and all other astronauts and cosmonauts and taikonauts, they are doing the same. But, as you said, they went for a week-long visit, but it has become a 9-month-long visit. So that was really challenging. But anyway, they have endured that, and it is good that they are coming back.
Yes, sir, I would also like to ask you as to now, what is the procedure of their return? Now that once they return, first, how long will it take for them to touch down Earth? And then what is the procedure after that? Are there any health precautions? Are there any medical precautions that they're supposed to take now?
Yes, it's a very good question. Actually, the thing is now shortly they are going to enter into their spacecraft, which is bringing them back. That is a Crew Dragon built by SpaceX of Elon Musk. Okay, so these for Sunita, Butch, and two more astronauts who were there in the International Space Station from September last year. These 4 will be entering, and it's going to detach itself, okay, undock itself from the International Space Station after thorough checks of leaks and all those things. It has to be extremely cautiously done. And then after about 16 hours or so, they are going to fire the rocket engines, what they call as retro burn, okay, to reduce their speed so that the spacecraft dives back into the atmosphere, and in about 45 minutes or so, it lands. Tomorrow, maybe around 3:30 a.m., around that time, Indian Standard Time, they're going to land. That's what I understand. Now, it's a very good question what you asked. The thing is, after they come back, very first thing they do is they will be taken to a medical facility where their health is thoroughly checked. And then they are going to be thoroughly debriefed, following which, what are all the procedures and to be adopted to bring them back to life, bring them back to the terrestrial life will be done. Because, it may take days, it may take weeks for some people, depending on different, the way in which different bodies respond, astronaut or cosmonauts' bodies respond. This may take days to many weeks. Okay, but let us hope for the best.
Sir, my last question to you, sir, is that there's a silver lining after all in every situation where she was supposed to be there for a couple of weeks only, but now her research is also going to be very thick. What more findings can we expect from Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore now that they have stayed almost a year?
Yes, humans have been continuously gaining experience in a long-term stay in weightless environment of space. Because if you want to go to Mars, let us say, just to go there, stay for some time and come back, it may take 1,100 days. How the human body responds in space, this is what humans are continuously and in a methodical way they are learning. And Sunita Williams' stay also will provide valuable inputs to this endeavor, I would say.
Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Republic Media Network. Viewers, Sunita Williams will be touching down Earth soon, and we'll be bringing you all those updates and those exclusive visuals only here at Republic TV. Now, viewers, we'll shift our focus to more news coming in from across the country in this edition of Bharatan 2. More than 95 kilograms of gold and cash cumulative valued at around 90 crores were seized from a residential flat in Ahmedabad in Gujarat following a raid by state's anti-terrorist squad and Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. The accused, who are allegedly involved in various activities such as share market trading, betting and gold smuggling, are yet to be nabbed. K. Ramachandran Rao, a DJP rank officer, and Rania Rao's stepfather was questioned in connection with the gold smuggling case. Rao's statement was recorded by investigating team led by Karnataka Additional Chief Secretary Gaurav Gupta. The Karnataka government had formed a panel under Gupta to probe if Ramachandran Rao was involved in his stepdaughter's activities. Two aides of Amritpal Singh, Gurmeet Singh and Bhagwant Singh, were released from Dibrugarh Central Jail today after completing their detention period. Sources indicate that 2 more detainees will be released tomorrow, followed by 3 others on Wednesday. A 25-member Punjab police team, including senior officials, have been in Dibrugarh for 3 days to facilitate the transfer of 7 detainees: Daljit Singh Kalsi, Kulwant Singh Daliwal, Gurmeet Singh Bukanwala, Harjeet Singh, Bhagwant Singh, Basant Singh and Gurinder Pal Singh. A controversy erupted after few tourists from Punjab displayed flags featuring photos of Khalistani terrorist Jarnail Singh Bhindrewala on their bikes in Himachal Pradesh's Manali. The acting Jathedar of Akal Takht took note of the incident and said miscreants tearing the Sikh flag and trampling on Bhindrewala's photo was unacceptable. Well, viewers, Israel is at it again. They have launched strikes on Hamas in Gaza. 44 have been neutralized so far. Stay tuned. We'll be right back to get you more on this after this short break.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amrit Pal and his associates. Amrit Pal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against the country, setting fire to the country, and breaking the country. Watch this.
No peace can be established without weapons. That's why every state have weapons.
So that proves that Amrit Pal wants to break the country. Tonight, you and I and everyone across India, we have a right to and must in fact start confronting Arvind Kejriwal. We must ask Arvind Kejriwal, what exactly is his secret deal with the Khalistani Amrit Pal? Kejriwal planned all of this and executed it while in Punjab last week. And no, I don't trust his intentions. The man who Arvind Kejriwal is helping today carried out an armed attack on a police station, attacked security personnel, and when caught, he ran and hid till he was picked up under the National Security Act and locked up. Now, my question is this. Watch these pictures, viewers. This is how Amrit Pal had attacked a police station. Today, Arvind Kejriwal has joined hands.
Viewers, we are getting breaking news from the city of Sambal. Now, viewers, the Neja Mela. It is a festival life commemoration that is traditionally held in Sambal to commemorate Sayyid Salar Masood Ghazi. He's the nephew of foreign invader Muhammad Ghazni. Now, this particular Mela that is held on a yearly basis will not take place because the Mela committee had sought permission for the event, viewers, but the additional superintendent of police of Sambal has refused to give permission, citing public objections over the fair organized in memory of a person which was said to believe involved in the loot of the famous Somnath temple. So it's a big breaking news coming in. Neja Mela will not be celebrated this year in Sambal. Viewers, listen in to what the officials there in Sambal have to say.
संभल में नेजा मेला काफी समय से आयोजित होता रहा है। इसके आयोजक आज आयोजन की अनुमति के लिए मिले थे। साथ ही कुछ लोगों द्वारा नेजा मेला के विरोध में भी आपत्तियां की गई हैं। इस संदर्भ में तथ्यात्मक रूप से यह पाया गया कि यह नेजा मेला अब्दुल सलार गाजी की स्मृति में मनाया जाता है, जो कि एक लुटेरा था तथा एक आतताई था, जिसने सोमनाथ मंदिर सहित बहुत सारे मंदिरों का ध्वंस किया, साथ ही काफी हत्याएं की। इस तरह के लुटेरे और हत्यारे की स्मृति में इस तरह के आयोजन का किया जाना सर्वथा अनुचित है तथा देशद्रोही है। आयोजकों को बताया गया कि यदि उनके द्वारा इस तरह के लुटेरे एवं हत्यारे की स्मृति में मेला लगाया जाता है तो कठोर विधिक कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित की जाएगी।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी हर मिली जुली संस्कृति, हर भाईचारे को और जो हमारे आपस के एक दूसरे के सम्मान करने का तरीका, जो रहने का तरीका है, जहां पर हम एक दूसरे से मिलते हैं, ये मेले क्या होते हैं, जहां हम सब धर्म जाति के लोगों को मिलते हैं। अगर वो कुंभ की तारीफ कर सकते हैं तो किसी मेले और की तारीफ क्यों नहीं कर सकते? तो ये जो संस्कृति है हमारी के मेले होते थे, कार्यक्रम होते थे, आयोजन होते थे, हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख ईसाई सब मिलकर के जो रहते थे, वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पसंद नहीं आ रहा।
Well, joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Sagar, live from Sambal. Sagar, the Neja Mela will not be celebrated this year because the official over there, the superintendent of Sambal, has said that they are planning to celebrate somebody who was behind the loot of the Somnath temple. How is it panning out on the ground? Are people accepting this rejection of the order?
मधुरिमा, बिल्कुल देखिए, रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क इस समय उसी जगह पर खड़ा है जहां पर नेजा मेला की जो ढाल है, सबसे पहले यहां पर गाड़ी जाती थी। संभल की गलियों में देखिए भारी फोर्स की तैनाती की गई है, पीएससी के जवान, चाहे हम बात करें आरएएफ की टुकड़ियां, यूपी पुलिस के जवान। लेकिन देखिए ये वो जगह है जहां पर नेजा मेला की ढाल देखिए यहां पर गाड़ने के बाद इस घंटाघर चौराहे पर नीचे से ऊपर जाती थी, फिर वहां पर जो है उसे देखिए बांधा जाता था सबसे ऊपरी हिस्से पर। लेकिन आज जो है इस बाजार में हलचल तेज है क्योंकि लोगों के बीच ये लगातार चर्चाओं में कि आखिर इस बार ऐसा क्या हो गया। प्रशासन का साफ तौर पर कहना है कि नहीं, इस तरह के मेले का आयोजन नहीं किया जाएगा। जिस क्रूर शासक ने हिंदुस्तान पर हमला किया, भारत के मंदिरों पर हमला किया, भारत की संस्कृति को चोट पहुंचाया, आखिर ऐसे क्रूर शासक और कुरीतियों को हम आगे बढ़ावा क्यों दें। जब कल के दिन हमारी एसीपी से बात हो रही थी मधुरिमा, उन्होंने भी इस बात का जिक्र किया कि अब कोई भी लोग यहाँ पर गुहार लगाने के लिए पहुंचे तो उन्हें अनुमति नहीं मिलने वाली है मेले को लेकर। आप देखिए यहाँ पर भी पुलिस बल के जवान तैनात है, जहाँ पर नेजा मेला की पहली ढाल जो है यहाँ पर गाड़ी जाती थी। यानी कि होली के बाद जो पहला मंगलवार पड़ता है मधुरिमा, उस दिन जो है मेला की ढाल गाड़ी जाती है। उसके अगले हफ्ते यानी कि अगले मंगलवार को मेले का भव्य आयोजन यहाँ पर नगर पालिका के मेला ग्राउंड में किया जाता था। लेकिन अब फिलहाल मेले पर देखिए प्रतिबंध है। ये घंटाघर यहाँ का सबसे मेन और व्यस्ततम चौराहों में से एक, यहीं से जो है मेले की शुरुआत यहाँ से होती थी। लेकिन अब देखिए मेला पर अब रोक लगा दी गई है। अधिकारी कुछ देर के बाद यहाँ पर आएंगे। हाँ, फ्लैग मार्च की भी तस्वीरें संभल की गलियों में हम देखेंगे, जब भारी फोर्स की तैनाती के साथ यहाँ फ्लैग मार्च किया जाएगा और लोगों को आगाह किया जाएगा कि आज हालात कहीं से भी बिगड़ने हम नहीं देंगे। और जिसने भी देखिए सोचा कि हालात यहाँ पर बिगाड़ेंगे और अपने हाथ में कोई असांप्रदायिक तनाव अगर यहाँ पर या सांप्रदायिक माहौल बिगड़ेगा, उन पर भी देखिए कठोर कार्रवाई की जाएगी। मधुरिमा,
Thank you, Sagar, for those details. We'll keep coming back to you to get more on this. Viewers, now we'll slip into a short break, viewers, but the investigation in the Rania Rao case has intensified, where the stepfather, the DGP, is now being questioned in the entire smuggling case, which is being believed, viewers, that he had a link in this entire racket. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a very short break.
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless, or they were misled. They were struggling to mechanically parrot a pre-fed script. Asaduddin Owaisi, standing before the crowd, thundered that the bill will snatch graveyards, dargahs, a claim that not a single protester can explain, even when questioned repeatedly. We kept trying. Our reporters went there and we kept asking these protesters directly, and the results were beyond shocking. Most of them were fumbling. Many of them muttered, "Pata nahi, jo bhi hai," which means "I have no idea," whatever, and looked away. While others kept repeating "Musalman ki sampatti hai," as if programmed to do so without understanding the legal context. Who fed them this line? Who handed them the script? Was this outrage staged from the start? So the real question is this a genuine protest, or are there some vested interests trying to peddle fear to manipulate sentiment? Because if the bill is so dangerous, wouldn't the protesters be able to name even one clause, one line, one basic factual objection? Wouldn't they have a basic understanding of what they were fighting against? Instead, we saw a group of people fed half-truths, gathered to push an agenda with absolutely no idea, ladies and gentlemen. It was, I saw at a FCA protest, an actor, I think Farhan Akhtar, stood there and gave a speech, but Farhan Akhtar knew nothing about CA. Even today he knows nothing about CA. Ladies and gentlemen, the Waqf Board, an unelected, unchecked body, has been operating like a parallel land ministry, grabbing villages.
Having the Arab world look inwards to decide what does Arab agency and legitimacy look like going forward. So looking inward, yes, is important, but that shouldn't be an exercise of further isolating the region away from its wider neighborhood. And I think on the debate of what does agency look like for the Arab world and Arab states today, two things are very important, and two things have to be more honestly open to debate, and one of them is regional institutionalization. What does Arab multilateralism look like today? We need to have an inward exercise of saying, okay, if we're talking about how the international community has failed us, how multilateralism is broken, how can we build our own multilateral arrangements that can work for the region and by the region? And that does not just include perhaps expanding the mandate of the Arab League or the GCC. These are kind of easy wins, I would say, or a more of a clear pathway forward. But we also have to look at thematic multilateralism in the region in sectors like water, but also AI and food security. And so there needs to be.
Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amrit Pal and his associates. Amrit Pal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against the country, setting fire to the country, and breaking the country. Watch this.
No peace can be established without weapons. That's why every state have weapons.
So that proves that Amrit Pal wants to break the country. Tonight, you and I and everyone across India, we have a right to and must in fact start confronting Arvind Kejriwal. We must ask Arvind Kejriwal, what exactly is his secret deal with the Khalistani Amrit Pal? Kejriwal planned all of this and executed it while in Punjab last week. And no, I don't trust his intentions. The man who Arvind Kejriwal is helping today carried out an armed attack on a police station, attacked security personnel, and when caught, he ran and hid till he was picked up under the National Security Act and locked up. Now, my question is this. Watch these pictures, viewers. This is how Amrit Pal had attacked a police station. Today, Arvind Kejriwal has joined hands with him and is going to release him. Then, Arvind Kejriwal will allow Amrit Pal to let the Khalistani issue run riot in Punjab. He will create a very terrible situation, ladies and gentlemen, a terrible situation, national security situation. My question is, why should we allow this? My further question is this, ladies and gentlemen. What proof, Arvind Kejriwal, do you have that this same man does not pose a danger to national security? What proof do you have, Arvind Kejriwal, that he will not once again spark separatism in the border state of Punjab, something that Pakistan wants? And why do you want to help Pakistan, Arvind Kejriwal? What is your intent? What are you trying to do? Don't you, Arvind Kejriwal, know that by helping Amrit Pal, you are indirectly helping Pakistan? Or is that part of the plan, where Kejriwal, frustrated at continuing political losses, now want to play into Pakistan hands and compromise our national security? What is Arvind Kejriwal really wanting to do after all? We can't trust Kejriwal. He's been the same man accused in the past of being...
From Asia's largest news headquarters setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Getting you the latest coming in. The Dragon spacecraft hatch is now closed. That is right. That means we are counting down to Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore to return to their home after 9 whole months in space. We have a lot of reactions coming in. We are talking to a lot of experts as well to help us understand the process and their way back home. We'll get you all the details, but as usual, the headlines we're tracking. Let's get started. Curfew imposed in several areas in Nagpur under Section 163 after protest of Aurangzeb's grave. 70 people have been detained by the police.
मैं सभी को अपील करता हूं कि नागपुर एक बहुत ही शांति प्रिय इस प्रकार की नगरी है। यहाँ की शांति भंग न हो, इस प्रकार से सभी लोगों ने व्यवहार और बर्ताव करना चाहिए और कोई भी अगर इस प्रकार से तनाव निर्माण करने का प्रयास करेगा तो उसके ऊपर बहुत कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
CM Devendra Fadnavis appeals for peace amid Nagpur violence, urges people not to believe in rumors. Probe intensifies in Rania Rao gold smuggling case. Stepfather DGP Ramachandran questioned. Israel launches new strike on Hamas in Gaza, 44 killed in IDF airstrikes. Wait is over. Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore slated for a grand comeback after a 9-month-long stint at the International Space Station. NASA astronauts to splash down off the US coast. Viewers, let's go to the top story coming in right now. Curfew has been imposed in many parts of Nagpur after we saw clashes between two groups last evening. Some pictures also coming in for you right now. Violence broke out in Nagpur over demands to remove Aurangzeb's tomb, leading to arson, vandalism, injuries as well. The unrest was triggered yesterday evening. The latest coming in, viewers, what we can tell you is that curfew has been imposed in various parts of Nagpur to control the situation. The situation is still tense but under control. Now, this is over the Aurangzeb tomb row. Heavy police deployment is also being seen after violence broke out following the protests and clashes which had happened yesterday. Curfew has been enforced in several parts of Nagpur under Section 163 of the BNSS due to rising tensions. All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. Sandeep is in Nagpur and is getting you all those updates. A lot of unrest, also clashes, vandalism, etc. was seen yesterday when there were clashes between two groups. Curfew has been imposed. Just take our viewers to what the security is looking like. How is the situation? We know the situation is under control, but still that area remains quite tense.
Right. Shivangi, the situation is very tense out here, and in fact would request my video journalist Kanti Parmar to first show the visuals of the arrangements that have been in fact made out here. Heavy police have been deployed, vehicles you can see, police vans you can see out there. Very less movement of people can be seen on the roads. Definitely the situation is in control, but definitely it is very much tense. You see the visuals out there, the kind of destruction that has taken place since yesterday. These are the vehicles that were in fact parked on the roads of Nagpur, but ultimately these roads were cabs, these vehicles were attacked by the mob, and in fact I'm being joined by the local resident out here who owns these car. अपना नाम बताएं माता जी।
पुष्पा बंसल।
आप पुष्पा जी पिछले कितने सालों से यहाँ रह रही हैं और क्या आपने पहले कभी ऐसी घटना देखी थी?
50 साल से हम रह रहे हैं यहाँ पर। पहले तो ऐसे कभी नहीं हुआ था, जब इंदिरा गांधी को वगैरह अरेस्ट किया था वगैरह तब हुआ था, लेकिन अब इतना तो नहीं देखा था। कल का तो ज़्यादा ही हो गया है।
कल क्या हुआ था, कैसे लोग आए थे, कहाँ से आए थे?
पता नहीं है, मेरी बेटी मेरा भाई इन्हें देखने के लिए आए, इनकी तबीयत ठीक नहीं है तो और हम अंदर बैठे थे और हंसी मजाक कर रहे थे, वो आए तो उतने में एकदम से उधर से मॉब आया और गाड़ी पर पत्थरे वगैरह मारने शुरू कर दिए। तो हमने देखा कि क्या हो गया, हमारे भी समझ में नहीं आया
कि क्या हो रहा है।
सडनली ऐसे हो गया कि बाप रे बाप।
तो कितने लोगों की भीड़ होगी, कभी आप बता पाएंगे? 100, 200, 300 कितने लोग थे?
अभी कितने लोग थे ये तो नहीं बता सकते, लेकिन बहुत सारा मॉब आया उधर से और दौड़ते हुए।
घर में बच्चे और महिलाएं भी थी, आपकी बेटी भी थी, सब डरे हुए थे?
हाँ, डर तो लगेगा ही शायद, नेचुरली।
तो एज यू हर्ड,
उधर तो अपन ऐसे में बाहर भी नहीं निकल सकते, अंदर से डर के देख रहे कि अपनी गाड़ी फूट रही है और अपन कुछ भी नहीं कर रहे।
आपको डर नहीं लगा कि जो लोग गाड़ी फोड़ रहे हैं वो आपके घर पे भी पत्थर मार सकते?
हाँ, तो मैंने जल्दी ही लॉक लगा दिया, पहले ही वैसे जैसे थोड़े थोड़े दिखने लगे मैंने पहले ही लॉक कर दिया।
घर पे पत्थर नहीं मारे?
नहीं, घर पे नहीं मारे, सिर्फ गाड़ी की तोड़ फोड़ हुई। यहाँ मेरी तुलसी की कुंडी थी, वो उठा के उन्होंने गाड़ी पे मारे उधर की, गाड़ी में अंदर पड़ी हुई है।
So as you just heard, the situation is right now peaceful, but yes, a bit tense out here. You see the situation out here would show you the live visuals out there that a heavy police force have been in fact deployed across this very area, and curfew have been imposed in this very location, but there is a very less movement of people, very less vehicle can be seen on the roads of Nagpur right now, Shivangi. But yes, at this point in time, as we report, the situation is in control, and police is in fact identifying the people who were involved in that very violence. The search is also going on to identify those and to arrest them who were in fact involved in that very violence, to make sure that necessary actions have been can be taken against these goons.
Sandeep, hold on. Authorities are also going ahead and reviewing the CCTV footage and video clips, which we have put those pictures up as well of the CCTV, which has been which is being investigated by the authorities. We're also getting some reactions coming in from eyewitnesses who tell us what they saw when the clashes broke out. So let's go ahead and play out those reactions.
How did it all started? कैसे ये शुरू हुआ? Where were you?
शुरू कैसे हुआ वो हमें आइडिया नहीं, लेकिन जब हम घर पे थे तो हमें बहुत सारी शोर की आवाज़ सुनाई दी पुलिस वालों की और उनके हाथ में वो जैसे बॉम्ब जैसा कुछ था जो वो पुलिस वालों के ऊपर फोड़ रहे थे। और यहाँ पे भी 3 फोड़े हमारे सामने, और यहाँ पे 2-3 लोगों को उन्होंने पकड़ा था, उसमें से 2 तो भाग गए थे, एक उनके हाथ में आए और उनको बहुत मारा उन्होंने, और एक के हाथ में चाकू था तो वो मारने वाले थे उनको, लेकिन हाँ किसी ने रोका उनको तो वो उसकी वजह से वो बच गए थे।
ओके।
हाँ, और टीयर
हथियार वगैरह भी
बहुत थे, रॉड वगैरह थे,
लोखंडी रॉड थे, वो पूरे खराब हुए थे,
रॉड थे उनके पास।
और आप कह रही कि कुछ एलिमेंट था जो बॉम्ब जैसा element था।
वो हमको आइडिया नहीं वो एग्जैक्टली क्या होता है। वो मिट्टी का कुछ था,
पुलिस के ऊपर फेंक रहे थे
पत्थरबाजी। यहाँ से बहुत यहाँ पे 2 लोग थे जो यहाँ के पुलिस वालों को पत्थर मार रहे थे।
वो सब हरी टोपी लगा कर वो बांध कर वो अलग ही लोग थे, दिख रहे थे।
तो वो पुलिस वालों को भी अटैक किया?
हाँ, पुलिस वालों को तो बहुत अटैक किया उन्होंने। फिर हमने पुलिस को शायद पता नहीं था वो यहाँ से जा रहे थे, तो हमने फिर कॉल करके उनको बताया कि सारा फोकस अगर यहाँ पे है तो यहाँ पे भी कुछ हो रहा है। फिर हमने 100 पे कॉल करके यहाँ पे बुलाया, तो पुलिस वाले यहाँ पे भी आए। फिर उनको यहाँ से फिर शांत हुआ तब जाके।
आप अपना नाम बताएं, कितने सालों से यहाँ पर रह रहे हैं?
हमने 50 साल हो गए यहाँ रहते हैं।
50 सालों में कभी ऐसे दंगे देखे थे?
नहीं, ऐसे तो नहीं हुए, ऐसे कभी नहीं, पहली बार हुआ इतना बड़ा। हाँ।
क्या क्या हो रहा था जब आप लोग घर पे थे? क्या क्या आप लोगों ने सुना? क्या क्या हो रहा था आसपास?
ये सब सामने ज़्यादा हुआ है, रोड पर ही हुआ, हमारे गली में भी हुआ। सब लोग जमा हुए, बहुत सारे पुलिस वगैरह थे। ऐसे मारपीट तो नहीं हुई कुछ ऐसे, लेकिन चिल्ला रहे थे। जब पत्थरबाजी हुई, थोड़ी सी ज़्यादा नहीं हुआ इधर ऐसा कुछ।
आग वाग लगा?
हाँ, इधर हमको कुछ मालूम नहीं था, अभी मैं देखने आई हूँ इधर। अभी इधर कुछ हुआ। हाँ,
यहाँ पे गाड़ी
हाँ।
तो आप लोगों को डर लग रहा था? अंदर डर लग रहा था?
घर में तो डर लग रहा था ना भाई, इतने नज़दीक सब हुआ तो इधर भी तो डर तो है सबको भी।
क्या नारेबाजी लगा रहे थे लोग, शोर कर रहे थे, आवाज?
वो कुछ मालूम नहीं, हम लोग अंदर घर में थे, उधर सब उतना कुछ ख्याल नहीं दिया हमने।
कितने की संख्या में लोग थे?
बहुत सारे थे ना, अभी इतना जमघट रहे थे। बहुत सारे लोग थे, इतना हमने इतना ख्याल नहीं किया, लेकिन हमारे इधर मोहल्ले में थे, बहुत सारे थे।
और क्या बोल रहे थे वो लोग, कुछ बता पाएंगे?
नहीं, इधर तो हमने कुछ सुना नहीं, इधर तो बाहर नहीं आए हम लोग। उधर वो सब पत्थरबाजी वगैरह कर रहे थे लोग, जो चिल्ला रहे थे, उतना कुछ सुना नहीं क्या चिल्ला रहे थे। तो
आप बताइए, आपने क्या देखा उस टाइम?
नहीं, मैं नहीं था सर, मैं शॉप में था। मेरे बच्चे का फ़ोन आया था, पापा बोला आप बंद करके आ जाओ दुकान, बोले या अपने घर के सामने माहौल ख़राब है बोले। वो 7:30-8 बजे के आसपास में मुझे लड़के का फ़ोन आया था, 7:30 बजे के आसपास में। पापा बोले घर के सामने में माहौल ख़राब हुआ है बोले, आप दुकान बंद करके आ जाइए बोले पापा बोले। तो मैं आया जब, तो आदम के चौथी पुलिस लोगों ने अच्छा बंदोबस्त कर दिया था, पूरे रास्ते बंद कर दिया। फिर रात को 11, 10:30, 9, 10 के आसपास में हमारे घर के सामने, और रहना हमारे बाजू में ही है। पूरे पुलिस लोगों ने हमको अच्छा सहयोग किया, हमको पूरा बंद करके।
कितने सारे लोग थे? पुलिस का प्रोटेक्शन था? कितने सारे लोग थे?
मैं जब आया ना सर, पूरा अंधार हुआ था, आंसू से गैस छोड़ दी थी।
पूरा अंधेरा था क्या?
हाँ, पूरा अंधेरा था सर, पूरा काला काला आंसू पूरा आने। जैसा मैंने मेरे बच्चे ने मेरे दरवाजा खोला घर जाने के लिए, अंदर में पूरा काला काला धूल के हुआ था सर। पुराने मम्मी को पता, मेरी मम्मी है, मम्मी को उम्र के हिसाब से उसको तकलीफ हुई, मेरे को तकलीफ हुई। 70-80 साल की मेरी मम्मी है, उसको तकलीफ है, मेरे को मम्मी। खाना नहीं खाया हमने 2 घंटे, तो हमने इतना काला काला धूल होते, इतना पूरा हाथ में।
था जब नारेबाजी हो रही थी, ये सब हो रहा था, तो डर लग रहा था आप लोगों को?
लगना ही है ना सर, कोई भी समाज का हो, या हिंदू हो, मुसलमान हो, आदमी को डर तो लगना ही है ना सर। यहाँ जाति भेद का सवाल है, यहाँ पर डर पैदा हो जाता है हर फैमिली को, क्या वो मुसलमान की फैमिली रहो, क्या हिंदू की फैमिली हो, तो डर तो होना ही है ना सर। हर घर में बच्चे रहते हैं, कुछ छोटे बड़े बच्चे रहते हैं, बाहर के लोग आके चले जाते हैं, जो रहते हम लोग, हम 50-70 साल से रह रहे, कोई तकलीफ नहीं उसकी से, हम एक मिलजुल के रहते। मगर बाहर के लोग आके यहाँ चले जाते हैं और माहौल ख़राब होकर चले जाता है, और कुछ नहीं सर।
नागपुर में कल आगजनी हुई, पत्थरबाजी हुई, कई सारे गाड़ियों को आग लगा दी गई। विवाद क्या है, कैसे घटनाक्रम हुआ, जानते हैं यहाँ के स्थानीय लोगों से, जिनके घरों के सामने में जो है वो गाड़ियाँ जला दी गई। आप बताएं कि कब से यहाँ पे आप रह रहे हैं?
हम बचपन से रहते हैं यहाँ पे।
तो ये घटना कैसे घटी? अगर आप
ये घटना मालूम नहीं, हम यहाँ 7:30 बजे यहाँ खड़े थे, तो वहाँ पे जो पूरा माहौल जमा हुआ, समुदाय के कुछ लोग थे वहाँ जमा हो गए, और जमा होने के बाद वहाँ से 7:30 बजे से पूरा ब्लैकआउट हो गया था, पूरा ब्लैकआउट। एक आदमी यानी काला पूरा ये था, और लाइट नहीं थी, तो बाद में वहाँ पे
be here with all of you because these gatherings are so important, because they give us the opportunity to come together and actually engage in direct dialogue and conversation around some of the most timely and pressing issues that face us all. The theme of this conference couldn't be better: people, peace, and planet. highlighting these fundamental aspirations that unite us. It's the foundation that prosperity, security, and freedom rest. If we are not at peace, we cannot be truly prosperous, secure, or free. And so today, our actions, our dialogue, the reaffirmation of our commitments to these principles, to one another and our partnerships, and our shared vision for the future provide us with the opportunity to build more meaningful relationships and work together as we leave this conference towards the interests of the people, to protect our planet and to further the cause of peace. I'm a child of the Pacific. I was born and raised, first born in American Samoa, raised in Hawaii. I've spent a lot of time throughout my life traveling throughout the Indo-Pacific and working in many different countries. So I'm very familiar with the rich and beautiful cultures, the kindness and hospitality that I've experienced everywhere I've gone, and the rich history within each country that leads to a better understanding of the nuance and complexities that exist within these countries, but also within the relationships in the region. It's a vast and critical region that's not just a geographic space. It is the geopolitical center of gravity for the 21st century. So ensuring peace and stability here is essential to our collective security, our objective of economic prosperity, and our ability to work together to take on the great challenges of our time. And we must tackle these challenges together. Our ability to do so as nations, as leaders, as people, is critical towards achieving our collective goals. Unfortunately, we live in a time where war and conflict is being waged on many fronts around the world. The Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, founded in 1945 by Albert Einstein and Oppenheimer, has declared the doomsday clock to be 89 seconds to midnight, closer to the brink of nuclear catastrophe than ever before. So your focus again on peace, people, and planet is timely. It is times like this that call on leaders to stand up for these interests that affect us all and will affect generations who will follow. Unfortunately, as we've seen throughout history, simply calling for peace too often invokes attacks and smears. Perfect example is during President Trump's recent campaign for the presidency. He made it a pillar of his campaign to share his commitment to peace and to bring his leadership towards bringing about an end to the Russia-Ukraine war, to stop the killing, to prevent this risk of World War III and nuclear war. And for this commitment, he was attacked relentlessly, not only by his political opponents and legacy media in our own country, but even by those abroad. Despite these attacks and smear campaigns, the American people voted overwhelmingly for him to return to the White House and delivered a very clear message and mandate for peace, which he is carrying out as we gather here today. Now, these goals cannot be achieved by any one person or one nation alone. Our ability to make progress toward a peaceful, secure, free, and prosperous society must be done together, and it begins with us. Now, I want to share with you a few excerpts from one of the most powerful speeches that I've heard in my life that was delivered by President John F. Kennedy at American University in 1963 on this topic of peace. He said, quote, "First, we must examine our attitude toward peace itself. Too many of us think it is impossible. Too many think it is unreal. But that is a dangerous defeatist belief. It leads to the conclusion that war is inevitable, that mankind is doomed, that we are gripped by forces that we cannot control. We need not accept that view. Our problems are man-made, therefore they can be solved by man." President Kennedy goes on to say, "Man's reason and spirit have often solved the seemingly unsolvable, and we believe they can do it again." He says, "I'm not referring to the absolute infinite concept of peace and goodwill of which some fantasies and fanatics dream. Let us focus instead on a more practical and attainable peace, based on a series of concrete actions and effective agreements which are in the interest of all concerned. There is no single simple key to this peace. No grand or magic formula to be adopted by one or two powers. Genuine peace must be the product of many nations, the sum of many acts. It must be dynamic, not static, changing to meet the challenge of each new generation. With such a peace, there will still be quarrels and conflicting interests, as there are within families and nations. World peace, like community peace, does not require that each man love his neighbor. It requires only that they live together in mutual tolerance, submitting their disputes to a just and peaceful settlement. He closed by saying, "So let us persevere. Peace need not be impracticable, and war need not be inevitable. By defining our goal more clearly, by making it seem more manageable and less remote, we can help all people to see it, to draw hope from it, and to move irresistibly toward it." These powerful words were as powerful and true and relevant then in 1963 as they are today. In the United States, President Trump remains unwavering in his commitment to achieving peace through a strategy rooted in realism and pragmatism. Securing peace through strength, which he speaks of very often, requires strong leadership with a clear-eyed and realistic understanding of the global challenges that exist as well as the opportunities. It requires a commitment to fostering cultural and economic ties that reduce the likelihood of an escalation to conflict, and a dedication towards reinforcing our mutual interests. It requires leaders have the courage to engage directly with both friends and adversaries alike, to increase understanding, to resolve differences, and to work to prevent an escalation to conflict. It requires leaders who are not afraid to speak an inconvenient or unpopular truth, and who ask the tough questions, who challenge the established view or, quote unquote, the way things have always been done, to spark what may be hard but necessary conversations about the realities we face and the best way forward to advance our mutual cause of peace, freedom, security, and prosperity. So just as President Trump is committed to America first, putting the safety, security, and freedom of the American people at the forefront of his policies and his decisions, Prime Minister Modi is committed to India first. Prime Minister Luxon is committed to New Zealand first. This is the expectation of any leader's commitment to their people, to serve them, to put their interests at the forefront of their decisions. But this should not be misunderstood to mean that America first is America alone. The relationships that we build together are critical to advance our mutual interests. And it's why gatherings like this here at Ricina are so important, because it brings us together here, people from over 120 countries around the world, providing us a platform where heads of state, ministers, directors, leaders in business and nonprofits and strategic think tanks can actually come together in that spirit of aloha for robust dialogue and debate that will help us increase our understanding of one another. It is our shared values that will continue to shape the future of our partnerships and the world. And while we represent our own sovereign nations with unique perspectives and unique interests, by working together honestly, transparently, and strategically, we can ensure a more peaceful, free, secure, and prosperous future for our people and the world. Thank you so much. Aloha. Jai Shri Krishna. Namaste.
Thank you. Please join us.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless or they were misled. They were struggling to mechanically parrot a pre-fed script. Asaduddin Owaisi, standing before the crowd, thundered that the bill will snatch graveyards, dargahs, a claim that not a single protester can explain. Even when questioned repeatedly, we kept trying. Our reporters went there and we kept asking these protesters directly, and the results were beyond shocking. Most of them were fumbling. Many of them muttered, "Pata nahi, jo bhi hai," which means "I have no idea, whatever," and looked away. While others kept repeating "Musalman ki sampatti hai," as if programmed to do so without understanding the legal context. Who fed them this line? Who handed them the script? Was this outrage staged from the start? So the real question is this a genuine protest, or are there some vested interests trying to peddle fear to manipulate sentiment? Because if the bill is so dangerous, wouldn't the protesters be able to name even one clause?
More than 95 kilograms of gold and cash valued at around 90 crore rupees was seized from a residential flat in Ahmedabad in Gujarat following a raid by the state's anti-terrorist squad and Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. The rescues who was allegedly involved in various activities such as share market trading, betting and gold smuggling are yet to be nabbed. K. Ramachandra Rao, a DGP rank officer and Rania Rao's stepfather, was questioned in connection with the gold smuggling case. Rao's statement was recorded by the investigating team led by Karnataka Additional Chief Secretary Gaurav Gupta. The Karnataka government had formed a panel under Gupta to probe if Ramachandra Rao was involved in his stepdaughter's activities. Two aides of Amirpal Singh, Gurmeet Singh and Bhagwan Singh were released from Dibrugarh Central Jail after completing their detention period. Sources indicate that two more detainees will be released tomorrow, followed by three others on Wednesday. 25-member Punjab police team, including senior officials, has been in Dibrugarh for 3 days to facilitate the transfer of 7 detainees, Daljit Singh and Gurmeet Singh, among others. Controversy erupted after a few tourists from Punjab displayed flags featuring a photo of Khalistani terrorist Jarnail Singh on their bikes in Himachal Pradesh's Manali. Now, the acting Jathedar of the Akal Takht took note of the incident and said that miscreants tearing the Sikh flags and trampling on Bhindran Wali's photos was unacceptable. Much coming out, the wait is over. Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore slated for a grand comeback after the 9-month-long stint at the International Space Station. NASA astronauts to splash down off the US coast. Stay tuned.
Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amritpal and his associates. Amritpal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against the country, setting fire to the country, and breaking the country. Watch this.
No peace can be established without weapons. That's why every state have weapons.
So that proves that Amritpal wants to break the country. Tonight, you and I and everyone across India, we have a right to and must in fact start confronting Arvind Kejriwal. We must ask Arvind Kejriwal What exactly is his secret deal with the Khalistani Amritpal? Kejriwal planned all of this and executed it while in Punjab last week. And no, I don't trust his intentions. The man who Arvind Kejriwal is helping today carried out an armed attack on a police station, attacked security personnel, and when caught, he ran and hid till he was picked up under the National Security Act and locked up. Now, my question is this. Watch these pictures, viewers. This is how Amritpal had attacked a police station. Today, Arvind Kejriwal has joined hands with him and is going to release him. Then, Arvind Kejriwal will allow Amritpal to let the Khalistani issue run riot in Punjab. He will create a very terrible situation, ladies and gentlemen, a terrible situation, national security situation. My question is, why should we allow this?
A very good morning, viewers. It's 10:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar and the countdown has begun for the homecoming of Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore. The hatches have been closed now. The preparations are underway for de-docking. We'll get you all the latest on the other side of this headlines. Curfew imposed in several areas in Nagpur under Section 163 after protest over Aurangzeb's tomb turns violent. 70 people have been detained by the police.
मैं सभी को अपील करता हूं कि नागपुर एक बहुत ही शांति प्रिय इस प्रकार की नगरी है। यहाँ की शांति भंग न हो, इस प्रकार से सभी लोगों ने व्यवहार और बर्ताव करना चाहिए और कोई भी अगर इस प्रकार से तनाव निर्माण करने का प्रयास करेगा तो उसके ऊपर बहुत कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis appeals for peace amid Nagpur violence, urges people not to believe in rumors. Probe intensifies in Ranya Rao gold smuggling case. Stepfather DGP Ramchandran questioned. Israel launches new strikes on Hamas in Gaza. 44 killed in IDF air strikes. The wait is over. Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore slated for grand comeback after their 9-month-long stint at the International Space Station. NASA astronauts to splash down off the US coast. Viewers, for the last 9 months, everybody's gaze has been transfixed on the International Space Station because Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore have been stranded there ever since their Boeing Starliner spacecraft ran into trouble. And these are the two astronauts who will be brought back to Earth, and Crew 10 is already there at the International Space Station, and Crew 9 team is all set to leave. The closing of hatches, the process has completed now. What follows next is the undocking that will take place at 11:15 Indian Standard Time. And after the Dragon spacecraft undocks from the International Space Station, then the next stop will be planet Earth. Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore are all set to splash down off the US coast, and what we know is that preparations are underway, not just in the International Space Station, but also at NASA Space Center. The ground team is also closely monitoring every single development. There is a checklist that they have, and they have been ticking each and every checkpoint because everything is meticulously planned. In fact, ahead of Sunita Williams' homecoming. We have Falguni Pandya, Sunita Williams' relative, joining us live on this broadcast. A very good morning to you, Ms. Pandya. How do you feel? How does the family feel to hear and know that Sunita Williams is finally coming back home after 9 long months?
Family is very, very excited. Thank you, first of all, for showing so much love to Sunny and the family and the support for all of us. We feel that love coming all the way from India to here and going all the way to ISS to Sunny as well. She is feeling very connected to India. We are very happy she's coming back. Obviously, happy is not enough to describe the joy and relief and excitement that is here.
Also, Ms. Pandya, you know, Sunita Williams had often spoken about her pet dog. She says she's very excited to meet her pet dog. Tell us about how it is to have Sunita Williams around you and the kind of affinity that she has for her pet.
She has a lot of affinity for her dogs. She has 2. And she also has a lot of affinity for children. As you can see, these are my kids with Sunny. That's my husband with Sunny. She loves all human beings and all beings around her. She's particularly very close to all the children, whether they are part of the family or they are in schools. Wherever she is just a giving, loving person.
Also, Mrs. Pandya, when was the last time you had a conversation with Sunita Williams? I'm sure this has been a very, very tough time, these 9 long months, you know, having one of your family members stranded on the International Space Station, that too outside of our planet. So when was the last time you all spoke to Sunita Williams?
We are routinely in touch with her. So I give a lot of credit to NASA and a lot of credit to all the technology that is making it possible, where we are constantly meeting on Microsoft software enabled us to speak. And a lot of family events we celebrate together, holidays we celebrate together. We send her, I've sent her Kaju Katri in the past. We send her gifts, we send her cards, we send her photographs. We are constantly in touch and talking, and she talks to her mom almost every day. So she's close to our hearts and in our lives very much.
Well, Ms. Pandya, when you first heard that the Boeing Starliner spacecraft in which Sunita Williams, traveled to space and ran into trouble, how was the reaction at home? What was the, atmosphere like?
As you can imagine, very concerned. We have gone through 2 of the launches that were scrubbed and the 3rd one took off. There was concern. We are also connected to Kalpana Chawla's family, so there's always that little bit of fear, but we have full faith. We have full faith in NASA. We have full faith in our scientists. We have full faith in the whole team of NASA, which has really taken care of Sunny, Butch, and all the astronauts really, really well. So we knew that they wouldn't take any chance and they would keep them safe.
Well, Ms. Pandya, stay on with me because we have an important development that we'll have to share with our viewers and you, because the capsule containing the 2 stuck astronauts, Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore, has finally undocked from the International Space Station. Butch Wilmore and Sunita Williams, who were launched into the ISS last June as the first test pilots for Boeing's new Starliner capsule, have now departed the International Space Station. That means that their spacecraft is currently in Earth's orbit and it is currently, taking part in the orbital maneuvering process, and exactly at a time that has been decided by NASA, that's exactly when the spacecraft will make a descent towards the Earth, and all eyes will be on the homecoming, because it's a very emotional moment for one and all, especially for the family members of Sunita Williams.
Commander Nick Hague as well as the Crew 10 crew, the newly arrived Crew 10 crew members, Ann McLean, Takoya Onishi, and Don Pettit, offering their best wishes and Godspeed for a safe return to Earth on Tuesday afternoon for the quartet aboard the Dragon Freedom.
And Ganesh with her. And she has sent the pictures of Ganesh floating in International Space Station. She will be protected, and Butch will be protected, and they will make it home safe, for sure. And she was also very excited about Kumbh Mela. She knew I was going to Kumbh Mela. We were talking about it and what I would be doing, and she actually took a picture from her window of the Kumbh Mela at night, and she sent me that picture.
Dragon continues an opening rate away from the zenith port of the Harmony module.
There you go. That's the picture.
Undocking occurring just about.
And Sunny has diligently sent emails to all of us, telling us everything that is going on in her life there, all the scientific experiments they are doing, their day-to-day, what they eat and what they do, about her friends at ISS. And she has also shared some pretty interesting facts about the Earth and how it looks from the sky. And one thing she has said in the past, I was with her through her journey when she visited India in 2007 at a grand heroic welcome by India. I was her translator and I accompanied her. And she used to say in her speeches that time that when you look at Earth from the sky, you don't see any boundaries. We humans make the lines and the boundaries and the borders. And her message is of that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family. She is very much an exceptional human being. She has best of both Western culture as well as Deepak Kaka, our uncle and Sunny's dad, was a very spiritual person. He was a neurologist. He was very accomplished in his own field. He has written books that are used in medical schools all over. He was experts in brain mapping, but he was very, very spiritual. And Sunny has the best of both. And we are just very grateful that she is in our lives.
You know, Ms. Pandya, you have a family of doctors. What made Sunita Williams, switch her focus towards rocket science and space, and you can see where she is right now?
Well, it was a gradual transition, right? She started with Navy, and then she became a helicopter pilot, and this was transition. And there is a whole concept of swadharma, right? We all are drawn to what we are meant to do and serve our purpose in this world.
Also, Ms. Falguni, how is the family preparing for Sunita Williams' homecoming? Is there any traditional, style homecoming that you all have now arranged, or what is it that the family is planning?
So, send-off is usually grand. But this is her third trip. So when she comes back, or when any astronauts come back, they are actually taken directly under the care of physicians, and they have to actually get acclimated to dealing with the gravity, the Earth's atmosphere, and a lot of other things. So we are not going to be, at least I am not going to be seeing her until she is given an okay by the hospitals and the doctors that she can meet everyone.
The journey is a pretty long one. Has Sunita Williams promised to bring any space souvenirs for the family?
I will tell you next week.
And also, Mrs. Falguni, it's really an emotional moment for all of you all back home, because in just about 12 to 15 hours from now, the spacecraft will be splashing down. So, there's a lot of medical precautions that have to be considered. Like you mentioned, the astronauts are not used to gravity because they've spent their time there about 9 months in almost near zero gravity, environment. And when she comes back, she'll have to undergo several medical tests. And that would take about 24 to 48 hours, if we have to speak approximately. So once that is done, what's the plan of action?
We are going to be visiting her. We are going to be planning a larger reunion, family get-together, but that is still in works. But obviously, and we are all going to be taking a trip around the world together. A lot of us will be going with her to several countries, and we have been talking about that for some time now.
And if you could, help us describe these pictures that are on our screens at the moment, because we've seen Sunita Williams' affinity for kids, and we've seen some quality family time there. There you can see this is one of the pictures that clearly goes on to show the kind of
so go back to the picture before this. No, the one where she's surrounded by a lot of young kids and she's sitting in the middle.
Okay.
So the story is, my son right now is 25, but when he was 5 years old, he used to brag in his kindergarten that my aunt is an astronaut, she's going to be going to the space, and my aunt is an astronaut, and all the kids used to make fun of him, that, oh, you are just, that picture, that, oh, you are just making things up. My son is in the red shirt behind, 2 rows behind her. And they were making fun of him, and he was very, very sad. He's like, he was telling me, Mom, they think I'm lying. My aunt is an astronaut, and why wouldn't they believe it? And I told Sunny that this is what's happening. And every Friday they have show and tell in school where kids can show off things. And she showed up as my son's show and tell at the school and made sure that he was he was completely proud of her. He knew that she had his back. That's Sunny and I at our 2007 trip to India. I was translating her speech in Gujarati.
Well, Ms. Pandya, we know that, Sunita Williams likes kids, likes pet dogs. What is that one thing that nobody knows about Sunita Williams, but they should know?
But they should know? Yeah. No, I'm not the one to say anything.
No, but if there's something that, that Sunita Williams really likes, but the world knows very less about that, what is that one thing that you would like to share?
World knows a lot about her, so to just come up with something, she likes to laugh.
Okay.
She loves the happiness. She's a very, very joyful person, and people have seen her giving speeches. People have seen her talk about intense topics and science and all that. But she really, really likes to laugh. She finds joy in the smallest of things to the point where, it's very infectious.
That's right. Stay on with me, Mrs. Falguni. We have live pictures coming in from the NASA Space Center, where the ground teams are also actively monitoring the spacecraft, the Dragon capsule, in which Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore are currently, heading back to Earth in. And these are the live pictures after the undocking process. These are the exact visuals when the spacecraft undocked from the International Space Station. Indeed, a very, very emotional moment, and the family is definitely anxious about this journey. And Mrs. Falguni, if you could tell us, how are you all handling the stress and the anxiety? Because this is no ordinary flight journey. This is a spacecraft coming from outside this world.
I think we are very, very confident that everything is going to be great and she's going to be completely fine. Butch is going to be fine. Obviously, anxiety is there. This is not her first flight, and Ganesh is with her. Our blessings and wishes are with her. Her father, our Deepak Kaka, who has passed away, his blessings are with her. even throughout this anxiety, our greatest strength has been Sunny's optimism and her faith in her team. And she's the one who always says, don't worry about it, guys. And I'll tell you one incident, like a month and a half ago, I was very upset about something in my life. And I just, in the middle of the night, there was nobody to talk to. I just wrote her a long email. I'm like, I can't believe this is happening. And the funny thing is that she immediately wrote me back email and saying, you got this. Don't worry about it. Everything is going to be fine and you got this. So that's one other thing that you didn't, people don't know about her, that she's always there for her family, no matter where she is, even from the space station, even about our littlest things, our smallest worldly issues. She got us.
I'm sure you all have had conversations on what would be the first things in order when she arrives. Will it be resting, celebrating, or does she have a lot of catching up to do?
She does have a lot of catching up to do. She is really missing home. She is missing family. She's missing her husband, her dogs. I think she would want to spend a lot of time. She's a kind of person who doesn't care for big parties or big hoopla. I think she likes quality time with people. She likes intimate time. She likes meaningful conversations. So we have to go with her personality. Not that she doesn't enjoy parties, but that doesn't define happiness for her. Happiness is just sitting around in the room, maybe sitting on the floor, maybe sitting anywhere and just chit-chatting. And I think she'll be just very happy to see everyone. We will be planning things later on, but not immediately. I think she has still a lot of catching up to do with her health, with meaning just getting her strength back, being able to even walk. It's hard to walk after, you have been away from Earth in the space. I wouldn't know what that feels like, but I do know that in the past it has taken a while to adjust to the life here. So plans will be in the making shortly, but not right away.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Falguni Pandya giving us a sneak peek into how Sunita Williams' life would look like when she arrives back after the splash down to Earth. Many thanks, Ms. Falguni, for joining us live on this broadcast and also giving us insights. Now let's move on. Viewers, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, in the Raisina Dialogue 2025, he has criticized how the Kashmir conflict has been portrayed internationally, stating, and I quote, "We went to the UN on Kashmir and what was an invasion was made a dispute." He also held several Western countries accountable for their role in this. Jaishankar has now ripped into the West over Kashmir issue. Let's listen in.
Speak of sovereignty and territorial integrity. All of us agree. It's a vital principle. It's the bedrock of global rules. After the Second World War, the longest standing illegal, I would say, presence, occupation of a territory by another country pertains to India. What we saw in Kashmir. Now, we went to the UN. What was an invasion was made into a dispute. So, the attacker and the victim were put on par. Who were the culpable parties? UK, Canada, Belgium, Australia, USA. So, pardon me, I have some question marks on that whole order. Now, I can give you many more. We speak today of political interference.
With that, viewers, we'll slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, we'll tell you about the aftermath of the Nagpur violence. 70 rioters have been detained. Prohibitory orders are in place and the manhunt continues for the remaining rioters. Stay tuned for more on that.
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf Bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless or they were misled. They were struggling to mechanically parrot a pre-fed script. Asaduddin Owaisi, standing before the crowd, thundered that the bill will snatch graveyards, dargahs, a claim that not a single protester can explain. Even when questioned repeatedly, we kept trying. Our reporters went there and we kept asking these protesters directly, and the results were beyond shocking. Most of them were fumbling. Many of them muttered, "Pata nahi, jo bhi hai," which means "I have no idea," whatever, and looked away. While others kept repeating "Musalman ki sampatti hai," as if programmed to do so without understanding the legal context. Who fed them this line? Who handed them the script? Was this outrage staged from the start? So the real question is this a genuine protest, or are there some vested interests trying to peddle fear to manipulate sentiment? Because if the bill is so dangerous, wouldn't the protesters be able to name even one clause? One.
More than 95 kilograms of gold and cash valued at around 90 crore rupees was seized from a residential flat in Ahmedabad in Gujarat following a raid by the state's anti-terrorist squad and Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. The rescues who was allegedly involved in various activities such as share market trading, betting and gold smuggling are yet to be nabbed. K. Ramachandra Rao, a DGP rank officer and Rania Rao's stepfather, was questioned in connection with the gold smuggling case. Rao's statement was recorded by the investigating team led by Karnataka Additional Chief Secretary Gaurav Gupta. The Karnataka government had formed a panel under Gupta to probe if Ramachandra Rao was involved in his stepdaughter's activities. Two aides of Amirpal Singh, Gurmeet Singh and Bhagwan Singh were released from Dibrugarh Central Jail after completing their detention period. Sources indicate that two more detainees will be released tomorrow, followed by three others on Wednesday. 25-member Punjab police team, including senior officials, has been in Dibrugarh for 3 days to facilitate the transfer of 7 detainees, Daljit Singh and Gurmeet Singh, among others. Controversy erupted after a few tourists from Punjab displayed flags featuring a photo of Khalistani terrorist Jarnail Singh on their bikes in Himachal Pradesh's Manali. Now, the acting Jathedar of the Akal Takht took note of the incident and said that miscreants tearing the Sikh flags and trampling on Bhindran Wali's photos was unacceptable. Coming out, the wait is over. Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore slated for a grand comeback after the 9-month-long stint at the International Space Station. NASA astronauts to splash down off the US coast. Stay tuned.
Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amrit Pal and his associates. Amrit Pal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against the country, setting fire to the country, and breaking the country. Watch this.
No peace can be established without weapons. That's why every state have weapons.
So that proves that Amritpal wants to break the country. Tonight, you and I and everyone across India, we have a right to and must in fact start confronting Arvind Kejriwal. We must ask Arvind Kejriwal, what exactly is his secret deal with the Khalistani Amritpal? Kejriwal planned all of this and executed it while in Punjab last week. And no, I don't trust his intentions. The man who Arvind Kejriwal is helping today carried out an armed attack on a police station, attacked security personnel, and when caught, he ran and hid till he was picked up under the National Security Act and locked up. Now, my question is this. Watch these pictures, viewers. This is how Amritpal had attacked a police station. Today, Arvind Kejriwal has joined hands with him and is going to release him. Then, Arvind Kejriwal will allow Amritpal to let the Khalistani issue run riot in Punjab. He will create a very terrible situation, ladies and gentlemen, a terrible situation, national security situation. My question is, why should we allow this? My further question is this, ladies and gentlemen. What proof, Arvind Kejriwal, do you have that this same man does not pose a danger to national security? What proof do you have, Arvind Kejriwal, that he will not once again spark separatism in the border state of Punjab, something that Pakistan wants? And why do you want to help Pakistan, Arvind Kejriwal? What is your intention?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Curfew imposed in several areas in Nagpur under Section 163 of the BNS after protest over Aurangzeb's grave. 70 people have been detained by the police.
मैं सभी को अपील करता हूं कि नागपुर एक बहुत ही शांति प्रिय इस प्रकार की नगरी है। यहाँ की शांति भंग न हो, इस प्रकार से सभी लोगों ने व्यवहार और बर्ताव करना चाहिए और कोई भी अगर इस प्रकार से तनाव निर्माण करने का प्रयास करेगा तो उसके ऊपर बहुत कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis appeals for peace amid Nagpur violence, urges people not to believe in rumors. Probe intensifies in Rania Rao gold smuggling case. Stepfather DGP Ramachandran questioned. Israel launches new strike on Hamas in Gaza. 44 killed in IDF airstrikes. The wait is over. Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore slated for grand comeback after their 9-month-long stint at the International Space Station. NASA astronauts to splash down off the US coast. Viewers, big breaking news coming in. Major crackdown on George Soros funding to NGOs in India. Now, there has been a massive crackdown. Viewers, 3 Bangalore-based companies were directly involved and were receiving funds from George Soros. These 3 companies thereafter were funding NGOs in India, including Amnesty and a few others. Searches are being carried out at 7 locations in Bengaluru. Now, FEMA case has been registered in the matter. We're learning that Root Rich is the name of the company that was receiving the fund. It's a major crackdown, viewers, on the George Soros funding in India. Remember, 3 Bangalore-based companies. This is a Republic exclusive breaking, viewers. 3 Bangalore-based companies were directly receiving funds from George Soros. These 3 companies then thereafter moving forward were disbursing these funds into various others NGOs, including Amnesty, viewers, and a few others. Now, searches are being carried out at multiple locations there in the city of Bengaluru in Karnataka. 7 specific locations searches are being carried out. A FEMA case has been registered in the matter. Viewer, it's a major crackdown on that foreign funding. That Republic Media Network on various occasions has highlighted that George Soros is funding to multiple NGOs in India. So now what we're learning, viewers, is that George Soros is disbursing funds to these 3 specific Bangalore-based companies, and then these 3 Bangalore-based companies have the responsibility to divert these funds into various locations in India. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague, senior editor Shravan Sen. Shravan, a major crackdown on George Soros funding, multiple locations in Bangalore being raided.
Well, in fact, a confirmation now coming in from top sources within the Enforcement Directorate that the searches are being carried out as we speak right now. 7 locations where these searches are being carried out. We are being told that 3 companies that were directly linked, they were receiving funds. They are now being searched by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, as far as the modus operandi is concerned, Madhurima, these 3 companies that allegedly received a fund from George Soros were thereafter distributing the funds to NGOs, for instance, Amnesty being one such, and there are several other NGOs that have also come under the scanner. Remember, in the past too, Amnesty has been under the scanner of the Central Bureau of Investigation as well as the Enforcement Directorate, but this, for the first time perhaps, is a direct crackdown on the alleged funding coming in from George Soros and companies that are based outside. And these companies, we are being told, these 3 companies were largely the ones that were acting as fronts for George Soros in India. This was after certain embargo was essentially put because of which, there was the funding could not have come in directly to NGOs like Amnesty. So that is the reason why there was a bridge that was essentially created with the help of these very companies, and thereafter the funding was carried out, given to several other NGOs that basically runs into a dozen such NGOs spread across India.
Well, thank you, Shravan, for those details. We'll keep coming back to you as these raids continue in Bengaluru. Now, viewers, we'll shift our focus to Nagpur. Now, in an exclusive conversation with the Republic Media Network, their locals in Nagpur city in the affected areas have demanded bulldozer action, viewers. Now, Yogi-like bulldozer action is the demand of those locals there in the city of Nagpur, which witnessed violent clashes there yesterday night, viewers. The clashes broke out, viewers, after there was a rumor spread that there was a holy book of a certain religion that has been set on fire, and after that we all have those exclusive CCTVs as well for you viewers right on your screen explaining what ensued later. Massive clashes broke out, vehicles were set ablaze, vehicles were broken, a lot of damage to infrastructure and property was done by these rioters. But first, viewers, after these CCTVs, now we have eyewitnesses account, and these people, these are the residents of those affected areas, and they are demanding strict action, bulldozer action. Listen in.
बुलडोजर चलना चाहिए, ऐसा नहीं है, लेकिन न्यूसन जो करेंगे उनको तो ये होना चाहिए।
जैसे ये गाड़ी जो जली है, तो ये गाड़ी ऐसे अचानक नहीं जलती ना, उसको जलाया गया है और बहुत प्लान से आए थे वो लोग।
लोग कह रहे हैं कि योगी मॉडल फॉलो होना चाहिए, बुलडोजर
होना चाहिए, वो करना ही चाहिए, बिल्कुल करना चाहिए।
कैसी सजा मिलनी चाहिए लोगों को?
बुलडोजर चलना चाहिए, टिक टू टाइट, बिल्कुल।
जो लोग दोषी है डेफिनेटली उन लोगों पे बुलडोजर चलना चाहिए, और उन लोगों को दोषी मान के ये सब भरपाई होनी चाहिए उन लोगों से। ये जो नुकसान हुआ उसकी भरपाई करनी चाहिए। हमें सिक्योर फील करना है। मैं यहाँ पे पैदा हुआ हूँ और मैं यहाँ पे मरना चाहता हूँ, तो मैं सिक्योरली रहना चाहता हूँ इधर। यही मेरी।
आप कह रहे थे कि पेट्रोल बम लोगों के हाथ में
थे उनके पास, वो कार जो जलाई गई उसी से चलाई हुई है। वो जितने भी लोग थे ना, उनका बुलडोजर चला करके बिल्कुल उनको वो नागरिक तत्व कैंसिल कर देना चाहिए, भारत का रखना ही नहीं चाहिए उनको।
Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Sandeep, who's reporting from ground zero there in Nagpur. Sandeep, now the demand is bulldozer actions. The residents of that affected area, they are fed up and they are saying that it is their property that has been damaged. They have suffered, and now that the state government should initiate Yogi-style bulldozer action. Sandeep.
See, definitely this is something that is the decision of the government, whether what kind of action would be initiated by the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis. But I would like to show you the kind of destruction that has in fact taken place out here. Now, I would request my cameraman Kanti Parmar to show you the visual. This is the door of this very house, and vehicles were parked out here. There were articles of for Ram Navami that were in fact kept for the procession, and there were pictures of Hindu deities out here. And in fact, it is being said that after they saw this kind of a props out here, they attacked this very resident. Joining me is Sharad Gupta, the owner of this very resident. ये घटना कैसे घटी, आप बताएं कि यहाँ पर क्या रखा हुआ था, क्या हिंदू देवी देवताओं की तस्वीरें थी, क्या था?
ये यहाँ पे हमारे बाजू वाले चंदू भैया है, उनका झांकियों का काम है। अभी रामनवमी आ रही है तो वो शोभा यात्रा पे जो झांकियाँ निकलती है वो बनाते, तो उनने जो जैसे ये गरुड़ बनाए थे, ये फ्लैग है, उस पर मतलब राम जी लिखे हुए और उन पे राम भगवान की फोटो वगैरह थी। तो उन लोग का मतलब ऐसे ही उधर पहले उधर बंडू क्लिनिक पे घुसे, उधर से फिर इधर ध्यान गया, तो उनने जब ये देखे तो हमारे तरफ ज़्यादा मतलब हमने तो उनका कुछ किए नहीं थे, हम तो अपने अंदर घर पे खाना खाने बैठे हुए थे ना। हमारा
उस वक्त कितनी डरी हुई थी आप जब ये घटना घट रही थी? क्या कुछ आपके मन में चल रहा था?
मन में तो बहुत कुछ चल रहा था। हम लोग का पूरा ये गाड़ियों की धुएं से दम घुट रहा था। हम लोग को लग रहा था कि अब हमारा क्या होगा। बिल्कुल ऐसा समझ में नहीं आ रहा था कि हम क्या करें क्या नहीं करके, क्योंकि ये बाइक हमारी है, वो गाड़ी हमारी है। ये पूरे ऊपर से उन लोग ने वो पेट्रोल के गोले जो बनाते हैं ना, वो बना के छोड़े थे, और इतना ज़्यादा पूरा घर में धुआं था कि हम लोग का धुआं ऊपर तक पूरी गाड़ी वो हो रही थी,
ऊपर तक धुआं भर गया था घर के अंदर।
So you just heard the reaction. They say that how terrified they were at the time when this very incident had happened. This vehicle was burnt, and in fact they say that petrol bombs were carried by these miscreants who had done this very kind of a violence. This is the destruction. Can you imagine? You see the visuals out here, and in fact, as they claim that there were props, there were articles of Hindu deities, there were pictures of Hindu deities out here, and in fact, as soon as they saw this picture and the props, as they were preparing for the upcoming Ram Navami procession that is in coming days. But ultimately, as soon as they saw this kind of articles and props and the pictures of Hindu deities, they attacked this very residence. And you can imagine the kind of horror this woman had experienced at that very point in time, because she was inside. Mr. Gupta was inside his residence having his dinner at that very point in time. The bikes and the articles were burnt by the goons. Petrol bombs were thrown out there, and in fact they couldn't even have the dinner properly, and they were terrified with the fact whether this house is gonna get burnt into the fire or not. So ultimately their major concern was to save the life of the family members, in fact. So you can understand the kind of intensity of the violence that had in fact taken place yesterday in Nagpur. Meanwhile, the Nagpur police has registered the case and have started investigation. More than 50 people have been arrested, they have been detained, and the search and the identification of the other people who are involved in this very matter, that is also underway. So it will be very crucial to see what kind of action has been initiated, as today the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, is all set to address the House. Remember, the assembly session is underway out there in Mumbai, Vidhan Bhavan. So the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, this is his hometown. This is his. This is Nagpur, in fact, from where he gets elected, and at his home turf, this kind of a right has taken place, definitely it is a matter of concern. He had already issued a warning yesterday that those who are involved in this will not be tolerated.
Absolutely,
all eyes are on the statement that will be given today in the House by the Chief Minister today in the House in Vidhan Bhavan.
Yes, absolutely, Sandeep. Sandeep, my second question to you is that was it impromptu or was it pre-planned? Because this is a very big question coming in. Were all these people were locals? Were they brought in from different places? What are you learning from ground?
See, I spoke to multiple people, multiple eyewitnesses and the people who had witnessed this whole incident. Now, when I was there in Shivaji Chowk, there was a family and I spoke to them and they clearly mentioned that just before this incident had taken place, just 2 to 3 hours before, the electricity, there was a full blackoff that was in fact done by the local people. That area belongs to a specific community, and apart from this, they have targeted the residents of the people who belong to a specific community. So definitely it seems that there is some kind of planning that would have been done before this violence had taken place. How can a person immediately make a petrol bomb? Because these are the questions that are being asked to Nagpur police. In fact, the stones were also pelted. How come they got so much of, a large number of stone at that very point in time? How come a mob of 300 to 400 can roam around the streets of Nagpur with such kind of elements? So these are the questions that are being in fact investigated by the Nagpur police. Initially, it seems that there was a proper planning that was done. In fact, a video was circulated across social media and people were brought into the mob. So definitely these are multiple things that Nagpur police would be definitely inquiring about it, investigating about it. But whether it was pre-planned or whether it was impromptu, that will be in fact clarified today by the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis himself today in the House.
Well, thank you, Sandeep, for those details. These are some very pertinent questions that you are raising, that how is it possible for people to gather in such huge numbers? How is it possible for people to make impromptu petrol bomb or collect stones to that quantum, to strike like that, viewers? But yes, moving on. Now, this entire controversy is also snowballing and becoming a political controversy as well, viewers. Now, Mayawati, BSP chief Mayawati has also demanded strict action, but at the same time, she has asserted that nobody has the right to vandalize anyone's grave. Now, this is coming out after the Congress has also gone forward, viewers, and asserted that this supposedly is pre-planned, and they have alleged the Bharatiya Janata Party for the clashes that took place last night, wherein the BJP is saying that people should not believe in rumors and should maintain peace. But there we have Mayawati making that statement, saying that nobody has the right to vandalize anyone's grave, because viewers, this entire political controversy is snowballing after there were multiple protest, viewers, by the VHP and Bajrang Dal seeking demolition of the grave of Aurangzeb there in Sambhaji Nagar. Meanwhile, Republic Media Network has also spoken to the DCP of Nagpur, who has stated that the situation, though, is under control as of now. The process of identifying culprits is underway. More arrests are possible. Up till now, viewers, around 50 people have been arrested, 17 detained. The police are looking into the CCTV footage. Listen in to this conversation.
जो वरिष्ठ पुलिस अधिकारी हैं राहुल मकनिकर वो जुड़ चुके हैं। सर, आप बताएं कि अभी तक किस प्रकार की कार्रवाई की गई है, किस प्रकार से लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की सिचुएशन को मेंटेन किया जा रहा है?
अभी पूरी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर कंट्रोल में है हमारे। रात में थोड़ा सा राइट सदृश वातावरण हुआ था। हमने 50 लोगों को जो राइट कर रहे थे, जो सम्मिलित थे, उनको हमने डिटेन किया है। एफआईआर भी पुलिस स्टेशन में, अलग अलग पुलिस स्टेशन में जिन्होंने कुछ वैंडलिज्म किया उनको एफआईआर भी दाखिल किया गया है हमने हमारी तरफ से। और अभी भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू है। जैसे जैसे इन्वेस्टिगेशन आगे जाएगा, जो जो नाम आएंगे हम उनको भी डिटेन करेंगे।
सर, अफवाह कैसे फैली? क्या कोई सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू?
वो तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन का पार्ट है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन जैसे जैसे आगे जाएगा सारी चीज़ें सामने आएंगी।
सोशल मीडिया ग्रुप में वीडियोस वगैरह वायरल किए गए?
वो हमारा साइबर सेल पूरा तहकीकात कर रहा है। साइबर सेल की
जांच की जा रही है बेसिकली।
हाँ, इनपुट्स जैसे साइबर सेल के आगे आएंगे वो पता चलेगा।
तो अभी तक कितने लोगों को बुक किया है आपने?
50 लोगों को हमने डिटेन किया है।
और कितने लोगों को आइडेंटिफाई करना बाकी है? कितने लोग होने की संभावना?
चालू है, वो चालू है। जैसे जैसे नाम निकलेंगे हम डिटेन करेंगे।
Well, viewers, we just heard the DCP. 50 people have been detained so far, and they are also combing out the CCTV footages, viewer, to find out who are these writers. Meanwhile, there's a demand of bulldozer action coming in from the affected areas of the Nagpur city. Listen in to some of these voices of these eyewitnesses. Republic Media Network is on ground and spoken to multiple eyewitnesses over there. Listen in.
मैं शॉप में था, मेरे बच्चे का फ़ोन आया था। पापा बोला आप बंद करके आ जाओ दुकान, बोले या अपने घर के सामने माहौल ख़राब है बोले। वो 7:30-8 बजे के आसपास में मुझे लड़के का फ़ोन आया था, 6:30-7 बजे के आसपास में। पापा बोले घर के सामने में माहौल ख़राब हुआ है बोले, आप दुकान बंद करके आ जाइए बोले पापा बोले। तो मैं आया जब तो आदम के चौथी पुलिस लोगों ने अच्छा बंदोबस्त कर दिया था, पूरे रास्ते बंद कर दिया। फिर रात को 11, 10:30, 9, 10 के आसपास में हमारे घर के सामने, और रहना हमारे बाजू में ही है। पूरे पुलिस लोगों ने हमको अच्छा सहयोग किया, हमको पूरा बंद करके।
कितने सारे लोग थे? पुलिस का प्रोटेक्शन था? कितने सारे लोग थे?
मैं जब आया ना सर, पूरा अंधार हुआ था, आंसू गैस छोड़ दिए थे।
अंधेरा था?
हाँ, पूरा अंधेरा था सर, पूरा काला काला आंसू पूरा आने। जैसा मैंने मेरे बच्चे ने मेरे दरवाजा खुला घर जाने के लिए, अंदर में पूरा काला काला धूप के हुआ था सर। पुराने मम्मी को पता, मेरी मम्मी है, मम्मी को उम्र के हिसाब से उसको तकलीफ हुई, मेरे को तकलीफ हुई। 70-80 साल की मेरी मम्मी है, उसको तकलीफ है, मेरे को मम्मी खाना नहीं खाया हमने 2 घंटे। तो हमने इतना काला काला दूध होते, इतना पूरा हाथ में
जब नारेबाजी हो रही थी, ये सब हो रहा था, तो डर लग रहा था आप लोगों को?
लगना ही है ना सर, कोई भी समाज का हो, या हिंदू हो, मुसलमान हो, आदमी को डर तो लगना ही है ना सर। यहाँ जाति भेद का सवाल है, यहाँ पर डर पैदा हो जाता है हर फैमिली को, क्या वो मुसलमान की फैमिली रहो क्या हिंदू की फैमिली हो, तो डर तो होना ही है ना सर। हर घर में बच्चे रहते हैं, छोटे बड़े बच्चे रहते हैं, बाहर के लोग आके चले जाते हैं, जो रहते हैं हम 50-70 साल से रह रहे, कोई तकलीफ नहीं उसकी से, हम मिलजुल के रहते। मगर बाहर के लोग आके यहाँ चले जाते और माहौल ख़राब होकर चले जाता है, और कुछ नहीं सर।
ये प्लान करके आए थे या कैसे आए थे? कोई
ये मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि प्लान करके आए थे,
जानबूझ के
प्लान करके एक
अटैक करना ही था।
हाँ। इन्होंने सबने शटर लगा दिए ना, 6 बजे से चालू कर दिया इन्होंने।
अच्छा,
शटर लगा दिए पूरे
अपनी दुकानों के शटर?
सब अपनी दुकानों के शटर लगाना चालू कर दिया उन्होंने। बराबर प्लानिंग कर, बकाबक लोग आए, फिर यहाँ जमा हुआ, वहाँ जमघटा हुआ वहाँ पे, फिर वहाँ से माहौल चालू हो गया वहाँ से।
और हिंदुओं के दुकानों को, हिंदुओं के घरों को टारगेट किया गया?
हिंदू का टारगेट नहीं किया, हम भी हिंदू है ना, हमारे टारगेट नहीं किया, हमारे मकान को कुछ नहीं किया। उधर में कुछ हुआ बोलते, उधर में
ऐसा?
हाँ, ऐसा हुआ।
लेकिन पत्थरबाजी क्यों की गई, क्या कारण?
पत्थरबाजी मालूम नहीं, क्योंकि पुलिस लोग असुर छोड़ रहे थे और इन्होंने पत्थरबाजी चालू। ये देखो यहाँ से पत्थर पूरे ले गए, यहाँ से ये देखो पत्थर, ये पूरे यहाँ से पत्थर फोड़ फोड़ के पूरा ले गए।
अच्छा, पत्थर फोड़ करके
ले गए उनको मारने के लिए, पुलिस लोगों को,
पुलिस वालों को मारने।
हाँ, दगड़ फेंक किया, फिर उन्होंने आंसू छोड़ा, आंसू गैस छोड़ा उन्होंने, और यहाँ से भागे। फिर लोग जैसे वो पुलिस लोग दौड़ते थे, वैसे ये लोग यहाँ से भागते थे।
आप लोगों को डर लग रहा था जब ये घटना?
अरे वाह, डर लगता था। हमने लॉक किया, सब कुछ। पुलिस ने इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया हमारे को, आप घर में रहो बोले, बच के रहो बोले, संभाल के रहो बोले।
अगर आग वाग लगा देते तो?
हाँ, आग बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता। फिर हम सब तैयारी में थे। हाँ, पानी वानी सब लगा के रखते, कुछ कम ज़्यादा हो जाए तो देख रहे, संभाल के रहो बोले पुलिस वाले बोले। हमारे यहाँ 10-15 पुलिस वाले यहाँ आ गए, हमारा प्रोटेक्शन किया पुलिस वालों ने।
बच्चे डरे हुए थे?
बच्चे डरे हुए थे, आंसू जरूर से हमारे अंगार हो रही थी, आँख में अंगार होती थी, नाक आँख में अंगार होती थी। से।
कहाँ से आए थे ये लोग?
ये यहाँ इधर से पूरा
मोमिनपुरा से।
हाँ, सब तरफ से एक जमा हुए।
अल्लाह अकबर के नाम,
सब अल्लाह अकबर के सब नाम ये करेगा, नारे लगा रहे थे। बहुत माहौल हुआ, आज तक नहीं हुआ इतना माहौल हुआ यहाँ पे। ये जला दिया पूरा वो सब, ये वो, यही माहौल ज़्यादा हुआ है इधर।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे।
हाँ, डर तो था वहाँ। कल क्या हो जाएगा कुछ बता नहीं सकते। इतना बड़ा माहौल था ना, 200-300-400 लोग, 200-300-400 लोग थे ना।
400 लोग?
हाँ है, इधर भाग रहे थे, आते जाते थे और भागते थे और आते जाते थे और भागते थे, पत्थर उठाते थे, मारते थे पुलिस लोग अपनी जाली लेके बराबर, फिर इधर भागे।
So we just heard the eyewitnesses, viewers, they were saying that how the mob attacked and they were afraid that their houses were going to be set on fire. They were preparing, they were keeping the water on one side to make sure that if any untoward incident take place, they are going to handle it on their own. They are describing what really transpired. They all allege, viewers, that it was a pre-planned attack. Viewers, more breaking news coming in from the national capital. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing Lok Sabha afternoon. After 12 o'clock, we can expect the Prime Minister to be there inside the lower house of the Parliament and address the Lok Sabha. It will be an address to watch, viewers. Stay tuned to Republic TV for that. We'll be bringing that also at 12. So in just half an hour, viewers, in half an hour, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be addressing the Lok Sabha in the ongoing later half of the budget session. It is going to be an interesting address, viewers, because there are multiple issues that he will be discussing, from Manipur to the deportation. There are multiple issues that have been raised by the opposition parties as well, may it be the national education policy, delimitation, all that can find some space in Prime Minister's address, viewers. Stay tuned for that to Republic TV. Moving on, viewers, the wait for Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore is over. The comeback will be happening later this evening, and they'll be returning after a 9-month-long stint at the International Space Station. We'll be bringing you that touchdown, viewers. Stay tuned.
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf Bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless, or they were misled. They were struggling to mechanically parrot a pre-fed script. Asaduddin Owaisi, standing before the crowd, thundered that the bill will snatch graveyards, dargahs, a claim that not a single protester can explain. Even when questioned repeatedly, we kept trying. Our reporters went there and we kept asking these protesters directly, and the results were beyond shocking. Most of them were fumbling. Many of them muttered, "Pata nahi, jo bhi hai," which means "I have no idea," whatever, and looked away. While others kept repeating "Musalman ki sampatti hai," as if programmed to do so without understanding the legal context. Who fed them this line?
Viewers, top headlines. Prime Minister Modi to address Lok Sabha at 12 noon today. He's likely to speak on Mahakumbh. Curfew in parts of Nagpur after violence amid Aurangzeb, tomb row, clincher. CCTV shows that violence was orchestrated.
सभी को अपील करता हूं कि नागपुर एक बहुत ही शांति प्रिय इस प्रकार की नगरी है। यहाँ की शांति भंग न हो, इस प्रकार से सभी लोगों ने व्यवहार और बर्ताव करना चाहिए। और कोई भी अगर इस प्रकार से तनाव निर्माण करने का प्रयास करेगा।
Maharashtra CM Fadnavis to speak in assembly on Nagpur violence. Ori goes off radar after FIR post being booked for allegedly consuming alcohol near the Vaishno Devi shrine. And Sunita Williams has now undocked. Countdown begins to homecoming of Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore. We're live and breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Kannada actor Rana Roy's stepfather Ramachandra Rao, a DGP rank officer in Karnataka, has been questioned in connection with their gold smuggling case involving his daughter. Now, in the inquiry conducted by an investigating team led by IAS officer Gaurav Gupta focused on allegations that Rao had misused his position to facilitate the smuggling operation. His statement was recorded as part of the probe. So this is what we see right now, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV. In the Rania Rao gold smuggling case, the Kannada actress Rania Rao's stepfather, DGP Ramachandra Rao, was questioned in the gold smuggling case. And the questioning is based on allegations that his stepdaughter, Rania Rao, misused his position to facilitate the smuggling operation.
आणि फोर व्हीलर गाड्या जाळून टाकले गेल्या आणि मोठ्या प्रमाणावर तिथं दगडफेक केली, हॉस्पिटलला लक्ष केलं. तिथे एक 5 वर्षाची मुलगी बाल बचावली. त्या हॉस्पिटलमध्ये देवदेवतांचे फोटो जाळून टाकले आणि अशा प्रकारचं दुर्दैवी घटना काही समाजकंटकांनी त्या ठिकाणी केली आहे. त्या समाजकंटकांना खरं म्हणजे पोलीस हे कायदा सुव्यवस्था राखण्याचं काम करतात. त्या ठिकाणी फायर ब्रिगेडची गाडी आग विझवायला गेली, त्या फायर ब्रिगेडची गाडी तोडून जाळून टाकली. पोलिसांच्या गाड्यांवर हल्ला केला. खऱ्या अर्थाने हा जो काही समाजकंटकांनी केलेला भ्याड हल्ला आहे त्याचा निषेध मी करतोच. परंतु या ठिकाणी कायदा सुव्यवस्था राखण्याचं काम पोलीस रात्रंदिवस करतात. त्यांच्यावर हल्ला करणं, त्यांना जखमी करणं, DCP लेवलच्या अधिकाऱ्यांवर हल्ला करून त्यांना जखमी करणं ही अतिशय दुर्दैवी बाब आहे. आणि म्हणून जे समाजकंटक आहेत त्या समाजकंटकांना शोधून त्यांच्यावर कडक कारवाई पोलीस करतील. गृह विभाग, आमचे मुख्यमंत्री सातत्याने त्याच्यावर लक्ष ठेवून आहेत आणि म्हणूनच नागपूर हे शांतताप्रिय जिल्हा आहे, शहर आहे आणि त्यामध्ये अशा प्रकारचं जाणीवपूर्वक दंगल घडवून 2 समाजामध्ये तेढ निर्माण करण्याचं काम, द्वेष पसरवण्याचं काम जे कोणी समाजकंटक करतील त्यांना सोडलं जाणार नाही, त्यांची गय केली जाणार नाही. यामध्ये सकाळी आंदोलन झालं होतं आणि सकाळी आंदोलन झाल्यानंतर मला वाटतं औरंगजेबाच्या विरोधात आंदोलन झालं. तर त्या आंदोलनामध्ये नंतर पोलिसांनी दोन्ही समाजाला शांत केलं आणि शांतता प्रस्थापित केली. परंतु संध्याकाळी मोठ्या प्रमाणावर सर्व लोक एकत्र येऊन समाजकंटकांनी हा हल्ला घडवलेला आहे आणि म्हणून हा हल्ला पूर्वनियोजित असावा अशा प्रकारचा दाट संशय येतोय. त्यामुळे पोलीस त्याचं चौकशी करतीलच आणि त्याच्यामधून मुळाशी जातील. पोलीस कुणालाही सोडणार नाहीत, कारण शेवटी तिथल्या नागरिकांची सुरक्षितता आणि या राज्यात कायदा सुव्यवस्था राखण्यासाठी नागरिकांनी देखील पोलिसांना सहकार्य करावं अशा प्रकारचं आवाहन देखील मी करतो. शेवटी आपल्याला राज्यामध्ये शांतता कायम ठेवायची आहे, कायदा सुव्यवस्था राखायचं आहे. आपल्याला सर्वसामान्य माणसाला कुठेही त्रास होऊ नये अशा प्रकारचं भूमिका सरकारची आहे. परंतु मला एवढंच इथं सांगायचं आहे की हा औरंगजेब या आंदोलनकर्त्यांचा कोण लागतो? तो काय संत आहे का महात्मा आहे का त्यांनी चांगलं काम केलं आहे? जे त्याला चांगलं म्हणतात, चांगला प्रशासक म्हणतात, खरं म्हणजे त्यांनी संभाजी महाराजांचा इतिहास वाचला पाहिजे, आताचा छावा चित्रपट पाहिला पाहिजे. ज्या क्रूर कर्म्या औरंगजेबाने छत्रपती संभाजी महाराजांचा हलाल केले, तुकडे तुकडे केले, डोळे काढले, नखं छाटली, त्यांची जीभ छाटली, अंगावरची सालटी सोलली, त्याच्यावर गरम तेल ओतलं, मीठ टाकलं, अशा अनंत यातना, अनन्वित छळ 40 दिवस आपल्या छत्रपती संभाजीराजांचं ज्यांनी केला त्याचं समर्थन करणं म्हणजे खऱ्या अर्थाने आपल्या देशद्रोहाचं समर्थन करणं. औरंगजेब काय इथं औरंगजेबाने आमच्या आया बहिणींवर अत्याचार केला, माता भगिनींवर केला, मुलाबाळींवर केला, मंदिरं तोडली, सगळं नष्ट केलं. हा महाराष्ट्राचा दुष्टा होता, महाराष्ट्राचा द्रोही होता, देशाचा द्रोही होता. आणि म्हणून अशा देशद्रोहाचं समर्थन करणं म्हणजे एक प्रकारचा देशद्रोहच आहे. आणि खऱ्या अर्थाने अशा प्रकारचा औरंगजेबची कबर ही औरंगजेब हा महाराष्ट्राला लागलेला कलंक.
It is a black spot on Maharashtra, on those who are supporting Aurangzeb.
आंदोलन करतायत त्यांचं अजिबात चुकीचं असं मी म्हणणार.
A lot of people have come together fighting against Aurangzeb and his ill deed.
त्या ब्रिटिशांच्या देखील खानाखुणा आपण पुसून टाकल्यात. आणि म्हणून अनेक देशांमध्ये आपण पाहिलं तर आक्रमणकार्यांची खानाखुणा आपण पुसतो. आणि म्हणून या औरंगजेबाने तर ब्रिटिशांपेक्षा जुलम केला, जुलमी राज्यकारभार.
The kind of atrocities that were committed during the British era and during Aurangzeb's rule is something that people should not forget. And to support a person like this, I believe this is against the tradition of Maharashtra, and people of Maharashtra will not forgive them.
खरं म्हणजे दुसरी गोष्ट, अबू आझमीनीच याची सुरुवात केली. अबू आझमीला काही समाजाची विशिष्ट मतांची जुळवणी करायची, परंतु विशिष्ट मतं घेत असताना समाजामध्ये द्वेष निर्माण होणार नाही याची काळजी घेतली पाहिजे. आणि म्हणून अबू आझमी याला देखील त्याच्यावर गुन्हे दाखल करा म्हणून मागणी केली, त्याला निलंबित करा म्हणून आम्ही निलंबित त्याला केलं सदस्यांनी मागणी केल्यानंतर. आणि म्हणून जे लोक औरंगजेबाच्या समर्थनासाठी या राज्यामध्ये बाहेर येतील, पुढे येतील, त्यांच्यावर कडक कारवाई केली जाईल. काल तर परवा कोणीतरी कोणते काँग्रेसचे अध्यक्ष हर्षवर्धन सपकाळ यांनी तर औरंगजेब आणि देवेंद्र फडणवीस मुख्यमंत्री यांची तुलना केली. म्हणाले हे क्रूर प्रशासक आहेत. म्हणजे हर्षवर्धन सपकाळांचे काय देवेंद्रजींनी काय डोळे काढले का त्यांची जीभ छाटली का, त्यांची नखं काढली का त्यांची सालपट सोलली का? काय केलं? औरंगजेबाने तर अनन्वित अत्याचार केले, तुम्ही त्यांची बरोबरी त्यांची मुख्यमंत्र्यांच्या बरोबर करता. अरे आम्ही राज्य आदर्श शिवाजी महाराजांचा आदर्श घेऊन चालवतोय, सर्वसामान्य लोकांना न्याय देण्याचं काम करतोय. मी मुख्यमंत्री असताना अनेक योजना आम्ही सुरू केल्या, अनेक लोकाभिमुख कल्याणकारी योजना केल्या, या राज्याला विकासाकडे नेलं. आणि म्हणून 2.5 वर्षात आम्ही काम केलं म्हणून 2.5 वर्षाच्या कामाची पोचपावती जनतेने लँडस्लाईड मॅन्डेट देऊन दिलं. आता मुख्यमंत्री म्हणून देवेंद्रजी आणि आम्ही टीम म्हणून काम करतोय आणि या राज्यातल्या जनतेला सुखी समाधानी करण्याचाच आमचा अजेंडा आहे. आणि मग औरंगजेब कुठं आणि देवेंद्रजी कुठं हे असं जे काही ज्या पद्धतीने त्यांना जनाची नाही तर मनाची तरी वाटली पाहिजे होती. आणि म्हणून अशा लोकांना देखील औरंगजेबाचं उदात्तीकरण करणाऱ्या लोकांना या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये जनता माफ करणार नाही. त्यांनी ह्या केविलवाना प्रयत्न जे करतायत औरंगजेबाची बाजू घेऊन, औरंगजेबाने महाराष्ट्राचा घास घ्यायला आला होता.
Aurangzeb did a lot of harm to Maharashtra, and there are certain people who are attempting
कुणी असेल त्याला बिलकुल सोडलं जाणार नाही. खरं म्हणजे मी हे
people who are trying to glorify Aurangzeb will not be spared.
तोही औरंगजेब
The true Muslim of this country does not support any Aurangzeb.
औरंगजेब कोण लागतोय? नातेवाईक लागतोय?
Who is Aurangzeb to them?
लागतोय की आणखी कोण लागतोय? आणि म्हणून
Is Aurangzeb their relative?
औरंगजेब हा देशद्रोही आहे, हा राष्ट्रद्रोही
Aurangzeb
आहे.
was a traitor of this country.
देशभक्त जनता ही महाराष्ट्रातली त्याला सहन करणार नाही.
And patriotic people of this country will not tolerate glorification of Aurangzeb.
हे बघा, ही लोकांची भावना जी आहे हा कलंक आहे. हा कलंक पुसला पाहिजे, ही लोकांची भावना आहे, जनतेची भावना आहे. आणि काय
The feeling of the people is that this is a blot on our history and that it must be erased.
एकीकडे औरंग्याचं शौर्य पाहिलं आणि शंभूराजांचं शौर्य देखील पाहिलं. अशा
We have seen the cruelty of Aurangzeb and we have seen the glory of Shambhaji
या
Maharaj.
लोकभावनेच्या विरोधामध्ये जाऊन जे लोक कायदा हातात घेतील त्यांना बिलकुल सोडणार.
And some people are going against the public sentiment and taking law into their own hands and they will not be tolerated.
दुर्घटना हुई है, बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है. जो आगजनी हुई है, जहाँ पर कई लोग 2-4 हजार लोग इकट्ठा होकर जो समाज कंटक थे, उन्होंने कई घरों को वहाँ पर मोमिनपुरा है, महाल एरिया है, चिटनीस पार्क है, यहाँ पर इकट्ठा होकर लोगों के घरों को लक्ष्य कर दिया, टारगेट कर दिया, पथराव किया, आगजनी कर दी, वहाँ की गाड़ियाँ जलाई और एक ऐसे जगह पर उनकी गाड़ियाँ 100-150 पार्क होती थी. वहाँ मोमिनपुरा में एक भी गाड़ी खड़ी नहीं की. इसका मतलब ये होता है कि ये पूर्व नियोजित साजिश थी क्या? इसकी भी पुलिस तफ्तीश कर रही है. पुलिस के ऊपर ये तो लोगों के ऊपर हमला किया ही, लोग तो बाल बचे. पुलिस आ गई, फायर ब्रिगेड आ गई, उनकी गाड़ियों को भी लक्ष्य कर दिया, उनको भी टारगेट किया. इसमें 4 डीसीपी लेवल के अधिकारी घायल है, उनको पत्थरबाजी कर दी, उनके ऊपर हथियार से हमला किया है. 30 पुलिस कर्मचारी घायल है. पुलिस जो कानून व्यवस्था बनाए रखने का काम करती है, पुलिस शांति और अमन बनाने का काम करती है, उनके ऊपर हमला करना, इसका मतलब कानून पर हमला करना और कानून को हाथ में लेना है. और इसलिए ऐसे समाज कंटक जो है, ये जो दो समाज में दूरी निर्माण करना, विद्वेष फैलाना, अशांति फैलाना, कम्युनल राइट करना, ये सब सोचकर समझकर जो काम कर रहे हैं समाज कंटक, उनको बिल्कुल बख्शा नहीं जाएगा. उनके ऊपर कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाएगी. स्वयं मुख्यमंत्री बार इस घटना का जायजा ले रहे हैं. पुलिस विभाग पूरी तरह इसकी रूट तक जाएगी. इसके पीछे कौन है, क्या राजनीति है, और किसी को भी छोड़ेगी नहीं, कड़ी कार्रवाई करेगी. इसमें कई लोग बाहर से आए थे, ऐसा पुलिस का कहना है, वहाँ के लोगों का कहना है. और वो पत्थर तो फेंके ही, हथियार भी चलाए, लेकिन पेट्रोल बम भी फेंके. पेट्रोल बम बनाना ये तो पूरी तरह ऐसे तुरंत होता नहीं. तो ये पूरी साजिश है, और ये साजिश नाकाम करने के लिए पुलिस जाती है, पुलिस पर हमला होता है. ये तो बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण घटना है, और इसलिए बिल्कुल उनको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा. जो भी इसमें है उसको कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाएगी. और मैं यह भी कहूँगा, वहाँ की जनता को अपील भी करूँगा कि पुलिस काम कर रही है, पुलिस तफ्तीश करेगी, जो गुनाहगार है उसको छोड़ेगी नहीं, लेकिन पुलिस को सहयोग करके वहाँ शांति बनाए रखने का मैं अपील करता हूं.
औरंगजेब की कब्र जो है सर, औरंगजेब की कब्र पर आपका रुख क्या है पहला, और बतौर राज्य सरकार क्या उस कब्र को तोड़ा जाए या ना जाए, आप लीगल कंसल्टेशन लेंगे क्या अपनी पावर में?
देखिए, ये औरंगजेब कौन है? ये औरंगजेब कौन था? ये क्रूर शासक था. ये कोई संत था क्या? कोई महात्मा था क्या? ये हमारे महाराष्ट्र के ऊपर आया हुआ दुश्मन था. ये महाराष्ट्र का दुश्मन, देश का दुश्मन था. उसने हमारे मंदिरों को तोड़ा, मंदिरों को ध्वस्त कर दिया, माँ बहनों की इज्जत लूटी. यहाँ पर हमारे छत्रपति धर्मवीर संभाजी महाराज को धर्म छोड़ने के लिए अनन्वित उनका अत्याचार किया. 40 दिन उनकी खाल उधेड़ दी, गरम पानी डाला, गरम तेल डाला, नमक छिड़क दिया, आंखों में गरम सलिया घुसा दी, उनकी जबान नोच दी, उनकी नाखून नोच दिए, इतने कितने अत्याचार किए, फिर भी हमारे राजा झुके नहीं। औरंगजेब जीत कर भी हार गया, लेकिन हमारे राजा मर कर बलिदान कर कर भी जीत गए। और ऐसे औरंगजेब ये देशद्रोही है और इसलिए उसका समर्थन करना मतलब उसको बढ़ावा देना, इसका मतलब भी देशद्रोही है, देशद्रोही होगा। और इसीलिए
उसकी कब्र तोड़ने को लेकर कोई लीगल कंसल्टेशन बतौर राज्य सरकार आप लेना चाहेंगे? आप सीरियस हैं उस चीज को लेकर?
बिल्कुल। देखिए, ये जनभावना है, ये कलंक है। जब ब्रिटिश सरकार ने यहाँ पर आक्रमण किया था, ब्रिटिशों के कई यहाँ पर जो वीटी स्टेशन आपने देखा, विक्टोरिया टर्मिनस, छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज हो गया, काला घोड़ा हो गया, किंग एडवर्ड्स का स्टैचू हो, कई ऐसे उनकी जो पहचान हो, तो जो आक्रमणकारी है उनकी पहचान, इसका मतलब है वो कलंक है। और उसी तरह ये तो बहुत जुल्मी आक्रमक था। ये महाराष्ट्र का ये जुल्म करने वाला ऐसा आक्रमण किसी ने भी नहीं किया होगा, अन्याय अत्याचार। और जो लोगों की भावना है वो गलत नहीं है। और इसीलिए इसमें जो आंदोलन करते हैं वो आंदोलनकर्ता जो है, जो छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज, संभाजी महाराज के गौरव में अभिमान आंदोलन करते हैं, तो जो आंदोलन औरंगजेब के समर्थन में करते हैं उन्होंने इतिहास पढ़ना चाहिए, उन्होंने छावा सिनेमा देखना चाहिए, संभाजी महाराज का जो शौर्यता का इतिहास पढ़ना चाहिए, फिर औरंगजेब का गुणगान गाना चाहिए, औरंगजेब का क्या कहते हैं महिमा मंडल करना चाहिए या नहीं करना चाहिए, सोचना चाहिए। मैं तो ये भी कहूँगा कि देश का सच्चा मुसलमान भी औरंगजेब का समर्थन नहीं करेगा। जो देशभक्त होगा वो नहीं करेगा, जो देशद्रोही होगा वही समर्थन करेगा। अबू आजमी के ऊपर गुनाह दाखिल हो गया है। अबू आजमी कोई राजनीति करने चले गए वोटों की लालच में, लेकिन उनको वो यहाँ महाराष्ट्र की जनता माफ़ नहीं करेगी। और इसलिए उन्होंने जनता इस महाराष्ट्र में कानून व्यवस्था बिगाड़ने का काम नहीं करना चाहिए। ऐसी कोई भी वक्तव्य कर ऐसी मेरी उनको सलाह है, उनको अभी निलंबित किया है। आगे फिर से ऐसी नौबत ना आए, ऐसा काम करेगा। जो समाज कंटक जो है, जिन्होंने कानून हाथ में लिया है, उनके ऊपर वैसी कड़ी कार्रवाई होगी। पुलिस और कानून व्यवस्था उनको छोड़ेगी नहीं।
बुलडोजर एक्शन होगा क्या सर? कब्र के ऊपर बुलडोजर
त्यामध्ये भेदभाव नाही आहे, त्यामुळं नागपूरच्या कुठल्याही त्योहारमध्ये किंवा नागपूरच्या कुठल्याही सणासुदीमध्ये कुठेही अशा घटना होतील असा काही त्या ठिकाणी विचार करू नका। पोलीस आणि नागपूर शहर आणि आमची शांतता समिती असेल, आमच्या गावागावात वार्डावार्डात शांतता समिती आहेत, त्या सर्व समित्या एकत्र येऊन येणारे सर्व सण त्योहार, मुस्लिम असो, हिंदू असो, ईद असो, येणारे आमचे हनुमान जयंती असो, सर्व त्योहारमध्ये आम्ही सर्व समाज एकत्र येऊन काम करू। हाँ, उसके लिए पंचनामा चालू कर दिया है कलेक्टर ने। जिनका नुकसान हुआ है उनका पंचनामा कलेक्टर ने चालू कर दिया है। उसका नुकसान भरपाई देने का जो प्रावधान है वो हम करेंगे।
काल 3 डीसीपी जखमी झाले, त्यांची प्रकृती आता कशा ठिकाणी उपचाराकरता दाखल करण्यात आल्याची माहिती आहे आणि सगळ्यात गंभीर गोष्ट एका डीसीपी
आम्ही जातो आहे, मी स्वतः आता हॉस्पिटलला जातो आहे डीसीपीची तब्येत बघायला। त्यानंतर पोलिसांचे त्या ठिकाणी काही जिथे मारहाण झाली आहे, तर मला वाटतं की मी तिथे जाऊन त्याची डॉक्टरशी बोलणार आहे या विषयावर।
कबर हटवाचे आंदोलन सध्या चालू आहे किंवा ज्या पद्धतीने स्टेटमेंट केले जातात ती नौटंकी असल्यात आदित्य ठाकरेंनी म्हटलेलं आहे।
साहेब, मी पॉलिटिकल प्रश्न आज हाताळणार नाही। आज माझ्यासमोर प्रायोरिटी आहे नागपूर शहराच्या सर्व समाजाला, सर्व धर्माला एकत्रित शांतता प्रस्थापित करणे.
In Nagpur, there is always peace between all religions.
सोशल मीडिया अकाउंटवर जे काही सुरू आहे ते थांबला पाहिजे. या शहराला शांत केलं पाहिजे. ही प्रायोरिटी आज पॉलिटिकल प्रश्नाची प्रायोरिटी.
On social media platforms, whatever unrest is being created needs to be settled first.
त्या भागातील व्यवस्थितपणे सर्व पोलिसांना सूचना दिल्या.
Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has briefed all the police officers regarding this, and they are acting on it.
Right, so viewers, we're getting back-to-back updates coming in. You just heard the Nagpur CP briefing. Before that, we heard the Deputy CM Eknath Shinde speak there, and the Nagpur CP saying that the situation is now under control. Forces have been deployed in the areas to ensure the law and order is maintained. And he's also saying that the area has narrow lanes, which has created difficulties of police entering some of the areas. So getting top updates coming here on Republic TV. And a short while back, we also told you that the Maharashtra CM has made a very, very strong statement. For Deputy CM has made a CM has made a strong statement. So has Deputy CM. We saw Maharashtra CM Devendra Fadnavis stating that whatever has happened in Nagpur is condemnable. And a short while back, we also heard Eknath Shinde, Deputy CM, say that this could have been a pre-planned conspiracy. We are taking a very, very short break right now, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV. We just heard Deputy CM Eknath Shinde saying that the entire violence was pre-planned. It could have been a pre-planned conspiracy. All this and much more coming right up. Do not go anywhere.
Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amrit Pal and his associates. Amrit Pal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against the country, setting fire to the country, and breaking the country. Watch this.
No peace can be established without weapons. That's why every state have weapons.
So that proves that Amrit Pal wants to break the country. Tonight, you and I and everyone across India, we have a right to and must in fact start confronting Arvind Kejriwal. We must ask Arvind Kejriwal, what exactly is his secret deal with the Khalistani Amrit Pal? Kejriwal planned all of this and executed it while in Punjab last week. And no, I don't trust his intentions. The man who Arvind Kejriwal is helping today carried out an armed attack on a police station, attacked security personnel, and when called
Getting you some more updates coming in right now, viewers. In Bharat, in 2 minutes, more than 95 kilograms of gold and cash have been valued around rupees 90 crores. Was seized from a residential flat in Ahmedabad in Gujarat following a raid by the state's anti-terrorist squad and Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. The accused, who are allegedly involved in various activities such as share market trading, betting and gold smuggling, are yet to be nabbed. K. Ramachandra Rao, DGP rank officer Rania Rao's stepfather, was questioned in connection with the gold smuggling case. Rao's statement was recorded by the investigating team led by Karnataka Additional Chief Secretary Gaurav Gupta. The Karnataka government had formed a panel and under Gupta to probe if Ramachandra Rao was involved in his stepdaughter's activities. Two aides of Amrit Pal Singh, Gurmeet Singh, Bhagwan Singh, were released from the Burgar Central Jail after completing their detention period. Sources indicate that 2 more detainees will be released tomorrow, followed by 3 others on Wednesday. A controversy erupted after a few tourists from Punjab displayed flags featuring a photo of Khalistani terrorist Jarnail Singh Bhindranwale on their bikes in Himachal Pradesh's Manali. The acting Jatidar of the Akal Takht took note of the incident and said the miscreants tearing the Sikh flags and trampling on the photos was unacceptable. Getting you some more updates coming in right now, viewers. Deputy CM Eknath Shinde calls violence in Nagpur as a pre-planned conspiracy. All this and much more coming right up. Do not go anywhere.
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless or they were misled. They were struggling to mechanically parrot a pre-fed script. Asaduddin Owaisi, standing before the crowd, thundered that the bill will snatch graveyards, dargahs, a claim that not a single protester can explain, even when questioned repeatedly. We kept trying. Our reporters went there and we kept asking these protesters directly, and the results were beyond shocking. Most of them were fumbling. Many of them muttered, "Pata nahi, jo bhi hai," which means "I have no idea, whatever," and looked away, while others kept repeating "Musalman ki sampatti hai," as if programmed to do so without understanding the legal context. Who fed them this line? Who handed them the script? Was this outrage staged from the start? So the real question is this a genuine protest, or are there some vested interests trying to peddle fear to manipulate sentiment? Because if the bill is so dangerous,
All right, viewers, we are live and breaking, getting you some more updates coming in. Prime Minister Modi will be speaking later on in the Lok Sabha in a short while from now. Not too much time is left. All ministers and MPs enter Lok Sabha. The Prime Minister Modi will be speaking around noon time. These are the big updates coming in right now on Republic TV, viewers, where we see that as the budget session has resumed, we are seeing that Prime Minister Modi will be going ahead and making a very important address. He'll speak on Kumbh, Mahakumbh. That's what we expect in the Lok Sabha. Prime Minister Modi will be speaking on the Mahakumbh, and this is coming in as the Mahakumbh has concluded last month, and the Prime Minister had said that the Mahayagya of Unity has been completed. Back-to-back updates coming here, Republic TV. We are waiting for the Prime Minister to speak in Lok Sabha around noon. So just a few minutes are left. Just a few minutes are left for Prime Minister to go ahead and make an address. We are waiting for that to happen. But we can tell you that all ministers and member of Parliament, all the members have entered the Lok Sabha. And the Prime Minister will also be entering very, very shortly to make that address in the Lok Sabha in just a few minutes from now. Prime Minister Modi will be speaking in that Parliament budget session very, very soon, and we're expecting it could be on the Mahakumbh. Taking a short break, viewers, but we will be getting you back-to-back updates coming in. We'll also put our focus back to what's happening when it comes to Nagpur violence and the investigation which is continuing. Deputy CM Eknath Shinde calls the clashes at Nagpur a pre-planned conspiracy. Stay tuned.
Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game, Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amrit Pal and his associates. Amrit Pal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against the country, setting fire to the country, and breaking the country. Watch this.
No peace can be established without weapons. That's why every state have weapons.
So that proves that Amritpal wants to break the country. Tonight, you and I and everyone across India, we have a right to and must in fact start confronting Arvind Kejriwal. We must ask Arvind Kejriwal, what exactly is his secret deal with the Khalistani Amritpal? Kejriwal planned all of this and executed it while in Punjab last week. And no, I don't trust his intentions. The man who Arvind Kejriwal is helping today carried out an armed attack on a police station, attacked security personnel, and when caught, he ran and hid till he was picked up under the National Security Act and locked up. Now, my question is this. Watch these pictures, viewers. This is how Amrit Pal had attacked a police station. Today, Arvind Kejriwal has joined hands with him and is going to release him. Then, Arvind Kejriwal...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi to address Lok Sabha very shortly. He is likely to speak on the success of Mahakumbh. Curfew in parts of Nagpur after violence amid Aurangzeb Tom Rao. Clincher CCTV clippings show that violence was orchestrated and pre-planned.
लोकांवर अपराध क्रमांक 114/2025 नुसार भारतीय न्याय संहिता 299 37(1) व 3 सह 135 महाराष्ट्र पोलीस कायदा अन्वये गुन्हा दाखल केला. दुपारी 3:09 हा गुन्हा दाखल झाला. यानंतर सायंकाळी एक अफवा अशी पसरवली गेली की सकाळच्या आंदोलनात जी प्रतिकात्मक कबर जाळली त्याच्या कापडावर धार्मिक मजकूर होता. अत्तरोळमधील नमाज आटोपून 200 ते 250 चा जमाव हा त्या ठिकाणी तयार झाला आणि नारे देऊ लागला. याच लोकांनी आग लावून टाकू असे हिंसक बोलणे प्रारंभ केल्याने पोलिसांनी त्या ठिकाणी बळाचा वापर केला. यापूर्वी बजरंग दलाच्या कार्यकर्त्यांविरुद्ध तक्रार द्यायची आहे अशी मागणी करण्यात आल्याने त्यांना गणेशपेठ पोलीस ठाण्यामध्ये आमंत्रित करण्यात आलं. त्यांची तक्रार ऐकून घेण्यात आली. एकीकडे पोलिसांची कारवाई सुरू असताना दुसरीकडे भागामध्ये 200 ते 300 लोक हातात काठ्या घेऊन दगडफेक करू लागले.
Around 200 to 300 people with sticks in their hands started stone pelting there.
नुकसान झाले आहे. या घटनेमध्ये काही लोकांवर घातक शस्त्राने हल्ला करण्यात आलेला आहे.
In this incident, some people were attacked in a very fatal manner.
7:30 वाजता झाली. 80 ते 100 लोकांचा जमाव तिथे होता. तिथे त्यांनी
Over 100 people were gathered at around 7:30 p.m. that last evening.
या घटनेत
And police had to use force in order to bring the situation under control.
या संपूर्ण घटनेमध्ये 33 पोलीस जखमी झाले आहेत. ज्यामध्ये
In the entire incident, 33 police officers have been injured.
एका पोलीस उपायुक्तावर कुऱ्हाडीने त्या ठिकाणी हल्ला करण्यात आलेला आहे. एकूण 5 नागरिक जखमी झालेले आहेत.
5 citizens have been injured in this.
रुग्णालयात आहेत. यातला एक आयसीयूत आहे. एकूण 3
One is in ICU, 2 are still admitted at the hospital.
तहसील पोलीस ठाण्यात 2 गुन्हे दाखल करण्याची प्रक्रिया सुरू आहे. असे एकूण 5 गुन्हे आहेत. 11 पोलीस ठाण्याच्या हद्दीत संचारबंदी लागू करण्यात आलेली आहे. एंट्री पॉइंटवर नाकाबंदी. या तहसील कोतवाली
There has been a blockade on all entry points. There is case being registered at least 3 tehsil police stations.
या ठाण्यांचा समावेश आहे. SRPFच्या 5 तुकड्या या ठिकाणी तैनात करण्यात आलेल्या आहेत.
5 teams of SRPF have been deployed.
सर्व CPSP यांची VC घेऊन राज्यभर कायदा आणि सुव्यवस्था राखण्याचे निर्देश दिलेले आहेत. अध्यक्ष महोदय,
The SP have been given instructions to maintain the law and order situation in the
मध्यंतरीच्या
city.
काळामध्ये पूर्णपणे शांतता होती, पण त्यानंतर मात्र संध्याकाळी काही लोकांनी जाणीवपूर्वक
Throughout the day there was peace and calm, but there was a deliberate premeditated attempt in the evening.
एक ट्रॉली भरून त्या ठिकाणी दगड मिळालेले आहेत आणि
A full trolley of stones have been found
जमा करून ठेवलेले दगड
at the location.
आपल्याला पाहायला मिळाले. शस्त्र देखील मोठ्या प्रमाणात त्या ठिकाणी होते. ते शस्त्र
A lot of weapons have been recovered by the police.
वाहनांची जाळपोळ त्या ठिकाणी झालेली आहे आणि ठरवून काही ठराविक घरांना, काही ठराविक आस्थापनांना त्या ठिकाणी लक्ष करण्यात आलेलं आहे. 3 DCP लेवलचे लोक या ठिकाणी जखमी झालेले आहेत.
3 DCP level officers have been injured.
एका DCPवर तर थेट कुऱ्हाडी वार हा त्या ठिकाणी करण्यात आलेला आहे. त्यामुळे निश्चितपणे याच्यामध्ये काही ना काही एक प्रकारे काही लोकांचा सुनियोजित पॅटर्न हा देखील त्या ठिकाणी
Seems to be a concerted effort by some people, and it shows premeditation of violence, and action will be taken appropriately against them.
हाती घेण्याची कोणालाही
The people who have attempted to take law and order in their hands, we want to tell them that this cannot be permitted and action will be taken. People who have attacked police officers, they will not be spared.
पोलिसांवरचा हल्ला सहन केला जाणार नाही. पोलीस शांतता
We will not tolerate any sort of violence against police officers.
चुकीचं आहे. अध्यक्ष महोदय, खरं म्हणजे
This is extremely saddening that police officers were targeted.
कायदा आणि सुव्यवस्था राखणं, शांतता राखणं आपल्या सगळ्यांची जबाबदारी आहे.
It is a collective responsibility of all of us that we maintain the law and order and peace and tranquility in the state of Maharashtra. Hence, I want to urge the people of Maharashtra.
धार्मिक सण हे या कालावधीमध्ये चाललेले आहेत. अशा या सगळ्या परिस्थितीमध्ये सगळ्यांनी संयम ठेवला पाहिजे. कोणीही
Hence, I want to request the people of Maharashtra
शांतता कशी राखता येईल
to keep patience and maintain peace and tranquility and respect
सर्वांनी करावा.
and
अशा प्रकारची या
make effort to maintain peace. I want to appeal to the people of Maharashtra.
मी कुठल्या सिनेमाला दोष देत नाहीये. खरं म्हणजे छावा या चित्रपटाने छत्रपती संभाजी महाराजांचा खरा इतिहास आपल्या समोर.
I am not blaming any movies, but Chhawa, the movie has indeed brought forward the true history of Sambhaji Maharaj in front of all of us. Hence, in the state, the feelings of people have been aroused.
बद्दलचा जो काही राग आहे तो रागही खूप.
Hence, there is a lot of pent-up anger regarding the atrocities committed.
Please, please, please. माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं प्रयागराज में हुए महाकुंभ पर वक्तव्य देने के लिए उपस्थित हुआ हूं. आज मैं इस सदन के माध्यम से कोटि कोटि देशवासियों को नमन करता हूं, जिनकी वजह से महाकुंभ का सफल आयोजन हुआ. महाकुंभ की सफलता में अनेक लोगों का योगदान है. मैं सरकार के, समाज के सभी कर्मयोगियों का अभिनंदन करता हूं. मैं देश भर के श्रद्धालुओं को, यूपी की जनता, विशेष तौर पर प्रयागराज की जनता का धन्यवाद करता हूं. अध्यक्ष जी, हम सब जानते हैं गंगा जी को धरती पर लाने के लिए एक भगीरथ प्रयास लगा था. वैसा ही महाप्रयास इस महाकुंभ के भव्य आयोजन में भी हमने देखा है। मैंने लाल किले से सबका प्रयास के महत्व पर जोर दिया था। पूरे विश्व ने महाकुंभ के रूप में भारत के विराट स्वरूप के दर्शन किए। सबका प्रयास का यही साक्षात स्वरूप है। ये जनता जनार्दन के संकल्पों के लिए, जनता जनार्दन की श्रद्धा से प्रेरित महाकुंभ था। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, महाकुंभ में हमने हमारी राष्ट्रीय चेतना के जागरण के विराट दर्शन किए हैं। ये जो राष्ट्रीय चेतना है, ये जो राष्ट्र को नए संकल्पों की तरफ ले जाती है, ये नए संकल्पों की सिद्धि के लिए प्रेरित करती है। महाकुंभ ने उन शंकाओं आशंकाओं को भी उचित जवाब दिया है जो हमारे सामर्थ्य को लेकर कुछ लोगों के मन में रहती है। अध्यक्ष जी, पिछले वर्ष अयोध्या के राम मंदिर प्राण प्रतिष्ठा समारोह में हम सभी ने ये महसूस किया था कि कैसे देश अगले 1000 वर्षों के लिए तैयार हो रहा है। इसके ठीक 1 साल बाद महाकुंभ के इस आयोजन ने हम सभी के इस विचार को और दृढ़ किया है। देश की ये सामूहिक चेतना देश का सामर्थ्य बताती है। किसी भी राष्ट्र के जीवन में, मानव जीवन के इतिहास में भी अनेक ऐसे मोड़ आते हैं जो सदियों के लिए, आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए उदाहरण बन जाते हैं। हमारे देश के इतिहास में भी ऐसे पल आए हैं जिन्होंने देश को नई दिशा दी, देश को झकझोर कर जागृत कर दिया। जैसे भक्ति आंदोलन के कालखंड में हमने देखा कैसे देश के कोने कोने में आध्यात्मिक चेतना उभरी। स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने शिकागो में 1 सदी पहले जो भाषण दिया, वो भारत की आध्यात्मिक चेतना का जयघोष था। उसने भारतीयों के आत्मसम्मान को जगा दिया था। हमारी आजादी के आंदोलन में भी अनेक ऐसे पड़ाव आए हैं। 1857 का स्वातंत्र संग्राम हो, वीर भगत सिंह की शहादत का समय हो, नेताजी सुभाष बाबू का दिल्ली चलो का जयघोष हो, गांधी जी का दांडी मार्च हो, ऐसे ही पड़ावों से प्रेरणा पाकर भारत ने आजादी हासिल की। मैं प्रयागराज महाकुंभ को भी ऐसे ही एक अहम पड़ाव के रूप में देखता हूं, जिसमें जागरूक होते हुए देश का प्रतिबिंब नजर आता है। अध्यक्ष जी, हमने करीब 1.5 महीने तक भारत में महाकुंभ का उत्साह देखा, उमंग को अनुभव किया। कैसे सुविधा असुविधा की चिंता से ऊपर उठते हुए कोटि कोटि श्रद्धालु श्रद्धा भाव से जुटे, ये हमारी बहुत बड़ी ताकत है। लेकिन ये उमंग, ये उत्साह सिर्फ यहीं तक सीमित नहीं था। बीते हफ्ते मैं मॉरिशस में था। मैं त्रिवेणी से प्रयागराज से महाकुंभ के समय का पावन जल लेकर गया था। जब उस पवित्र जल को मॉरिशस के गंगा तालाब में अर्पित किया गया तो वहां जो श्रद्धा का, आस्था का, उत्सव का माहौल था वो देखते ही बनता था। ये दिखाता है कि आज हमारी परंपरा, हमारी संस्कृति, हमारे संस्कारों को आत्मसात करने की, उन्हें सेलिब्रेट करने की भावना कितनी प्रबल हो रही है। अध्यक्ष जी, मैं ये भी देख रहा हूं कि पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी हमारे संस्कारों के आगे बढ़ने का जो क्रम है वो भी कितनी सहजता से आगे बढ़ रहा है। आप देखिए, जो हमारी मॉडर्न युवा पीढ़ी है ये कितने श्रद्धा भाव से महाकुंभ से जुड़े रहे, दूसरे उत्सवों से जुड़े रहे हैं। आज भारत का युवा अपनी परंपरा, अपनी आस्था, अपनी श्रद्धा को गर्व के साथ अपना रहा है। अध्यक्ष जी, जब एक समाज की भावनाओं में अपनी विरासत पर गर्व का भाव बढ़ता है तो हम ऐसी ही भव्य प्रेरक तस्वीरें देखते हैं जो हमने महाकुंभ के दौरान देखी। इससे आपसी भाईचारा बढ़ता है और यह आत्मविश्वास बढ़ता है कि एक देश के रूप में हम बड़े लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। अपनी परंपराओं से, अपनी आस्था से, अपनी विरासत से जुड़ने की ये भावना आज के भारत की बहुत बड़ी पूंजी है। अध्यक्ष जी, महाकुंभ से अनेक अमृत निकले हैं। एकता का अमृत इसका बहुत पवित्र प्रसाद है। महाकुंभ ऐसा आयोजन रहा जिसमें देश के हर क्षेत्र से, हर एक कोने से आए लोग एक हो गए। लोग अहम त्याग कर वयम के भाव से, मैं नहीं हम की भावना से प्रयागराज में जुटे। अलग अलग राज्यों से लोग आकर पवित्र त्रिवेणी का हिस्सा बने। जब अलग अलग क्षेत्रों से आए करोड़ों करोड़ों लोग राष्ट्रीयता के भाव को मजबूती देते हैं तो देश की एकता बढ़ती है। जब अलग अलग भाषा बोलियां बोलने वाले लोग संगम तट पर हर हर गंगे का उद्घोष करते हैं तो एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की झलक दिखती है, एकता की भावना बढ़ती है। महाकुंभ में हमने देखा है कि वहां छोटे बड़े का कोई भेद नहीं था। ये भारत का बहुत बड़ा सामर्थ्य है। ये दिखाता है कि एकता का अद्भुत तत्व हमारे भीतर रचा बसा हुआ है। हमारी एकता का सामर्थ्य इतना है कि वो भेदने के सारे प्रयासों को भी भेद देता है। एकता की यही भावना भारतीयों का बहुत बड़ा सौभाग्य है। आज पूरे विश्व में जो बिखराव की स्थितियां हैं, उस दौर में एकजुटता का ये विराट प्रदर्शन हमारी बहुत बड़ी ताकत है। अनेकता में एकता भारत की विशेषता है। ये हम हमेशा कहते आए हैं, ये हमने हमेशा महसूस किया है और इसी के विराट रूप का अनुभव हमने प्रयागराज महाकुंभ में किया है। हमारा दायित्व है कि कि अनेकता में एकता की इसी विशेषता को हम निरंतर समृद्ध करते रहें। अध्यक्ष जी, महाकुंभ से हमें अनेक प्रेरणाएं भी मिली हैं। हमारे देश में इतनी सारी छोटी बड़ी नदियां हैं, कई नदियां ऐसी हैं जिन पर संकट भी आ रहा है। कुंभ से प्रेरणा लेते हुए हमें नदी उत्सव की परंपरा को नया विस्तार देना होगा। इस बारे में हमें जरूर सोचना चाहिए। इससे वर्तमान पीढ़ी को पानी का महत्व समझ आएगा, नदियों की साफ सफाई को बल मिलेगा, नदियों की रक्षा होगी। अध्यक्ष जी, मुझे विश्वास है कि महाकुंभ से निकला अमृत हमारे संकल्पों की सिद्धि का बहुत ही मजबूत माध्यम बनेगा। मैं एक बार फिर महाकुंभ के आयोजन से जुड़े प्रत्येक व्यक्ति की सराहना करता हूं, देश के सभी श्रद्धालुओं को नमन करता हूं, सदन की तरफ से अपनी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं।
नियम 372, एक मिनट, नियम 372 के तहत आप विद्वान माननीय सदस्य विषय उठा रहे थे ना, इसलिए मैं बोल रहा हूं, आप नियम पढ़ लिया करें। हर विषय सदन नियमों से चलता है। 372 के अंदर ये नियम है कि माननीय मंत्री जी या प्रधानमंत्री स्वेच्छा से स्टेटमेंट देते हैं, और उसमें यह भी नियम है कि माननीय मंत्री जी और प्रधानमंत्री जी स्टेटमेंट के बाद कोई सवाल नहीं होता है। श्री प्रताप सारंगी।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless, or they were misled. They were struggling to mechanically parrot a pre-fed script. Asaduddin Owaisi, standing before the crowd, thundered that the bill will snatch graveyards, dargahs, a claim that not a single protester can explain.
Welcome back, viewers. A curfew has been imposed in several areas of Nagpur after violence broke out over a call to remove the tomb of Aurangzeb out of Maharashtra. According to reports, burning of green cloth triggered rumors, as many claim sacred verses were also written on it, leading to tension in the area. Last evening, about 80 to 100 people from a certain community mobilized in Nagpur. This particular notice, an official notice, has also revealed the same. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister and Chief Minister, while speaking, they said that this entire violent episode seems to have been pre-planned. A pre-planned conspiracy is now being investigated. Stones were thrown at cops, several vehicles were set ablaze, and police used mild force in the form of lathi charge and tear gas. The situation currently is under control, but Eknath Shinde, meanwhile, has called the violence a pre-planned conspiracy. and the probe is currently underway. Over a dozen people have been arrested, 5 FIRs have been filed, 33 police personnel have been injured, and out of them, 3 of them are DCP level officers who are currently being treated in the hospital. Their situation remains very critical, but these are the pictures that we have accessed. CCTV clippings clearly show how an armed mob, a mob that was armed with sticks, stones and sharp items, as mentioned by Devendra Fadnavis, went on a rampage, vandalizing everything in its way. There you can see parked cars, bikes, everything vandalized, windows shattered, and police personnel were targeted. Police cars and also fire brigade vehicles were also set ablaze. Let's listen in to the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister.
लोकांची भावना जी आहे हा कलंक आहे, हा कलंक पुसला पाहिजे ही लोकांची भावना आहे, जनतेची भावना आहे. आणि का आहे? कारण त्यांनी तशा प्रकारचं कृत्य केलं आहे. त्याचं कौर्य आपण पाहिलं, एकीकडे औरंग्याचं कौर्य पाहिलं आणि शंभूराजांचं शौर्य देखील पाहिलं. अशा शूर राजाचं हलाल करणं आणि म्हणून लोकभावना आहे. आणि म्हणून या लोकभावनेच्या विरोधामध्ये जाऊन जे लोक कायदा हातात घेतील त्यांना बिल्कुल सोडणार नहीं. नागपुर में जो दुर्घटना हुई है बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है. जो आगजनी हुई है, जहाँ पर कई लोग 2-4 हज़ार लोग इकट्ठा होकर जो समाज कंटक थे, उन्होंने कई घरों को वहाँ पर मोमिनपुरा है, महाल एरिया है, चिटनीस पार्क है, यहाँ पर इकट्ठा होकर लोगों के घरों को लक्ष्य कर दिया, टारगेट कर दिया, पथराव किया, आगजनी कर दी, वहाँ की गाड़ियाँ जलाई और एक ऐसे जगह पर उनकी गाड़ियाँ 100-150 पार्क होती थी. वहाँ मोमिनपुरा में एक भी गाड़ी खड़ी नहीं की. इसका मतलब ये होता है कि ये पूर्व नियोजित साजिश थी क्या? इसकी भी पुलिस तफ्तीश कर रही है. पुलिस के ऊपर ये तो लोगों के ऊपर हमला किया ही, लोग तो बाल बाल बचे. पुलिस आ गई, फायर ब्रिगेड आ गई, उनकी गाड़ियों को भी लक्ष्य कर दिया, उनको भी टारगेट किया. इसमें 4 डीसीपी लेवल के अधिकारी घायल है, उनको पत्थरबाजी कर दी, उनके ऊपर हथियार से हमला किया है. 30 पुलिस कर्मचारी घायल है. पुलिस जो कानून व्यवस्था बनाए रखने का काम करती है, पुलिस.
We have several questions in the aftermath, but the biggest question is what fueled the violence in Nagpur, and several eyewitnesses claim that there were several rumors and there were conspiracy theories. Just listen in to how the eyewitnesses recount what exactly happened in Nagpur.
मैं शॉप में था, मेरे बच्चे का फ़ोन आया था. पापा बोला आप बंद करके आ जाओ दुकान, बोले या अपने घर के सामने माहौल खराब है बोले. वो 7:30-8 बजे के आसपास में मुझे लड़के का फ़ोन आया था, 7:30 बजे के आसपास में. पापा बोले घर के सामने में माहौल ख़राब हुआ है बोले, आप दुकान बंद करके आ जाइए बोले. पापा बोले तो मैं आया. जब तो आदमगढ़ चौथी पुलिस लोगों ने अच्छा बंदोबस्त कर दिया था, पूरे रास्ते बंद कर दिया. फिर रात को 11, 10:30, 9, 10 के आसपास में हमारे घर के सामने, और रहना हमारा बाजू में ही है. पूरे पुलिस लोगों ने हमको अच्छा सहयोग किया, हमको पूरा बंद करके.
कितने सारे लोग थे? पुलिस का प्रोटेक्शन था. कितने सारे लोग थे?
मैं जब आया ना सर, पूरा अंधार हुआ था. आंसू गैस छोड़ दिए थे.
अंधेरा था?
हाँ, पूरा अंधेरा था सर. पूरा काला काला आंसू पूरा आने कैसा. मैंने मेरे बच्चे ने मेरे दरवाजा खुला घर जाने के लिए, अंदर में पूरा काला काला धूप के हुआ था सर. पुराने मम्मी को पता, मेरी मम्मी है, मम्मी को उम्र के हिसाब से उसको तकलीफ हुई, मेरे को तकलीफ हुई.
ये प्लान करके आए थे या कैसे आए थे? कोई
ये मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि प्लान करके आए थे,
जानबूझ के
प्लान करके एक
अटैक करना ही था.
हाँ. इन्होंने सबने शटर लगा दिए ना, 6 बजे से चालू कर दिया इन्होंने.
अच्छा.
शटर लगा दिए पूरे
अपनी दुकानों के शटर.
सब अपनी दुकानों के शटर लगाना चालू कर दिए उन्होंने. बराबर प्लानिंग कर बकाबक लोग आए, फिर यहाँ जमा हुआ, वहाँ जमघटा हुआ वहाँ पे, फिर वहाँ से माहौल चालू हो गया वहाँ से.
Well, my colleague Sandeep also spoke to the DCP about the entire episode. Listen in to what the top cop had to say.
जो वरिष्ठ पुलिस अधिकारी हैं राहुल मकनिकर वो जुड़ चुके हैं. सर, आप बताएं कि अभी तक किस प्रकार की कार्रवाई की गई है, किस प्रकार से लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की सिचुएशन को मेंटेन किया जा रहा है?
अभी पूरी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर कंट्रोल में है हमारे. रात में थोड़ा सा राइट सदृश वातावरण हुआ था। हमने 50 लोगों को जो राइट कर रहे थे, जो सम्मिलित थे, उनको हमने डिटेन किया है। एफआईआर भी पुलिस स्टेशन में, अलग अलग पुलिस स्टेशन में जिन्होंने कुछ वैंडलिज्म किया उनको एफआईआर भी दाखिल किया गया है हमने हमारी तरफ से। और अभी भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन शुरू है। जैसे जैसे इन्वेस्टिगेशन आगे जाएगा, जो जो नाम आएंगे हम उनको भी डिटेन करेंगे।
सर, अफवाह कैसे फैली? क्या कोई सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू?
वो तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन का पार्ट है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन जैसे जैसे आगे जाएगा सारी चीज़ें सामने आएंगी।
सोशल मीडिया ग्रुप में वीडियोस वगैरह वायरल किए गए?
वो हमारा साइबर सेल पूरा तहकीकात कर रहा है। साइबर सेल की
जांच की जा रही है बेसिकली।
हाँ, इनपुट्स जैसे ही साइबर सेल के आगे आएंगे वो पता चलेगा।
तो अभी तक कितने लोगों को बुक किया है आपने?
50 लोगों को हमने डिटेन किया है।
और कितने लोगों को आइडेंटिफाई करना बाकी है? कितने लोग होने की संभावना?
चालू है, वो चालू है। जैसे जैसे नाम निकलेंगे हम डिटेन करेंगे।
Well, to give us more details, we have Sandeep joining us live from Ground Zero. Sandeep, you know, Maharashtra Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister have both said that there was it seems like a pre-planned conspiracy, and the videos also exactly gone to narrate the same. What are you tracking, you know, as far as the investigation is concerned?
See, definitely the kind of conspiracy had taken place, that is something that needs to be investigated, and for the same reason as we spoke to the crime DCP, he also clarified that they are investigating in deep regarding the conspiracy and how these people got on the roads of Nagpur. That is something that needs to be investigated, and the cops are investigating that matter. But ultimately what what has come up right now from the statement of Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister, one thing is very clear, that it was a very planned kind of violence that had in fact taken place in Nagpur. Not only that, if you just go through to the walkthroughs that I did, I have given the reports regarding how a Hindu shop was attacked, how a Hindu clinic was in fact attacked. So it is very much clear that a specific community was targeted by a specific community, and the posters and banners, wherever there were the posters and banners of Hindu deities, that houses were attacked by the goons last night. So definitely, how come these people got stones in large numbers? Apart from that, how come they got petrol bomb? This is something that is very shocking, and it is very hard to believe that anyone can get petrol bomb impromptu. So definitely, it was. It seems that it is a very planned kind of violence that took place in Nagpur. How it all started, who is the mastermind, that is something that police will have to clarify.
Well, also Sandeep, several police officers were injured. 33 of them suffered serious injuries as claimed by the Maharashtra Chief Minister in the Assembly. As far as the crackdown is concerned, have they identified the rioters, and how many arrests have been made so far?
See, this is the Mahal area. And the violence that took place is within the circumstances of 2 to 3 kilometers, and in that very area, each and every CCTV footage is being in fact extracted by the Nagpur police, and they are trying to identify each and every person. Now, every house, like they are reaching out to each and every person and extracting the CCTV footages from where these miscreant had passed on, and in fact tried creating chaos and doing violence at that very point in time. So definitely each and every person is being identified by the Nagpur police, and the search operation is still underway. Heavy forces have been deployed. If you could see the visuals, heavy forces have been deployed to make sure that the law and order situation remains in the place, and no untoward incident take place as similar that happened yesterday. So basically, at this point in time, there are multiple teams that have been in fact formed by Nagpur police to investigate this whole violence. Not only that, cyber department is also carrying out its a different investigation. to verify, to investigate how these videos got circulated, how these people were called in large number, who was the mastermind. That is something that Nagpur police is in fact trying to zero in right now, and they are verifying each and every details and every CCTV footages of this very area.
Right, Sandeep, even as we speak, there's a parallel investigation that's being carried out by the cyber cell to identify if there are any social media posts that are involved in, that are responsible for fanning this particular violent episode in Nagpur, but also help our viewers understand the sequence of events, the timeline, when exactly did the protest begin and what time did the violence start. If you could tell our viewers the details.
Right. Deepak, yes, at around 2:30 p.m. The Vishwa Hindu Parishad and the Bajrang Dal party workers were in fact protesting out here for the demand to demolish the grave of Aurangzeb in Sambhajinagar. At that same point in time, there was a rumor regarding that an effigy was in fact burnt by Vishwa Hindu Parishad, and the effigy was covered with a cloth in which there were religious verses, which in fact those videos were made and in fact circulated in social media groups, and also as it was shown in the news platforms as well. So definitely, which led to a scuffle between two groups. At that very point in time, the police in fact intervened between both the groups, and they after the intervention they made the situation in control. But ultimately, by the time by evening, the whole this whole area was blacked out. This whole area was in fact blacked out, and at that very point in time, the violence started, and following which we saw multiple visuals yesterday, how the arsoning and many vehicles were torched out by the miscreants yesterday.
Right, Sandeep, thank you for bringing us these pictures from the aftermath of the Nagpur violence. The DCP claims that the situation is currently under control. Let's now listen into the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde.
सर नागपूरमध्ये जी काही घटना घडलेली आहे, संभाजीनगरमध्ये कबर हटवा असं म्हणतात, पण नागपूरमध्ये दंगल झाले.
एक विचारा, नागपूरच्या रात्री झालेल्या घटना जी आहे ती अतिशय दुर्दैवी होती, आणि त्या दुर्घटनेमध्ये मोमीनपुरा, महाल एरिया, चिटणीस पार्क या परिसरामध्ये जमावाने एकत्र येऊन काही घरांना लक्ष्य केलं, काही घरांवर दगडफेक केली, जाळपोळ केली, टू व्हीलर, फोर व्हीलर जाळल्या गेल्या. त्याचबरोबर मोठ्या प्रमाणावर त्या भागामध्ये मालमत्तेचं नुकसान केलं, आणि काही लोक तर जीवानिशी वाचली. अशा प्रकारचं त्या ठिकाणी पूर्ण वातावरण तयार झालं होतं. पोलीस आले, पोलिसांवर देखील दगडफेक झाली. 4 DCP अतिशय गंभीररित्या जखमी आहेत. काही लोकांना दगडांनी दगडफेक केल्यामुळे.
How did it all started? कैसे ये शुरू हुआ? Where were you?
शुरू कैसे हुआ वो हमें आइडिया नहीं, लेकिन जब हम घर पे थे तो हमें बहुत सारी शोर की आवाज़ सुनाई दी, पुलिस वालों की और उनके हाथ में वो जैसे बॉम्ब जैसा कुछ था जो वो पुलिस वालों के ऊपर फोड़ रहे थे. और यहाँ पे भी 3 फोड़े हमारे सामने, और यहाँ पे 2-3 लोगों को उन्होंने पकड़ा था, उसमें से 2 तो भाग गए थे. एक उनके हाथ में आए और उनको बहुत मारा उन्होंने, और एक के हाथ में चाकू था तो वो मारने वाले थे उनको, लेकिन हाँ किसी ने रोका उनको, तो वो उसकी वजह से वो बच गए थे.
ओके.
हाँ, और टीयर
हथियार वगैरह
बहुत थे, रॉड वगैरह थे,
लोखंडी रॉड थे, वो पूरे खराब हुए थे.
रॉड थे उनके पास.
और आप कह रही कि कुछ एलिमेंट था जो बॉम्ब
हाँ,
जैसा
हाँ
element था।
वो हमको आइडिया नहीं वो एग्जैक्टली क्या होता है। वो मिट्टी का कुछ था,
पुलिस
वो
के ऊपर फेंक रहे थे,
फेंक रहे थे पत्थरबाजी यहाँ से बहुत। यहाँ पे 2 लोग थे जो यहाँ के पुलिस वालों को पत्थर मार रहे थे।
वो सब हरी टोपी लगाकर वो बांध कर वो अलग ही लोग थे, दिख रहे थे।
तो वो पुलिस वालों को भी अटैक किया?
हाँ, पुलिस वालों को तो बहुत अटैक किया उन्होंने।
बहुत
फिर हमने पुलिस का
गंदी
पुलिस को शायद पता नहीं था वो यहाँ से जा रहे थे, तो हमने फिर कॉल करके उनको बताया कि सारा फोकस अगर यहाँ पे है तो यहाँ पे भी कुछ हो रहा है। फिर हमने 100 पे कॉल करके यहाँ पे बुलाया तो पुलिस वाले यहाँ पे भी आए। फिर उनको यहाँ से फिर शांत हुआ तब जाके।
आप अपना नाम बताएं, कितने सालों से यहाँ पर रह रहे हैं?
हमने 50 साल हो गए यहाँ रहते हैं।
50 सालों में कभी ऐसे दंगे देखे थे?
नहीं ना, ऐसे तो नहीं हुए, ऐसे कभी नहीं, पहली बार हुआ इतना बड़ा। हाँ।
क्या क्या हो रहा था जब आप लोग घर पे थे? क्या क्या आप लोगों ने सुना? क्या क्या हो रहा था आसपास?
ये सब सामने ज़्यादा हुआ है, रोड पर ही हुआ, हमारे गली में भी हुआ। सब लोग जमा हुए, बहुत सारे पुलिस वगैरह थे। ऐसे मारपीट तो नहीं हुई कुछ ऐसे, लेकिन चिल्ला रहे थे। जब पत्थरबाजी हुई थोड़ी सी, ज़्यादा नहीं हुआ इधर ऐसा कुछ।
आग वाग लगा?
हाँ, इधर हमको कुछ मालूम नहीं था, अभी मैं देखने आई हूँ इधर। अभी इधर कुछ हुआ। हाँ,
यहाँ पे
हाँ।
तो आप लोगों को डर लग रहा था? अंदर डर लग रहा था?
घर में तो डर लग रहा था ना भाई, इतने नज़दीक सब हुआ तो इधर भी तो डर तो है सबको भी।
क्या नारेबाजी लगा रहे थे लोग, शोर कर रहे थे, आवाज?
वो कुछ मालूम नहीं, हम लोग अंदर घर में थे, उधर सब तो उतना कुछ ख्याल नहीं दिया हमने।
कितने की संख्या में लोग थे?
बहुत सारे थे ना, अभी इतना जमघट रहे थे। बहुत सारे लोग थे, इतना हमने इतना ख्याल नहीं किया, लेकिन हमारे इधर मोहल्ले में थे, बहुत सारे थे।
और क्या बोल रहे थे वो लोग, कुछ बता पाएंगे?
नहीं, इधर तो हमने कुछ सुना नहीं, इधर तो बाहर नहीं आए हम लोग। उधर वो सब पत्थरबाजी वगैरह कर रहे थे लोग, जो चिल्ला रहे थे, उतना कुछ सुना नहीं क्या चिल्ला रहे थे। तो
Republic TV continues to report from Nagpur, where a curfew has been imposed after violence broke out over the call to move the tomb of Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb out of Maharashtra. We'll get you more details and much more. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amritpal and his associates. Amritpal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against.
Welcome back, viewers. Now, influencer Brad Ori and his Vaishno Devi visit organizer Cherry Sin have gone off radar now. Both Ori and Chiri have turned their phones off. Several calls to both by Jammu and Kashmir police have gone unanswered after a series of calls. Phones have been switched off by both of them now. So they are completely off the radar, viewers, after an SIT was formed to investigate into the matter. Remember, viewers, what has happened is that this person called Ori, who is known to be a Bollywood influencer, so-called, and is spotted with various high-profile celebrities. He was partying in Katra, near Vaishno Devi. It's a prohibited area. There's no alcohol or non-veg food allowed, but he was allegedly consuming that. At least that's on video as well. And after an FIR was filed against him and 7 others, that is his friends, including a Russian national, he's gone completely off radar. And my colleague Gursimran Singh joins us live on the broadcast from Katra. Gursimran, well, Ori is completely unreachable, what we are understanding, and so is the person who organized this party.
Yes, both Ori and Cherry Sin have gone off radar for the security forces for Jammu and Kashmir police that is investigating this matter. Yesterday we are told that there were multiple calls that were made to Ori. They all went unanswered. To Cherry Singh there were multiple calls that were also made by the Jammu and Kashmir police. One of the calls was answered, but since then, yesterday afternoon, there has not been any details about the whereabouts of Cherry Singh as well. Cherry Singh is basically from Jammu and Kashmir, presently based outside J&K, and he was the one who booked all these cottages for Ori and his friends for their stay in Jammu and Kashmir, including the Russian national. It was the room number 4001, the cottage number that was booked by Cherry Singh on the names of Ori and all his friends. Now they have gone off radar. Now the Jammu and Kashmir police is preparing for the first step of their legal action after the registration of the FIR, that is sending the notices to Ori and all his friends to join the investigation and to spill out the details that what were the exact sequence of events that have happened, and no clean sheet is being given to the hotel as it was being presumed earlier yesterday when it came into being that the hotel was the one who gave the complaint to the police. But now it turns out to be that hotel was the one who was buying time for Ori, and they waited for a day-long time to register the complaint with the police so that Ori and his friends can go out from Jammu and Kashmir. And now as we speak, the investigation is underway.
Thank you so much, Guru Simran, for joining us with those details coming in on that story. We shift our focus now to Sunita Williams' homecoming. A pair of United States astronauts stuck for more than 9 months on the International Space Station are going to return to Earth. If we talk about Indian Standard Time, it's going to happen around 3:30 a.m. And Butch Wilmore, Sunita Williams, who's of Indian origin, are to be transported home with another American astronaut and Russian cosmonaut aboard a SpaceX Dragon craft, which arrived at the ISS early Sunday. The stranded duo have been on the ISS since June last year after the Boeing Starliner spacecraft they were testing on its maiden crewed voyage suffered propulsion issues and was deemed unfit to fly them back to Earth. And of course the countdown has begun, and there are prayers and hopes, of course, for a safe landing on Earth. All right, viewers. So Republic TV, in fact, got in touch with Sunita Williams' family. Republic has spoken exclusively to Sunita Williams' cousin, Falguni Pandya. Listen in.
Ms. Pandya, how do you feel? How does the family feel to hear and know that Sunita Williams is finally coming back home after 9 long months?
Family is very, very excited. Thank you, first of all, for showing so much love to Sunny and the family and the support for all of us. We feel that love coming all the way from India to here and going all the way to ISS to Sunny as well. She is feeling very connected to India. We are very happy she's coming back. Obviously, happy is not enough to describe the joy and relief and excitement that is here.
Also, Ms. Pandya, you know, Sunita Williams had often spoken about her pet dog. She says she's very excited to meet her pet dog. Tell us about how it is to have Sunita Williams around you and the kind of affinity that she has for her pet.
She has a lot of affinity for her dogs. She has 2. And she also has a lot of affinity for children. As you can see, these are my kids with Sunny. That's my husband with Sunny. She loves all human beings and all beings around her. She's particularly very close to all the children, whether they are part of the family or they are in schools. Wherever she is just a giving, loving person.
Also, Mrs. Pandya, when was the last time you had a conversation with Sunita Williams? I'm sure this has been a very, very tough time, these 9 long months, you know, having one of your family members stranded on the International Space Station, that too outside of our planet. So when was the last time you all spoke to Sunita Williams?
We are routinely in touch with her. So I give a lot of credit to NASA and a lot of credit to all the technology that is making it possible, where we are constantly meeting on Microsoft software enabled us to speak. And a lot of family events we celebrate together, holidays we celebrate together. We send her I've sent her Kaju Katri in the past. We send her gifts, we send her cards, we send her photographs. We are constantly in touch and talking, and she talks to her mom almost every day. So she's close to our hearts and in our lives very much. Ganesh with her. And she has sent the pictures of Ganesh floating in International Space Station. She will be protected, and Butch will be protected, and they will make it home safe, for sure. And she was also very excited about Kumbh Mela. She knew I was going to Kumbh Mela. We were talking about it and what I would be doing, and she actually took a picture from her window of the Kumbh Mela at night, and she sent me that picture.
Dragon continues an opening rate away from the zenith port of the Harmony module.
There you go. That's the picture.
Undocking occurring just about.
And Sunny has diligently sent emails to all of us, telling us everything that is going on in her life there, all the scientific experiments they are doing, their day-to-day, what they eat and what they do, about her friends at ISS. And she has also shared some pretty interesting facts about the Earth and how it looks from the sky. And one thing she has said in the past, I was with her through her journey when she visited India in 2007 at a grand heroic welcome by India. I was her translator and I accompanied her. And she used to say in her speeches that time that when you look at Earth from the sky, you don't see any boundaries. We human make the lines and the boundaries and the borders. And her message is of that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family. She is very much an exceptional human being. She has best of both Western culture as well as Deepak Kaka, our uncle and Sunny's dad, was a very spiritual person. He was a neurologist. He was very accomplished in his own field. He has written books that are used in medical schools all over. He was experts in brain mapping, but he was very, very spiritual. And Sunny has the best of both. And we are just very grateful that she is in our lives.
All right, we have some breaking news coming in right now, viewers. The security forces have recovered an IED in Shopian. That's what we are breaking right now. This is the news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Security forces recovering an IED planted in Shopian. My colleague Zenat is joining us live on the broadcast from Srinagar. Zenat, tell us more details about this, please.
That includes the 44RR. South Kashmir, where this IED has been recovered.
All right, there seems to be a problem with your connection there, Zenat. We'll try and reconnect with you, viewers. But the only piece of information I have is that the security forces have recovered IED in Shopian, that is in Jammu and Kashmir. We are waiting for more updates on that.
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless or they were misled. They were struggling to mechanically parrot a pre-fed script. Asaduddin Owaisi, standing before the crowd, thundered that the bill will snatch graveyards, dargahs, a claim that not a single protester can explain, even when questioned repeatedly. We kept trying, our reporters went there and we kept asking these protesters directly, and the results were beyond shocking. Most of them were fumbling. Many of them muttered, "Pata nahi, jo bhi hai," which means "I have no idea," whatever, and looked away. While others kept repeating "Musalman ki sampatti hai," as if programmed to do so without understanding the legal context. Who fed them this?
All right, in some monies from across the country, more than 95 kilograms of gold and cash cumulatively have valued at around 90 crore rupees were seized from a residential flat in Ahmedabad in Gujarat following a raid by the state's anti-terrorist squad and Directorate of Revenue Intelligence. The accused, who are allegedly involved in various activities such as share market trading, betting and gold smuggling, are yet to be nabbed. K. Ramachandra Rao, a DGP rank officer, and Rania Rao's stepfather was questioned in connection with the gold smuggling case. Rao's statement was recorded by the investigating team led by Karnataka Additional Chief Secretary Gaurav Gupta. The Karnataka government had formed a panel under Gupta to probe if Ramachandra Rao was involved in his stepdaughter's activities. Two aides of Amritpal Singh, Gurmeet Singh and Bhagwant Singh were released from Dibrugarh Central Jail today after completing their detention period. Sources indicate that 2 more detainees will be released tomorrow, followed by 3 others on Wednesday. A 25-member Punjab police team, including senior officials, have been in Dibrugarh for 3 days to facilitate the transfer of the 7 detainees. A controversy erupted after a few tourists from Punjab displayed flags featuring a photo of Khalistani terrorist Jarnail Singh Bhindranwale on their bikes in Himachal Pradesh's Manali. The acting Jathedar of the Akal Takht took note of the incident and said the miscreants tearing the Sikh flags and trampling on Bhindranwale's photos was unacceptable. All right, time for a short break, but we get you the latest from Nagpur, where curfew has been imposed in several locations of the city after violence amid Aurangzeb tomb protests. Clincher CCTV shows that the violence was orchestrated.
Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amritpal and his associates. Amritpal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against the country, setting fire to the country, and breaking the country. Watch this.
No peace can be established without weapons. That's why every state have weapons.
So that proves that Amritpal wants to break the country. Tonight, you and I and everyone across India, we have a right to and must in fact start confronting Arvind Kejriwal. We must ask Arvind Kejriwal, what exactly is his secret deal with the Khalistani Amritpal? Kejriwal planned all of this and executed it while in Punjab last week. And no, I don't trust his intentions. The man who Arvind Kejriwal is helping today carried out an armed attack on a police station, attacked security personnel, and when caught, he ran and hid till he was picked up under the National Security Act and locked up. Now, my question is this. Watch these pictures, viewers. This is how Amritpal had attacked a police station. Today, Arvind Kejriwal has joined hands with him and is going to release him. Then Arvind Kejriwal will allow Amritpal to let the Khalistan.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. watching Republic.
मैं इस सदन के माध्यम से कोटि कोटि देशवासियों को नमन करता हूं, जिनकी वजह से महाकुंभ का सफल आयोजन हुआ।
During his address in Lok Sabha, Prime Minister Narendra Modi hailed the success of Mahakumbh. Curfew in parts of Nagpur after violence amid Aurangzeb tomb row. Clincher CCTV shows that violence was orchestrated.
पूर्व नियोजित साजिश थी क्या, इसकी भी पुलिस तफ्तीश कर रही है। पुलिस के ऊपर ये तो लोगों के ऊपर हमला किया ही, लोग तो बाल बाल बचे। पुलिस आ गई, फायर ब्रिगेड आ गई, उनकी गाड़ियों को भी लक्ष्य कर दिया।
Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde issues a statement on Nagpur violence, calls it pre-planned. Controversial influencer Ori goes off radar, faces FIR in Jammu and Kashmir over hurting Hindu sentiments. Countdown begins for Sunita Williams' homecoming. Dragon spacecraft on course to splash down. A curfew has been imposed in several areas of Nagpur after violence broke out over a call to move the tomb of Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb out of Maharashtra. And according to reports, the burning of the green cloth triggered rumours as many claimed sacred verses were written on it, leading to tensions in the area. Last evening, about 80 to 100 people from a certain community turned violent, the notice says. Stones were thrown at cops, several vehicles were set on fire. Police used mild force in the form of lathi charge and tear gas. According to police, the trouble began late afternoon, shortly after Bajrang Dal members demonstrated near the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj statue in Mahal area. Police said their rumours spread that the holy book was burned during this agitation. Videos of the Bajrang Dal demonstration quickly went viral on social media. Alright, so there are 9 CCTV footages that reveal the truth of Nagpur riots. We'll try and get you more updates on that, because there is a curfew that has been imposed in several parts. There's a rumor of the holy book being burned that led to the violence, and a certain community members of a certain community were seen in this protest, in this violence. Republic TV leading the investigation into the matter. Unrest in Nagpur over Aurangzeb tomb row. All right, viewers, in fact, Republic TV is on ground zero. We are trying to get you every fact from ground zero. Videos of the Bajrang Dal demonstration quickly have gone viral, and Republic investigation has revealed that the riots were pre-planned. Another proof that violence was orchestrated was that the rioters broke the bikes, took out petrol from the bike's tank, dipped a juice stack in petrol and set it on fire. To ensure that large-scale vandalism takes place, viewers, here's the ground reality that Republic TV is showing you. Take a look.
तस्वीर देख लीजिए, ये तमाम बाइकें हैं जो कि इस हिंसा की शिकार हुई। आगजनी इनमें कर दी गई, तोड़फोड़ इनमें कर दी गई। बाइकों के अलावा आप सीसीटीवी कैमरे यहां पर रखे हुए देख लेंगे। ये सभी वो सबूत है जो कि सबूतों को नष्ट करने की कोशिश उपद्रवियों द्वारा की गई। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात, पेट्रोल बम का जिक्र किया जा रहा है। वो पेट्रोल बम दरअसल है क्या और उसका इस्तेमाल किस तरीके से किया गया, वो मैं अब आपको दिखाने वाला हूं। अगर मेरे विजय अभिषेक यहाँ पर दिखाएंगे, ये देखिए, ये बाइक यहाँ पर खड़ी हुई है और ये पूरा एक कंपाउंड है जिसमें तमाम बाइकें खड़ी थी, जिसको आग लगा दिया गया। पेट्रोल बम का इस्तेमाल कैसे किया गया, ये देखिए, ये स्प्रे की बोतल है। ये देखिए, ये स्प्रे की बोतल है और आप इसको देखेंगे ये पूरे तरीके से काली हो चुकी है। बताया जा रहा है कि स्प्रे से जो केमिकल निकला उसमें आग लगाई गई और उसके बाद इसको फेंका गया उन सभी जगहों पर जहां पर बड़ी संख्या में ज्वलनशील पदार्थ थे। लेकिन उससे पहले क्या किया गया, उससे पहले आप ये स्कूटी देख रहे हैं, इन सभी के जो टैंकी है उसको लीक किया गया। पहले बाइकें तोड़ी गई, उसमें से पेट्रोल टैंक है उसको लीक किया गया और उसके बाद स्प्रे की बोतल को तोड़कर उसमें आग लगाकर उसको आगे फेंका। लेकिन दूसरा सबसे बड़ा सबूत जो हमें यहाँ मिला, ये देखिए, ये जूट के बैग है, अमूमन बोरी हम इसको बोलते हैं। ये आप देखेंगे पूरे तरीके से काली हो चुकी है। किया क्या गया कि इस जूट के बैग को पेट्रोल में डुबाया गया और उसके बाद इसमें आग लगाकर लोगों के घरों की तरफ फेंका गया। मेरे पीछे आप ये घर देख रहे हैं, घर के बाहर ये लकड़ी का सामान देख रहे हैं, ऊपर आप देखेंगे तमाम दीवारों पर आपको पत्थरों के निशान साफ तौर पर नजर आएंगे। लेकिन ये सबसे बड़े सबूत जो हम अपने कैमरे पर आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि कैसे स्प्रे की बोतल का इस्तेमाल आग लगाने में किया गया, जूट के बैग का इस्तेमाल किया गया और यही कारण है कि बड़ी संख्या में जो गाड़ियों में आग लगाई गई वो इसी कारण लगाई गई। आप ही का घर है ये पीछे? हाँ। क्या पथराव हुआ था आप लोगों का? भाई साहब, क्या पथराव हुआ था आपके घर पे भी?
हाँ, पथराव हुआ, गाड़ियाँ जलाए, डंडे वगैरह से पूरे लेके खड़े थे ना पूरे। हमको
पे लगा है, बोरियां जला जला के फेंक रहे थे गाड़ियों के ऊपर।
भैया हम घर पे खाना खा रहे थे, आवाज आई, बाहर आके देखे तो उधर क्लिनिक के अंदर घुसे थे। उसके क्लिनिक का दरवाजा तोड़ के अंदर उधर पे घुसे, इधर पे पत्थर मार रहे, हमारे को पत्थर लगा, हम अंदर पूरे बात पे देखे गाड़ी जला दिए। गाड़ी का पूरा धुआं घर के अंदर घुसा, हम देख रहे गाड़ी जला दिए। बाहर आए तो पत्थर इतने हम दरवाजा बंद करके अंदर घुस गए।
नारेबाजी हो रही थी बाहर, कितनी भीड़ हो गई?
हाँ, कम से कम 250-300 लोग थे। जो मकान टूटे हैं अभी हंसापुरी में, रोड चौड़ा होने के लिए मकान तोड़े गए, तो वही ईंट पत्थर जो मिला उनको वही बरसा रहे थे घरों पे।
कितनी भीड़ हो गई थी वैसा?
कम से 400-500 लोगों की भीड़ थी।
400-500 लोग। तो आप ये तस्वीरें देखिए, ये देखिए तमाम जो बाइकें हैं यहाँ पे वो पूरे तरीके से जली हुई है और आप किसी भी बाइक को देख लीजिए वो बिल्कुल जलकर राख है। और ये तकरीबन आप अगर गिनेंगे तो तकरीबन 15 से भी ज्यादा गाड़ियां सिर्फ इसी कंपाउंड में खड़ी हुई नजर आ जाएंगी। ये देखिए, सबसे पहले जो बताया जा रहा है कि ये जो बाइक आप देख रहे हैं, इसी बाइक को सबसे पहले तोड़ा गया। बाइक को तोड़ने के बाद ये जो पेट्रोल का टैंक है, अभी भी आप देखेंगे तमाम जो रिसाव है इस टैंक से होता हुआ आपको हल्का हल्का नजर आएगा। ये देखिए, अगर मेरे विजय अभिषेक आएंगे, ये देखिए, ये जो पेट्रोल की टैंकी का टैंक है, इन बाइकों से पेट्रोल निकाला गया। पेट्रोल निकालने के बाद जो आग लगाई गई बॉटल्स में, बोरियों में, और उसके बाद वो आग जो बोरी में लगाई गई उनको इन तमाम बाइकों में फेंका गया। तो ये वो सबूत है जिसका जिक्र पुलिस कर रही है, ये वो सबूत है जिसको लेकर आगे जांच होनी चाहिए।
मैं जहां पर मौजूद हूं वो हंसापुरी इलाके में स्थित एक क्लिनिक है, ये बंडू क्लिनिक है। कितने लोग घुसे थे और वो क्या सोच करके उन्होंने अटैक किया था?
मंजर तो बहुत ही खतरनाक था कि आपकी रूह कांप जाए। कम से कम 150-200 लोग आपके घर में घुसेंगे तो आप क्या करोगे? सब ऊपर भागे, बच्चे वगैरह सब खाना खा रही थी बच्ची, उसके खाना फेंक दिया उनने, गल्ला लूट लिए, पूरा तोड़फोड़ कर दिए, दवाइयाँ फेंक दिए बाहर निकाल के। गाड़ी मतलब ताला लगा हुआ दरवाजे को उनने पूरा बाहर से खींचे, मतलब प्लानिंग से काम था पूरा। ये
जो मंजर जो है, इस मंजर को देखिए कि कैसे इस गाड़ी पर जो है वो अटैक किया गया है और क्या कुछ लेकर के वो लोग आए थे, उनके हाथ में क्या थी?
तलवारें, लाठी, पत्थर, पूरे कार वगैरह फोड़े, गाड़ियाँ जला दी है।
500 कदम तक उन्होंने तोड़फोड़ करी।
अच्छा, तो मैं तस्वीरें पहले आपको दिखा दूं कि किस प्रकार से तोड़फोड़, किस प्रकार से जो है यहाँ पर तोड़फोड़ की गई है। ये तस्वीरें देखिए कि ये एक क्लिनिक है और क्लिनिक में यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है कि छोटी सी बच्ची जो थी वो खाना भी खा रही थी, वो डर के मारे उसके हाथ से खाना जो है वो छूट गया। और ये जो तस्वीरें ये तोड़फोड़ है, ये दवाइयाँ आपको बिखरी हुई मिलेंगी, यहाँ पर दिखाई देती होंगी। यहाँ पे ये महिला है, जो स्थानीय महिला है, जो बताया जा रहा है कि आप अपना नाम बताएं।
अनीता श्रीवास।
कितने सालों से यहाँ हुई, क्या कुछ हुआ? उस
घटना तो मालूम नहीं पड़ा, मानो धीरे धीरे जब हंगामा हुआ तब हमने
क्या हुआ? कितने सारे लोग आए थे?
बहुत लोग आए थे, वो तो गिनती में नहीं थे, बहुत थे, कुछ नहीं तो 300-400-700 लोग।
क्या लेकर के आए थे वो लोग?
तलवार तक लेके आए थे सर, तलवार।
क्या बोल रहे
मिली?
क्या नारा वारा दे रहे थे?
वो हाँ चिल्लाए थे, माधर चौधरी उनका
गाली
गुलजार सब हुआ। 70 तक मारे सर, गल्ला तकन के पैसा गायब करे, गल्ला तकन के हमारे धंधे के पैसा गायब हुए, धंधे के पैसे 1 रुपये नहीं निकाले। धंधे को 1 लाख रुपए करीब रहे हो।
और ये जो तोड़ फोड़ है अगर आप दिखाए,
वो खाना तक हमारा बच्चा खाना खा था, बच्चे का खाना तक फेंक दिए खाना तक हम बच्चे का पूरा तोड़ फोड़ करे। देखो ना आप खाना देखो ना।
ये बच्ची यहाँ पे खाना खा रही,
खाना खाई थी 5 साल के बच्चे।
तो वो लोग बाहर से
हाथ जोड़े सर, बच्चे ने तकन हाथ जोड़े कि मत तोड़ो मेरे पापा की गाड़ी मत फोड़ो, बच्चे की गाड़ी तकन तोड़े।
हाँ। तो
वो बच्ची
ये क्यों घुसे आपके ही घर में, क्यों घुसे?
अब वो मैं क्या मालूम सर, वो तो मैंने देखी नहीं ना, अचानक कैसे घुसे बे में क्या हमारे ना दिक्कत भई ना झगड़ा हुआ ना कुछ नहीं ना तूफान ना कुछ नहीं। बे अचानक कैसे घुसे वो भी नहीं,
जानबूझ के
मकान देख के घुसे, पक्का मकान देख के वो हम नहीं बता सकते मन में क्यों घुसे नहीं मालूम।
तस्वीरें आप देखिए कि किस प्रकार से यहाँ पर सामान जो है फैला हुआ है। सरकार से आपकी क्या डिमांड?
हमारी भरपाई होना, हमारी तो डिमांड मतलब कुछ नहीं, हमको 3-4 लाख होना, हमारे को भरपाई होना।
Well, Sandeep, clinics, cars, bikes, police vehicles, fire tenders, shops, nothing was spared by these vandals, these rioters. And in the aftermath, we are getting to also hear, like you showed us, that this woman clearly claims that there were sharp weapons also used, which was also confirmed by Chief Minister Fadnavis in his address.
See, definitely weapons were used also. There were petrol bombs that were in fact utilized to, in fact, do this kind of a violence. And not only that, if I could show you the visuals out here, I could show you the visuals. This the kind of damage that has been in fact done to the vehicles across the Mahal area located in Nagpur. In fact, this whole violence took place under the circumstances of 2 to 3 kilometers, and in fact, there you see that multiple such vehicles were in fact attacked by this mob, and not only that, but this mob had also barged into the residences of people. Can you imagine? That was so horrifying for that woman as she was telling her ordeal before public TV, that how unknown people barged into her residence. In fact, they looted money. Not only that, they damaged the vehicle that was parked inside the residence. That also was damaged. So definitely, the testimony has been in fact given by all the victims who lost their vehicles as well as lost their belongings into this. But the terrifying experience was also in fact shared by these people who have been the victim to this violence. And in fact, now the Chief Minister of Maharashtra has already assured action in this very case, and Devendra Fadnavis addressed the.
तो कोई भी अपनी नापसंद का इजहार कानून को हाथ में ले करेगा क्या, ये देखने की जरूरत है। तो ये बहुत गलत हो रहा है, सरकार की जिम्मेदारी है, ये सरकार की गलती है, इंटेलिजेंस की फेलियर है। उस जगह जहां से महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री आते हैं, और ये जो वायलेंस हुआ है हमारे केंद्र मंत्री के घर के करीब है पूरा, ये बड़ी गलत बात हो रही है। अब हो गया।
फडणवीस साहब ने कहा है कि ये बहुत रिग्रेटेबल है, बहुत दुख की बात है कि स्टेट एक्सचेकर से औरंगजेब के कब्र की देखभाल करनी पड़ती है।
आप सत्ता में हैं, आपके जो आइडियोलॉजी है उसको बाजू रखिए। आपकी आइडियोलॉजी होने चाहिए भारत का कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन और रूल ऑफ लॉ को अपहोल्ड करना। 6 दिसंबर 1992 को क्या हुआ, और उसके बाद सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उसको एग्रीगियस एक्ट कहा है। तो आप देख लीजिए, हुकूमत आपकी है, मंत्री आप हैं, रूल ऑफ लॉ आपको फॉलो करना है, और आपको कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के लिहाज से अपनी हुकूमत चलाना है। थैंक यू।
Well, there you heard it. That was AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi clearly blaming the Maharashtra government, saying that this is nothing but an intelligence failure, but also condemning what happened in Nagpur. And these are the 9 CCTV clippings, in fact 8 of them on your screens, which clearly go on to show how this was nothing but a pre-planned conspiracy. Even this was confirmed by the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister. There you can see in the video 1, you can see how a mob, dozens of them armed with sticks and stones, and one of them even briefly removing the face mask that he had on his around his face, and then once again, wearing it. And in the second video, you can clearly see how the mob is seen rushing towards another group that was there and vandalizing cars and bikes that were, stationary in that particular lane. And in the third video, you can see how stones are being pelted at another group by this particular mob that had gathered there. In fact, even in this third video, you can see how there were parked cars that were completely vandalized. Their glasses are shattered with sticks, stones, and also with sharp weapons. Now, this is the CCTV video one that we are talking about, which clearly goes on to show how these individuals, part of a big mob, were armed with sticks, stones, and also sharp weapons. This is one of the rioters who has uncovered his face before, covering it back with a cloth. And we have more CCTV pictures that we'll put out on our screens, on those big screens, and explain what exactly is being witnessed in those clippings. 8 CCTV clippings clearly go on to show how this particular violence didn't just happen, at the moment. It was a pre-planned conspiracy is what the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Ministers have said. Look at that, look at that, look at how people in large numbers are chasing the other group with sticks and also vandalizing the cars that are parked there. And these cars, have suffered major damages. The windshields have been broken. Some of the cars were even torched by these vandals. Now, in this particular video that we have accessed, and which goes on to show how it was all premeditated, nothing happened at the heat of the moment. There you can see how did a large number of people have sticks readily available, how were stones mobilized, and there you can see how they ransacked everything. Bikes, cars, police vehicles, fire tenders, nothing was spared by these unruly members. Now here you can see how the police over there trying to appeal to these vandals to remain calm, but unrelenting to the calls of the police. These members clearly charging at them with big rocks, and they also downed a two-wheeler there, made sure that the fuel in this particular vehicle leaked, and then they set it ablaze. But these are the footages that we have accessed, and here you can see how a handful of police being confronted by a dozen members with sticks, stones, and other sharp weapons. There you see police, they're warning them that strict action will be taken, but despite that, they have no regard for the law enforcement. Look at how they charge at the police, and 33 individuals have been injured in this. And this is another angle of the same street where you can see how the police over there trying to urge these members to not take law into their own hands, but despite their multiple requests, the members of the mob went on a rampage. In fact, we also have the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, coming out and saying that this looks like a pre-planned conspiracy. Listen in.
क्या नहीं जाएगा। जो भी समाज कंटक जिन्होंने पुलिस पर हमला किया है, आम जनता के ऊपर हमला किया है, माँ बहनों पर अत्याचार किया है, पेट्रोल बम फेंके हैं, पत्थर फेंके हैं, हथियार से हमला किया है, उनको बिल्कुल महाराष्ट्र में बिल्कुल माफ नहीं किया जाएगा। हमारी महाराष्ट्र सरकार की भूमिका है या महाराष्ट्र में अमन शांति कायम बनाए रखने का काम है, और इसलिए मैं जनता से भी अपील करूंगा कि पुलिस अपना काम कर रही है। पुलिस सख्ती से गुनाहगारों को जो समाज कंटक है उनसे पेश कर आएगी, उनको कड़ी कार्रवाई करेगी, लेकिन पुलिस को भी जनता ने सहयोग करना चाहिए, यह भी हमारी अपील है। अबू आजमी को तो निलंबित कर दिया है, दोबारा ऐसी नौबत ना आए, ऐसा काम वो ना करे। और औरंगजेब का समर्थन इस महाराष्ट्र में कोई सहन नहीं करेगा, उसका महिमा मंडल कोई सहन करेगा नहीं। ये औरंगजेब, ये छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज, छत्रपति संभाजी महाराज और हमारे देश का दुश्मन था, वो देशद्रोही था, ये जुल्मी आक्रमणकारी था, माँ बहनों पर अत्याचार करने वाला था, मंदिरों को तोड़ने वाला था और छत्रपति संभाजी महाराज पर अन्याय अत्याचार करने वाला था। ये महाक्रूर कर्म था और इसलिए उसको बिल्कुल उसका समर्थन जो भी करे उसको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। ये जनता की भावना है, ये जनता की भावना है। देखो, जनता की भावना हमारे राजा के प्रति, छत्रपति संभाजी महाराज के प्रति बहुत ही गंभीर है और इसलिए उन्होंने जो आंदोलन किया है वो आंदोलन जायज है। उनके मन में जो है हमारे राजा के प्रति प्रेम भावना है और औरंगजेब के प्रति जो देशद्रोही है उसके प्रति गुस्सा है।
Meanwhile, viewers, we have also spoken exclusively to many eyewitnesses of this violence, and they narrate the audio recounting how their family members made desperate calls to them saying that things have gone out of control outside their homes. Listen it.
मैं शॉप में था, मेरे बच्चे का फ़ोन आया था, पापा बोला आप बंद करके आ जाओ दुकान, बोले या अपने घर के सामने मौत खराब है बोले। वो 7:30-8 बजे के आसपास में
मस्जिद के अंदर ऐसी सब योजना बनाई और जिन्होंने हमले किए इन सब के विरुद्ध कठोरतम कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित किया जाना उनको बहुत जरूरी है। साथ ही साथ हम ये भी कहेंगे कि देखिए, हमने जो कब्र को समाप्ति का जो संकल्प लिया था उसका अर्थ सिर्फ कब्र नहीं था, कब्र के साथ वो कब्र वाली मानसिकता जो औरंगजेबी मानसिकता है, जिस मानसिकता ने कल हमला किया उस मानसिकता को भी समाप्त करना है। कुछ लोग इसको इस तरह से देख रहे हैं कि दो समुदायों के बीच झगड़ा था, ना, दूसरा समुदाय तो इन्वॉल्व भी नहीं था, दूसरे समुदाय के ऊपर तो हमला किया गया, सुनियोजित तरीके से हिंसा फैलाई गई थी। तो ऐसे हिंसक लोगों के विरुद्ध कठोरतम कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित किया जाना शासन प्रशासन का काम है। हमें विश्वास है कि महाराष्ट्र सरकार इसको कर ही रही है। साथ ही साथ हमने ये भी कहा है कि भाई अब ऐसे समय में जो है हम जो है ये जो स्मारक है उस स्मारक के जो कब्र है, कब्र को तोड़ करके वहाँ पर जो जिन्होंने औरंगजेब को हराया था और जिसको नाक और चने चबा दिए, ऐसे छत्रपति राजाराम जी महाराज और जो बाकी जो संत थे उनके जो अपने योद्धा थे उनके नाम पर एक स्मारक बनना चाहिए और जिससे कि सदियों तक लोग उसको याद रखें कि हाँ, ये औरंगजेब को हराने वाला और औरंगजेब को लगभग 27 वर्ष तक वो महलों से निकाल करके और जंगलों की हवा खिलाने वाला ये योद्धा थे। उन योद्धा को नतमस्तक करने के लिए योद्धा के सामने जो है समाज नतमस्तक हो और ये औरंगजेबी मानसिकता देश के अंदर से समाप्त हो, इसके लिए हमने ये कोशिश की और हमारी जारी रहेगी। हमारा आग्रह है कि सरकार इस बारे में अविलंब इसमें कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित करेगी और इस तरह की जो औरंगजेबी मानसिकता है उसको देश से समूल नाश करेंगे।
सर, प्रधानमंत्री जी आज संसद में प्रयागराज के बारे में बात करा, उन्होंने कहा कि मैंने रेड फोर्ट से कहा था कि सबका साथ सबका विकास होना चाहिए और कुंभ में मैंने ये चीज़ देखा जिस तरह से करोड़ों लोगों ने इसको अपनाया, स्नान किया, उसके लिए मैं यूपी सरकार, प्रयागराज के लोगों का, यूपी के लोगों का धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ।
निस्संदेह मैं कहूँगा कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो एक नारा दिया था, सबका साथ सबका विकास और सबका प्रयास और सबका जो विकास जो है ना वो जो नारा था वास्तव में सार्थक हुआ और जिस प्रकार से महाकुंभ के दौरान सभी मतपंथ संप्रदाय के लोग, सभी भाषा के लोग, सभी क्षेत्र के लोग, सब दुनिया के सभी देशों से आने वाले लोग सबने आनंदपूर्वक स्नान किया और अपनी आध्यात्मिक परंपरा का वाहक बने। मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि इसमें निस्संदेह उत्तर प्रदेश के जो शासन प्रशासन और सरकार के लोग तो हैं ही हैं, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और बाकी जो भी उस कार्य योजना में लगे पूज्य संत जिनका आशीर्वाद से ये सब काम संपन्न हुआ, उन सबको साधुवाद। और वास्तव में ये जो भव्यतम दिव्यतम और दुनिया का अनुपम एकमात्र जो इतना बड़ा आयोजन था जो आज तक कभी न भूतो न भविष्य थी, इस तरह का आयोजन था, इसके लिए सभी को साधुवाद। और निस्संदेह ये उन लोगों के मुंह पर भी एक करारा तमाचा है इसका सक्सेसफुल आयोजन, जो लोग हिंदू समाज को बांटने काटने की प्रवृत्ति के साथ काम करते हैं, जो हिंदू को, भारत को जो है ना वो जातिगत आधार पर, कभी मतपंथ संप्रदाय, भाषा के आधार पर।
ये प्लान करके आए थे या कैसे आए थे? कोई
ये मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि प्लान करके आए थे, जानबूझ के प्लान करके एक
अटैक करना ही था।
हाँ। इन्होंने सबने शटर लगा दिए ना, 6 बजे से चालू कर दिया इन्होंने। अच्छा, शटर लगा दिए पूरे
अपनी दुकानों के शटर,
सब अपनी दुकानों के शटर लगाना चालू कर दिया उन्होंने। बराबर प्लानिंग कर बकाबक लोग आए, फिर यहाँ जमा हुआ और जमघटा हुआ वहाँ पे, फिर वहाँ से माहौल चालू हो गया वहाँ से।
और हिंदुओं के दुकानों को, हिंदुओं के घरों को टारगेट किया गया है।
हिंदू का टारगेट नहीं किया, हम भी हिंदू है ना, हमारे टारगेट नहीं किया हमारे मकान को, कुछ नहीं किया। उधर में कुछ हुआ बोलते उधर में,
ऐसा?
हाँ ऐसा हुआ।
लेकिन पत्थरबाजी क्यों की गई, क्या कारण?
पत्थरबाजी मालूम नहीं क्योंकि पुलिस लोग असुर छोड़ रहे थे और इन्होंने पत्थरबाजी चालू। ये देखो यहाँ से पत्थर पूरे ले गए, यहाँ से ये देखो पत्थर, ये पूरे यहाँ से पत्थर फोड़ फोड़ के पूरा ले गए।
अच्छा, पत्थर फोड़ करके
ले गए उनको मारने के लिए, पुलिस लोगों को,
पुलिस वालों को मारने।
हाँ, दगड़ फेंक किया। फिर उन्होंने आंसू छोड़ा, आंसू गैस छोड़ा उन्होंने और यहाँ से भागे। फिर लोग जैसे वो पुलिस लोग दौड़ते थे वैसे ये लोग यहाँ से भागते थे।
आप लोगों को डर लग रहा था जब ये घटना?
अरे वाह, डर लगता था। हमने लॉक किया सब कुछ, पुलिस ने इंस्ट्रक्शन दिया हमारे को, आप घर में रहो बोले, बच के रहो बोले, संभाल के रहो बोले।
अगर आग वाग लगा देते तो?
हाँ, आग बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता। फिर हम सब तैयारी में थे। पानी वानी सब लगा के रखते, कुछ कम ज़्यादा हो जाए तो देख रहे, संभाल के रहो बोले पुलिस वाले बोले। हमारे यहाँ 10-15 पुलिस वाले यहाँ गए, हमारा प्रोटेक्शन किया पुलिस वालों ने।
बच्चे डरे हुए थे?
बच्चे डरे हुए थे, बच्चे डरे हुए थे। आंसू दूर से हमारे अंगार हो रही थी, आँख में अंगार होती थी, नाक आँख में अंगार होती थी।
कहाँ से आए थे ये लोग?
ये यहाँ इधर से पूरा
मोमिनपुरा से?
सब तरफ से एक जमा हुए।
अल्लाह अकबर के नाम,
सब अल्लाह अकबर के सब नाम ये करेगा, नारे लगा रहे थे। बहुत माहौल हुआ, आज तक नहीं हुआ इतना माहौल हुआ यहाँ पे। ये जला दिया पूरा वो सब, ये वो, यही माहौल ज़्यादा हुआ इधर।
बहुत शुक्रिया।
हाँ।
Viewers, while that was one of the testimonies of the eyewitnesses, we also have an exclusive report of how the mob didn't even spare a children's clinic because they ransacked the entire clinic. They vandalized the place where the children's food was also kept, and they even, discarded several medicines that were kept. Here's an exclusive ground report on what exactly went down at that clinic.
मैं जहां पर मौजूद हूं वो हंसापुरी इलाके में स्थित एक क्लिनिक है, ये बंडू क्लिनिक है। कितने लोग घुसे थे और वो क्या सोच करके उन्होंने अटैक किया था?
मंजर तो बहुत ही खतरनाक था कि आपकी रूह कांप जाए। कम से कम 150-200 लोग आपके घर में घुसेंगे तो आप क्या करोगे? सब ऊपर भागे, बच्चे वगैरह सब खाना खा रही थी बच्ची, उसके खाना फेंक दिया उनने, गल्ला लूट लिए, पूरा तोड़-फोड़ कर दिए, दवाइयाँ फेंक दिए बाहर निकाल के, गाड़ी मतलब ताला लगा हुआ दरवाजे को उनने पूरा बाहर से खींचे, मतलब प्लानिंग से काम था पूरा।
ये जो मंजर जो है, इस मंजर को देखिए कि कैसे इस गाड़ी पर जो है वो अटैक किया गया है और क्या कुछ लेकर के वो लोग आए थे, उनके हाथ में क्या थी?
तलवारें, लाठी, पत्थर, पूरे कार वगैरह फोड़े, गाड़ियाँ जला दी है।
500 कदम तक उन्होंने तोड़फोड़ करी।
अच्छा, तो मैं तस्वीरें पहले आपको दिखा दूं कि किस प्रकार से तोड़फोड़, किस प्रकार से जो है यहाँ पर तोड़फोड़ की गई है। ये तस्वीरें देखिए कि ये एक क्लिनिक है और क्लिनिक में यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है कि छोटी सी बच्ची जो थी वो खाना भी खा रही थी, वो डर के मारे उसके हाथ से खाना जो है वो छूट गया। और ये जो तस्वीरें ये तोड़फोड़ है, ये दवाइयाँ आपको बिखरी हुई मिलेंगी, यहाँ पर दिखाई देती होंगी। यहाँ पे ये महिला है, जो स्थानीय महिला है, जो बताया जा रहा है कि आप अपना नाम बताएं।
सुनीता श्रीवास।
कितने सालों से यहाँ रह रही हैं?
मैं यहाँ से रह रही हूँ, कुछ 30-35 साल हो गए मेरी शादी के।
कैसे घटना हुई, क्या कुछ हुआ?
घटना तो मालूम नहीं पड़ा, मानो धीरे धीरे जब हमामा हुआ तब हमने
क्या हुआ? कितने सारे लोग आए थे?
बहुत लोग आते, वो तो गिनती में नहीं थे, बहुत है, कुछ नहीं तो 300-400-700 लोग।
क्या लेकर के आए थे वो लोग?
तलवार तक लेके आए थे सर, तलवार।
क्या बोल रहे?
मिली?
क्या नारा वारा दे रहे थे?
वो हाँ, तोड़ो फोड़ो,
गाली
गुलजार सब हुआ। 70 तकन मारे सर, गल्ला तकन के पैसा गायब करे, गल्ला तकन के हमारे धंधे के पैसा गायब हुए, धंधे के पैसे 1 रुपए नहीं निकाले, धंधे के 1 लाख रुपए करीब रहे हो।
और ये जो तोड़ फोड़ है, अगर आप दिखाए,
वो खाना तक हमारा बच्चा खाना खा था, बच्चे का खाना तक फेंक दिए खाना तक हम बच्चे का पूरा तोड़ फोड़ करे। देखो ना आप, खाना देखो ना।
ये बच्ची यहाँ पे खाना
खाई थी, 5 साल के बच्चे।
तो वो लोग बाहर से
हाथ जोड़े सर, बच्चे ने तकन हाथ जोड़े कि मत तोड़ो मेरे पापा की गाड़ी मत फोड़ो, बच्चन की गाड़ी तक तोड़े।
तो ये क्यों घुसे, आपके ही घर में क्यों घुसे?
अब वो मैं क्या मालूम सर, वो तो मैंने देखी नहीं ना, अचानक कैसे घुसे मैं क्या, हमारे ना दिक्कत हुई ना, झगड़ा हुआ ना, कुछ नहीं ना, तूफान ना, कुछ नहीं। वे अचानक कैसे घुसे वो भी नहीं,
जानबूझ के
पक्का मकान देख के घुसे, पक्का मकान देख के, वो हम नहीं बता सकते मन में क्यों घुसे नहीं मालूम।
तस्वीरें आप देखिए कि किस प्रकार से यहाँ पर सामान जो है फैला हुआ है। सरकार से आपकी क्या डिमांड?
हमारी भरपाई होना, हमारी तो डिमांड मतलब कुछ नहीं तो हमको 3-4 लाख होना, हमारे को भरपाई होना।
हिंदू और मुसलमान के चश्मे से मत देखिए, उपद्रवियों को उपद्रव के तरीके से देखिए कि क्यों इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं, क्या नारेबाजी हो रही है, क्या काम हो रहा है, ये क्यों हो रहा है, क्यों नफरत बो रहे हैं और क्यों नफरत बो करके नफरत की आग में देश को जलाना चाहते हैं। नफरत देश को जलाकर खाक करेगी। नफरत अगर होगी देश के अंदर तो देश में निवेश नहीं आएगा। महाराष्ट्र एक अच्छा प्रदेश है, महाराष्ट्र देश को आर्थिक दिशा देने का काम करता है। महाराष्ट्र के अंदर अगर महाराष्ट्र का नौजवान पलायन करने पर मजबूर हो रहा है, महाराष्ट्र का किसान भुखमरी के कगार के ऊपर जा रहा है, इस चीज़ों के ऊपर ध्यान देना चाहिए, ना कि इन बेकार के मुद्दों को उखाड़ करके और नफरत फैला करके आप अपनी सियासत को, अब तो आप मुख्यमंत्री बन गए, अभी 5 साल आपको मुख्यमंत्री रहना है, तो आप इस बात पे ध्यान दीजिए कि तरक्की किस तरह से हो।
With that, viewers, we'll slip into a very short break. On the other side, we'll tell you how Ori has gone off the radar after facing an FIR in J&K over hurting Hindu sentiments. Stay tuned for more on that.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless. Or
मैं इस सदन के माध्यम से कोटि कोटि देशवासियों को नमन करता हूं, जिनकी वजह से महाकुंभ का सफल आयोजन हुआ।
PM Modi addresses Lok Sabha, hails the success of Mahakumbh. Curfew in parts of Nagpur after violence amid Aurangzeb tomb row. Clincher CCTV clippings show the violence was orchestrated.
पूर्व नियोजित साजिश थी क्या? इसकी भी पुलिस तफ्तीश कर रही है। पुलिस के ऊपर ये तो लोगों के ऊपर हमला किया ही, लोग तो बाल बाल बचे। पुलिस आ गई, फायर ब्रिगेड आ गई, उनकी गाड़ियों को भी लक्ष्य कर दिया।
Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde issues a statement on Nagpur violence, calls it pre-planned. Controversial influencer Ori goes off radar, faces FIR in Jammu and Kashmir over hurting Hindu sentiments. Major crackdown on George Soros funding to NGOs in India. 3 Bangalore-based companies were directly receiving funds from George Soros. Countdown begins for Sunita Williams' homecoming. Dragon spacecraft on course to splash down. A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 1:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. BJP has staged a protest outside the West Bengal Assembly against the Mamata Banerjee government. protests have broken out, and these protests are being staged by BJP leaders, and this is against Mamata Banerjee. There you can see Suvendu Adhikari, leader of the opposition in West Bengal Assembly, leading these protests outside the Bengal Assembly in Kolkata. The BJP versus TMC war continues to escalate, and these are the live pictures coming in from West Bengal, where the BJP has staged a massive protest, holding placards, raising slogans against the Mamata Banerjee administration. Kishle is joining us on the phone line. Kishle, tell us about these protests that have broken out outside the Bengal Assembly. BJP is now mounting its attacks on the West Bengal government. Tell us more.
Well, exactly, Deepak. These posters are talking about all the Hindu atrocities and Hindu attacks in West Bengal that has happened in the past few weeks. And we have seen that even during Holi celebrations, there was allegedly attack on Hindus, especially BJP is alleging that Hindus could not participate in Holi in all the parts of the state. So BJP is protesting. They have boycotted the assembly session today, and they are protesting outside the assembly. The main point they're raising is, the concern they're raising is that under Mamata Banerjee's rule, Hindus in West Bengal are not safe. They cannot perform their festivals. Suvendu Adhikari is also present there. In fact, Suvendu Adhikari also posted in his X handle about how Holi celebrations were, in fact, interrupted in places like Shaitya. Also, they are taking up other festivals as examples like Saraswati Puja as well. At several instances, Hindus had to go to the court in order to take permission for Saraswati Puja, as BJP is saying. Therefore, these visuals are live from outside the assembly. The BJP MLAs are holding posters in West Bengal. There are no protection for Hindus. That is what the BJP MLAs are saying. And BJP MLAs are right now outside the assembly, staging up protests against Mamata's regime, where allegedly Hindus are not secure. And Suvendu Adhikari also spoke a while back. In fact, he has been speaking on this issue regularly, and he also pointed out how they will be visiting several places where Hindus were attacked, and they will be pointing out to the whole country and to the whole world how in this country, in this state of West Bengal as well, there are instances of Hindus being attacked, just like it's happening in Bangladesh. That is what the example of parallel that Suvendu Adhikari is bringing up. The BJP have boycotted the assembly session today, and they have walked out protest of attacks on Hindus, and they're right now outside the assembly. Also, to point out today, Dilip Ghosh, who is not a part of the assembly, was in fact invited by Suvendu Adhikari in order to take part in a meeting inside the assembly. So he's also present around, and Suvendu Adhikari is leading this protest. Deepak.
Well, Kishle, not a single word of condemnation coming in from Mamata Banerjee. This goes on to show that her priority is set vote bank in West Bengal.
Exactly. Mamata Banerjee has, in fact, the TMC is in fact trying to deny the fact that there have been any attacks. Mamata Banerjee has spoken inside the assembly that Hindus in West Bengal state and all these allegations are fake. On the other hand, Mamata Banerjee's minister has also followed the point against Mamata Banerjee. Mamata Banerjee, in fact, made that comment that Kumbh is in fact Mrityu Kumbh. And today, yesterday, Firad Hakim pointed out how dead bodies were, in fact, thrown in the water in the Ganges during Kumbh. So they are attacking the Hindus. They are attacking the Hindu sentiments. Mamata Banerjee and Firad Hakim and all the TMC ministers have been speaking against the Hindus. And in the same way, parallelly, they are appeasing the Muslims. That is what BJP is alleging. They are saying that these attacks on Hindus are in order to appease the minorities in West Bengal. This is the exact allegation by the BJP. So BJP is saying that appeasement has gone to such a level that Hindus are now being physically attacked. Apart from being disrespected, their faith being disrespected, they are now physically attacked, and their festivals are stopped. We can see in these visuals that outside the assembly gate, outside the West Bengal assembly, all the BJP MLAs are holding these posters saying Poshchim Bangher Mukhyamantri Padotyag Chai, which means that West Bengal Chief Minister needs to resign immediately. because she is unable to perform her duties, she is unable to uphold the rights of the Hindus, she is unable to protect the Hindus. Therefore, she has no rights to stay on that seat of chief minister. That's what the BJP MLAs are saying. And also they are saying that the continuous attack on Hindus in West Bengal at different parts and their festivals being several instances like Saraswati Puja, like Durga Puja, Visarjan, like Holi, and Ram Navami as well. So why it will happen, why the Hindus will allow this to happen is what Shubhendu Adhikari point out. We can also see Ashim Sarkar and other MLAs which Shubhendu Adhikari there outside the assembly. All the BJP MLAs have staged this walkout protest against the atrocities on Hindus, and also Shubhendu Adhikari has previously pointed out that they will be visiting all these places in order to protect the Hindus, and he has also said that Hindus will not sit back under attack. The Hindus are now ready to, in fact, retaliate to protect themselves from these continuous attacks on their people. That is what Shubhendu Adhikari said yesterday as well.
Right, Krishlay, thank you for joining me with those details. These are the live pictures of the BJP staging a protest outside the West Bengal Assembly, highlighting how there is no safety for Hindus and there is growing intolerance towards Hindu festivals in West Bengal under Mamata Banerjee's regime. We have more breaking news coming in. Another security breach at Sri Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine in Katra after women were caught with pistols. Now a UP man has been arrested with 2 cartridges. The man has been identified as Sanjay Singh from Uttar Pradesh. He has been arrested from the Bhavan over there with 2 cartridges. Like earlier incident, he too bypassed the security check at the Banganga entrance. And this is the second such incident coming to light. We have Gursimran joining us live on this broadcast. Gursimran, how are people with weapons going unchecked?
Yes, Deepak, this was a major security breach and 2 instances have come into fore. First instance was of Jyoti Gupta, who's a resident of Delhi. She was carrying a pistol and 6 rounds, and she went unchecked from Banganga towards Sanjichat. She was arrested somewhere close to Sanjichat by the Jammu and Kashmir police and has been booked under the an FIR under section 325 of the Arms Act. Now another person from the Uttar Pradesh, Sanjay Singh, has too been booked under the relevant sections of the Arms Act at the Bhavan police station after he was caught with the 2 cartridges during a X-ray check at the Bhavan. He too had bypassed the security checks at the Banganga. That is what we are picking up from the officials in the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now keeping this in view, though this incident has been reported yesterday evening, but prior to this, the incident of Jyoti Gupta that took place on 14th and 15th of March intervening night, that was taken the cognizance by the Director General of the Jammu and Kashmir police, and the DGP has given clear direction, the DGP Nalin Prabhat, that there needs to be a security beef up that needs to be taken care of, and also these kinds of laxity will not be accepted. That was what the DGP has told the officials, including the DIG of the Udhampur Riyasi range as well as the SSP of the Riyasi, so as to strengthen the on-ground security grid so that these kind of incidents do not happen, because the weapon, the pistol that Jyoti Gupta was carrying along with the 6 rounds and the rounds she was carrying, that was not the licensed weapon, because her license expired somewhere back in 2014, but even then she was carrying the pistol and it went all unnoticed for roughly 5 to 7 kilometers before she was arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police. Same is the case for the Sanjay Singh, who went unnoticed and then went to the top, that is towards the Bhavan, and then got detected by the Jammu and Kashmir police during the checks. So these kind of security labs that are taking place and at a time when the security has been heightened is really very concerning.
Right, Gursimran, stay on with me, because now let's shift our focus on what happened at the base camp of Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine, because Ori and his Vaishno Devi visit organizer Cherry Sin goes off radar. Both Ori and Cherry Sin have now turned their phones off. Several calls to both by J&K police went unanswered. After series of unanswered calls, now phones have been switched off by Ori and Cherry Sin. It seems that Ori had planned a visit to Vaishno Devi Shrine, but just before his planned visit, he hurt Hindu sentiments by consuming alcohol and meat at the base camp of the Vaishno Devi Shrine. Despite restrictions being in place, Ori went on and did the unthinkable. He crossed the line, and now he has crossed the border, and he has fled from the scene with his phones being switched off, and nobody knows where his team is or where the controversial influencer is at the moment. Well, Gursimran, any clue about the whereabouts of Ori and what the Jammu and Kashmir police are doing to, locate him and summon him?
See, if we speak of the Ori row, we have been witness that there has been no clues about the whereabouts of the Ori. While in Jammu, you will see that the activists of the Dogra Front, they are staging the protest. What these Dogra Front activists are demanding, that there needs to be a stringent action that should be taken against the Ori and his associates. You will see that the activists of the Dogra Front, they are staging the protest, demanding that there needs to be a stringent action that should be taken. They are also having the posters of the Ori, which they are burning as a mark of their protest against Ori and the conduct that he has done. They are also demanding that the hotel association should also come, and the hotel should also be acted upon, because the hotel has given a due time of delay to the Ori and his friends to escape from Jammu and Kashmir. And these agitated protesters from the Dogra Front, they say that Ori should be arrested immediately, and then the stringent action should be taken, because he has hurt the sentiment of the Hindu community, and also the hotel Marriott that was there, the team of which gave Ori a time of more than 24 hours to escape, should be dealt and should be immediately closed. I am joined by Dogra Front President Ashok Gupta. आप मुझे बताइए, कल जो पता चला कि होटल ने जो है 24 घंटे से ज़्यादा का समय दिया FIR दर्ज कराने में, ताकि ओरी और उसके दोस्त वहाँ से भाग सकें, क्या कार्रवाई की मांग करते हैं?
होटल को क्यों नहीं लॉक किया जाता? होटल के किसी बंदे ने ये सारी चीज़ें वहाँ परोसी ना, होटल को लॉक कर दो, बंद कर दो। ऐसा होटल कटरा के अंदर नहीं चाहिए जो पवित्र नगरी का अपमान करने का प्रयास करे, जो अपने होटल के अंदर मांस और मदिरा परोसे, वो भी पूरा जिम्मेदार है। और ओरी को गिरफ्तार करो।
अभी तो कहा जा रहा है कि उसको नोटिस दिया जाएगा।
कोई नोटिस की ज़रूरत नहीं है जी, उसने अवहेलना करी है, उसको पकड़ो, उसको गिरफ्तार करो और उसके जेल के अंदर बंद करो, जिसने माता वैष्णो देवी के स्थान की पवित्रता को भंग करने का प्रयास करा है।
सो वेरी क्लियर मैसेज
स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूँ जी, ऐसे भक्त नहीं चाहिए माता वैष्णो देवी को। अरबों भक्तों का आस्था का अपमान किया गया है, और ये आस्था जिसका अपमानित किया गया है वो कभी बर्दाश्त नहीं होगा। होटल को लॉक लगाओ, ओरी को गिरफ्तार करो और होटल को तुरंत बंद कर दो।
So what they are demanding, that there needs to be a stringent action. Ori should be arrested immediately, and also the hotel should be closed where the Ori was staying, because the hotel has gone out of way to give a 24 hours long window to Ori and his friends to escape from Katra, from Jammu and Kashmir, and then they went to the police. Deepak.
Well, Gursimran, the outrage is quite visible. Posters are being burnt, and there are demands that Ori must be arrested and put behind bars. But nobody knows where Ori is. What are the charges against him, Gursimran?
See, if we speak of the charges that the Jammu and Kashmir police has placed against Ori, it is under the BNS 223 that reads that the violation of the order that has been issued for prohibition of consumption of alcohol as well as non-veg, that has been violated, and now a case stands registered, after which the Jammu and Kashmir police is all set to issue the first notice. Though the notice has not been issued yet, but it is being said that very shortly the notice will be issued to Ori and his friends. Deepak.
Right, Gursimran, if you could tell us about the sequence of events that led to him now going incommunicado and also escaping the scene. If you could tell us what exactly happened, when did Ori come to this particular hotel, and what exactly went down there?
See, it was on the afternoon or late evening of the 14th of the March when he checked in along with his friend, and 15th of the morning he checked out along with his friend to go to the Bhavan and pay obeisance there. At that given time, on the morning of 15th, the hotel was well aware that he has consumed alcohol. But what has happened that till the 16th afternoon they did not inform the police, and by the time they informed the police, he crossed over from Jammu and Kashmir. That clearly means that he was was no more in the range of the Jammu and Kashmir police to get him arrested. And that is why the delay angle is coming into being, that hotel has given the undue advantage to the Ori and his friends.
Also, Gursimran, if you could speak to the protesters and find out if they are filing an individual complaint or a case against Ori, because they also believe that Hindu sentiments have been hurt, and the purity and the entire location has been vitiated because of this one act.
Yes, Deepak, I'll try to speak to them also. सर, अभी तक जो मामला दर्ज किया गया है वो मामला सिर्फ धारा 223 के तहत है, यानी कि जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट का ऑर्डर था उसकी अवहेलना है। आपको लगता है कि इस मामले में जो है हिंदुओं की भावनाओं को आहत करने का मामला भी दर्ज किया जाना चाहिए जिससे ज़्यादा सज़ा हो?
अरे भाई साहब, वहाँ की पवित्रता को ठेस पहुँचाने का, हिंदुओं की पवित्रता को ठेस पहुँचाने का प्रयास किया गया। मामला तो ठेस पहुँचाने का होना चाहिए, ना कि जो वहाँ का तहसीलदार या एसडीएम ने जो बातें कही हैं। एक पवित्र स्थान, पवित्र नगरी को अपमानित करने का प्रयास किया। वहाँ मीट और शराब का सेवन किया गया। किन लोगों ने सेवन कराया होटल के अंदर? कहाँ से आया? वहाँ के होटल के लाइसेंस को रद्द करो, होटल को बंद करो। लेकिन एक बात बड़ी स्पष्ट करना चाहता हूँ जी, ये हिंदुओं के सेंटिमेंट्स को जिस बंदे ने ठेस पहुँचाई है, आज मैंने उसका पुतला जलाया है और उसकी आजीवन के लिए वो माता वैष्णो देवी के दर्शन ना कर पाए जिसने उसको अपमानित करा है।
So you can understand that they are really very hurt, and they are saying that it's not about the violation of the STM order, but it's about hurting the Hindu sentiments for which he should be booked and treated as per the law.
Also, Gursimran, who are these individuals? Who are these 7 others who are with Ori, and I'm sure they're also booked? Has the Jammu and Kashmir police tried to contact any one of these 7 members who are alongside with him?
See, the two big guns or the influencers in this entire sequence is Cherishing, who has somewhere close to 3.6 million followers on Instagram, and the second name that is there is of Ori, who has 1.6 million followers. These are the two names that have of the influencers that are there in this FIR. Apart from this, there are several names, including that of Rashi Datta, whom we speak to yesterday, and she said that she was only there along with her 1-year-old child to get the photos clicked. So she had nothing to do with the Ori or what he was doing here. She said that Ori should be arrested, but they had no role to play. So out of these 8, those who have been named, not all are claiming to be the part of that group, but yes, 5 to 6, including a Russian national, was with Ori when this all was happening.
Right, Gursimran, thank you for joining us with those details. That, viewers, we'll slip into a very, very short break, but we'll be right back with more live and breaking stories on the other side. Do stay tuned.
And you see at the hatchway the 4 departing Crew 9 crew members posing for some final photos.
Alleging a carefully crafted conspiracy behind the Nagpur violence and riots, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde said no one in the state would tolerate anyone standing with Aurangzeb. As many as 25 vehicles were charred and 20, including 2 police personnel, suffered injuries as rioters went berserk on the streets of Nagpur over the Aurangzeb tomb issue.
नहीं जाएगा। जो भी समाज कंटक जिन्होंने पुलिस पर हमला किया है, आम जनता के ऊपर हमला किया है, माँ बहनों पर अत्याचार किया है, पेट्रोल बम फेंके हैं, पत्थर फेंके हैं, हथियार से हमला किया है, उनको बिल्कुल महाराष्ट्र में बिल्कुल माफ नहीं किया जाएगा। हमारी महाराष्ट्र सरकार की भूमिका है या महाराष्ट्र में अमन शांति कायम बनाए रखने का काम है।
Less than 24 hours after rioters went berserk in Nagpur, torching public vehicles and targeting police posts, the ruling Mahayuti fired a big charge at the opposition Mahavikas Aghadi. Speaking to media, Maharashtra Minister Sanjay Sirsat accused the Aghadi of orchestrating the violence and rioting over the Aurangzeb tomb issue. The minister claimed that even the minority community was in favor of removing the tomb raised in memory of the Mughal invader.
देखो, नागपुर का जो हंगामा है ये महाविकास आघाड़ी ने जानबूझ के वहाँ दंगल करवाई है। जिस जहाँ कब्र है मेरे मतदार संघ में, मैं वहाँ का पालक मानते हूँ, वहाँ एक भी मुसलमान आगे क्यों नहीं आ रहा है? क्या वजह है? मुसलमान तक चाहते नहीं है कि औरंगजेब की कब्र वहाँ हो रहे, इसलिए हमारा उनका भी सपोर्ट एक तरीके से हमारे पास है। और ये जो कर रहे हैं ना, सिर्फ मुस्लिमों को ये दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम तुम्हारे साथ में, लेकिन मुस्लिम औरंगजेब के साथ में नहीं है, ये वो नहीं जानते।
Amid probe into the Nagpur riots, opposition leader and Congress MLA Vijay Wadettiwar labelled the events as government-sponsored. Wadettiwar blamed the violence on BJP leader T. Raja. He said that he should be barred from visiting Maharashtra for his alleged insightful remarks.
सरकार पुरस्कृत घटना ऐसा मैं मानता हूँ। नागपुर की घटना ये सरकार पुरस्कृत घटना है, 100% मैं बोल रहा हूँ। अगर बड़बोले मंत्री जो महाराष्ट्र में है, वो एक तेलंगाना से आया एक टी राजा, उसको तो महाराष्ट्र में बंदी लगाना चाहिए। ये महाराष्ट्र शांत महाराष्ट्र है, पुरोगामी विचार का महाराष्ट्र है। यहाँ हर धर्म का इज्जत और सम्मान किया जाता है। ऐसी स्थिति में किसी धर्म को लेकर टारगेट लेकर करके अगर ये धंधे किया जाते हैं तो इसका मतलब स्पष्ट है कि सरकार ने ही ये इनको बढ़ावा दिया है।
Weighing in on the Nagpur violence, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi said the ruling Mahayuti was handling the situation very well, condemning the night-long violence and rioting. The Union Minister said those responsible would be identified and brought to book.
I see, government is handling the situation very well, and why this burning, all such things, they should do it. It is not it is not that because it is BJP led, how many riots have been taken place during the Congress rule, that also they should understand. It is not this party or that party. Whoever has done wrong, government of Maharashtra is taking action.
A major fire broke out at the GMC Associated Hospital at Rajouri today. However, no loss of life was reported in the incident as all patients were safely evacuated before the fire could spread. Sharing an update, the hospital superintendent said the fire has been brought under control. Taking a swipe at the ruling Mahayuti in Maharashtra over the Nagpur riots, RJD MP Manoj Jha said governance challenges are ignored if the focus is on identifying heroes and villains from the pages of history. He said nothing was to be gained from disturbing the peace and harmony of the nation. Time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you more about what's happening in Nagpur because curfew has been imposed in parts of the city, and this after a violent night of riots. Stay tuned for more details.
The All India Muslim Personal Law Board's so-called massive protest against the Waqf bill, the one backed by OAC, has been completely torn apart by Republic's exclusive investigation. This was a protest meant to be about saving Waqf properties, but it turned out to be a stage-managed spectacle with a manufactured mob. The people who were there saying we are here to protest against the Waqf bill had no idea about what the bill was about. We went around asking them. They were totally clueless or they were misled. They were struggling to mechanically parrot a pre-fed script. Asaduddin Owaisi, standing before the crowd, thundered that the bill will snatch graveyards, dargahs, a claim that not a single protester can explain. Even when questioned repeatedly, we kept trying. Our reporters went there and we kept asking these protesters directly, and the results were beyond shocking. Most of them were fumbling. Many of them muttered, "Pata nahi, jo bhi hai," which means "I have no idea, whatever," and looked away, while others kept repeating, "Musalman ki sampatti hai." Arvind Kejriwal is playing a very dangerous game. Having lost Delhi, he seems to be getting into an understanding, most unfortunately, with pro-Khalistani groups and Khalistani groups. And as part of that very dangerous strategy, Arvind Kejriwal, according to my sources, has decided to drop the National Security Act, that is NSA charges, against a very dangerous man, a violent and dangerous man called Amrit Pal and his associates. Amrit Pal is a toxic Khalistan advocate, an anti-national who projects himself as the next Bhindranwale, and who, when confronted by Republic, had defended picking up arms against the country, setting fire to the country, and breaking the country. Watch this.
No peace can be established without weapons. That's why every state have weapons.
So that proves that Amrit Pal wants to break the country. Tonight, you and I and everyone across India, we have a right to and must in fact start confronting Arvind Kejriwal. We must ask Arvind Kejriwal, what exactly is his secret deal with the Khalistani Amrit Pal? Kejriwal planned all of this and executed it while in Punjab last week. And no, I don't trust his intentions. The man who Arvind Kejriwal is helping today carried out an armed attack on a police station, attacked security personnel, and when caught, he ran and hid till he was picked up under the National Security Act and locked up. Now, my question is this. Watch these pictures, viewers. This is how Amrit Pal had attacked a police station. Today, Arvind Kejriwal has joined hands with him and is going to release him. Then Arvind Kejriwal will allow Amrit Pal to let the Khalistani issue run riot in Punjab. He will create a very...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
मैं इस सदन के माध्यम से कोटि कोटि देशवासियों को नमन करता हूं, जिनकी वजह से महाकुंभ का सफल आयोजन हुआ.
During his address in Lok Sabha, Prime Minister Modi hails the success of the Mahakumbh. Curfew in parts of Nagpur after violence amid Aurangzeb tomb brow clinches CCTV shows that violence was orchestrated.
इसकी क्या? इसकी भी पुलिस तफ्तीश कर रही है. पुलिस के ऊपर ये तो लोगों के ऊपर हमला किया ही, लोग तो बाल बाल बचे. पुलिस आ गई, फायर ब्रिगेड आ गई, उनकी गाड़ियों को भी लक्ष्य कर दिया.
Deputy Chief Minister Maharashtra Eknath Shinde issues a statement on Nagpur violence, calls it pre-planned. Controversial influencer Ori goes off radar, faces FIR in Jammu and Kashmir over hurting Hindu sentiments. Countdown begins for Sunita Williams' homecoming. Dragon spacecraft on course to splash down. Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. A curfew has been imposed in several areas of Maharashtra's Nagpur after violence broke out over a call to move the tomb of Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb out of Maharashtra. According to reports, the burning of the green cloth triggered rumors as many claim that sacred verses were written on it, leading to tensions in the area. Now, last evening, about 80 to 100 people from a certain community went on a rampage. The notice says, you can see those visuals, at least 8 videos Republic TV is bringing to you viewers to show the reality on ground zero. What really happened last night? Stones were thrown at the cops. Several vehicles were set on fire. Police used mild force in form of lathi charge and tear gas to disperse the protesters and quell the tensions. According to police, the trouble began late afternoon shortly after Bajrang Dal members demonstrated near the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj statue in Mahal area. Now, police also said that rumors were spread that the holy book was burned during the agitation when there were protests against the grave, and now videos of Bajrang Dal demonstration quickly went viral on social media. That led to outrage among members of a certain community. However, Republic TV's investigation has revealed that the riots were pre-planned. Watch this ground report. In fact, listen into what Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has said.
संध्याकाळी काही लोकांनी जाणीवपूर्वक अशा प्रकारचा हल्ला केल्याचं या ठिकाणी लक्षात येत आहे. याचं कारण जवळपास एक ट्रॉली भरून त्या ठिकाणी दगड मिळालेले आहेत आणि काही लोकांनी जमा करून ठेवलेले दगड, वरती जमा करून ठेवलेले दगड हे आपल्याला पाहायला मिळाले. शस्त्र देखील मोठ्या प्रमाणात त्या ठिकाणी होते. ते शस्त्र जप्त करण्यात आलेले आहेत. वाहनांची जाळपोळ त्या ठिकाणी झालेली आहे आणि ठरवून काही ठराविक घरांना, काही ठराविक आस्थापनांना त्या ठिकाणी लक्ष करण्यात आलेलं आहे. 3 डीसीपी लेवलचे लोक या ठिकाणी जखमी झालेले आहेत आणि जसं मी सांगितलं की यातल्या एका डीसीपीवर तर थेट कुऱ्हाडीने वार हा त्या ठिकाणी करण्यात आलेला आहे. त्यामुळे निश्चितपणे याच्यामध्ये काही ना काही एक प्रकारे काही लोकांचा सुनियोजित पॅटर्न हा देखील त्या ठिकाणी दिसतो आहे. अशा लोकांना त्या ठिकाणी त्यांच्यावर कारवाई ही केलीच जाईल. कुठल्याही परिस्थितीमध्ये कायदा आणि सुव्यवस्था हाती घेण्याची कोणालाही परवानगी या ठिकाणी देण्यात येणार नाही. आणि मी एक गोष्ट स्पष्टपणे सांगतो, पोलिसांवर ज्यांनी हल्ला केला असेल त्यांना काय झालं तरी सोडलं जाणार नाही.
All right, those are visuals coming in, viewers. As you can see how the stones were pelted on shops. And there are a lot of stones that have been recovered. And you can completely show that the huge numbers of people. In fact, Sandeep is tracking all the details and Republic TV's investigation continues. Sandeep, you're in Nagpur. What have you gathered about this conspiracy that is being pointed at by the Deputy Chief Minister and the Chief Minister? Because we can see in those videos that there were a lot of stones, that were thrown. People had gathered in huge numbers. This cannot happen just, at a whim or just by a reaction on a social media post.
See, definitely, there are a lot of questions that have been in fact raised, and ultimately how a large number of stones came at that very point of spot where this whole incident happened. Not only that, how did they manage to get petrol bombs? From where did the weapons come? In fact, very sharp weapons were there with these very miscreants who are involved in the violence. And in fact, what we are getting to know that even minors were involved in this very violence. So that is what our sources in the police department have said. At this point in time, 50 people have been detained by Nagpur police, and the identification and the search for the rest of the other people who were involved in this, they have been looked out for. And in fact, each and every CCTV footages have been tracked by Nagpur police. I would like to show you the visuals out from here. This whole area has been in fact barricaded. You can see that you will hardly see people on the streets as the police has imposed curfew in this very whole location. So definitely at this point in time, all measures have been taken to make sure that the law and order remains in place. And right now the situation is very peaceful. Right now the situation is in control. But yes, the search and identification for those who were involved in this very violence is underway, and the police has assured that more arrests can be followed by today evening.
Right. In fact, just stay on with us. Sandeep, we have multiple reactions that we have lined up. In fact, Republic TV is reporting from Ground Zero and speaking to the people.
अर्थाने हा आपल्या स्वराज्यावर चाल करून आलेला, स्वराज्याचा घास घ्यायला आलेला हा औरंग्या हा मंदिरं तोडली, त्यांनी आया अब्रूंची लखतर हे केली, आया बहिणींची अब्रू लुटली. संभाजी राजे सापडत नव्हते, त्यानं निष्पाप लोकांचे बळी घेतले, रक्ताचे पाट वाहिले. आणि अशा या औरंग्याचं उदात्तीकरण करणं काय? आणि म्हणून या ठिकाणी याचं उदात्तीकरण थांबावं. जे लोक आज मागणी करतायत, जे लोक मागणी करतायत, मग ते विश्व हिंदू परिषद असेल, कोणी असतील, यांची मागणी चुकीची आहे का? बिलकुल नाही. आणि म्हणून आतापर्यंतच्या इतिहासामध्ये अनेक देशांनी जे आक्रमणकारी होते त्यांच्या खुणा पुसून टाकल्या, आणि ज्यांनी शौर्य गाजवलं त्यांच्या खुणा ज्या आहेत आपल्या ब्रिटिश सरकारच्या काळात इथं बीटीचं स्टेशनचं आपण विक्टोरिया टर्मिनस होतं, त्याचं छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज केलं. या ठिकाणी एअरपोर्टचं नाव बदली केलं. आपण
We changed the name of Victoria Terminus to Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Terminus.
तर संभाजीनगर आपण केलं.
We removed King Edward statue.
आपण हे धाराशिव केलं. आपण
We renamed Aurangabad as Sambhajinagar.
खऱ्या अर्थाने या ठिकाणी जेव्हा ज्यांनी शंभू राजांचा अनन्वित छळ केला, ज्यांनी त्यांची नखं कापली, खेचली,
The one who tortured and killed Sambhaji Maharaj,
उकळतं तेल टाकलं,
the one who gouged off his eyes, the one who chopped off his tongue,
जीभ कापली, अशा शंभू राजांचा अपमान अत्याचार करून धर्म बदलत नाही म्हणून बलिदान त्यांनी दिलं आणि त्यांचे तुकडे तुकडे केले. आणि असं केलं.
Sambhaji Raje did not change his religion.
काही लोकांनी
He sacrificed his life for religion.
त्यांनी देवेंद्र फडणवीस आणि औरंगजेबात
The Congress state president compared Aurangzeb with the Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis.
All right, that is Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde speaking in the Maharashtra Assembly. Before that, we also saw Devendra Fadnavis speaking about the matter. Viewers, in fact, there's another proof that violence was indeed orchestrated and that the rioters broke the bikes, took out petrol from the bike tank, dipped a juice sack in petrol and set it on fire to ensure that large-scale vandalism, violence takes place. Here's the ground reality.
तस्वीर देख लीजिए, ये तमाम बाइकें हैं जो कि इस हिंसा की शिकार हुई, आगजनी इनमें कर दी गई, तोड़फोड़ इनमें कर दी गई। बाइकों के अलावा आप सीसीटीवी कैमरे यहाँ पर रखे हुए देख लेंगे, ये सभी वो सबूत है जो कि सबूतों को नष्ट करने की कोशिश उपद्रवियों द्वारा की गई। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात, पेट्रोल बम का जिक्र किया जा रहा है। वो पेट्रोल बम दरअसल है क्या और उसका इस्तेमाल किस तरीके से किया गया, वो मैं अब आपको दिखाने वाला हूँ। अगर मेरे विजय अभिषेक यहाँ पर दिखाएंगे, ये देखिए, ये बाइक यहाँ पर खड़ी हुई है और ये पूरा एक कंपाउंड है जिसमें तमाम बाइकें खड़ी थी, जिसको आग लगा दिया गया। पेट्रोल बम का इस्तेमाल कैसे किया गया, ये देखिए, ये स्प्रे की बोतल है, ये देखिए, ये स्प्रे की बोतल है और आप इसको देखेंगे, ये पूरे तरीके से काली हो चुकी है। बताया जा रहा है कि स्प्रे से जो केमिकल निकला उसमें आग लगाई गई और उसके बाद इसको फेंका गया उन सभी जगहों पर जहां पर बड़ी संख्या में ज्वलनशील पदार्थ थे। लेकिन उससे पहले क्या किया गया, उससे पहले आप ये स्कूटी देख रहे हैं, इन सभी के जो टैंकी है उसको लीक किया गया। पहले बाइकें तोड़ी गई, उसमें से पेट्रोल टैंक है उसको लीक किया गया और उसके बाद स्प्रे की बोतल को तोड़कर उसमें आग लगाकर उसको आगे फेंका। लेकिन दूसरा सबसे बड़ा सबूत जो हमें यहाँ मिला, ये देखिए, ये जूट के बैग है, अमूमन बोरी हम इसको बोलते हैं। ये आप देखेंगे पूरे तरीके से काली हो चुकी है। किया क्या गया कि इस जूट के बैग को पेट्रोल में डुबाया गया और उसके बाद इसमें आग लगाकर लोगों के घरों की तरफ फेंका गया। मेरे पीछे आप ये घर देख रहे हैं, घर के बाहर ये लकड़ी का सामान देख रहे हैं, ऊपर आप देखेंगे तमाम दीवारों पर आपको पत्थरों के निशान साफ तौर पर नजर आएंगे। लेकिन ये सबसे बड़े सबूत जो हम अपने कैमरे पर आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि कैसे स्प्रे की बोतल का इस्तेमाल आग लगाने में किया गया, जूट के बैग का इस्तेमाल किया गया और यही कारण है कि बड़ी संख्या में जो गाड़ियों में आग लगाई गई वो इसी कारण लगाई गई। आप ही का घर है ये पीछे? क्या पथराव हुआ था आप लोगों का? भाई साहब, क्या पथराव हुआ था आपके घर पे भी?
हाँ, पथराव हुआ, गाड़ियाँ जलाए, डंडे वगैरह से पूरे लेके खड़े थे ना पूरे। हम
बोरियां जला जला के फेंक रहे थे गाड़ियों के ऊपर।
भैया हम घर पे खाना खा रहे थे, आवाज आई, बाहर आके देखे तो उधर क्लिनिक के अंदर घुसे थे। उसके क्लिनिक का दरवाजा तोड़ के अंदर उधर पे घुसे, इधर पे पत्थर मारे, हमारे को पत्थर लगा, हम अंदर पूरे बात पे देखे गाड़ी जला दिए। गाड़ी का पूरा धुआं घर के अंदर घुसा, हम देख रहे गाड़ी जला दिए। बाहर आए तो पत्थर इतने हम दरवाजा बंद करके अंदर घुस गए।
नारेबाजी हो रही थी बाहर, कितनी भीड़ हो गई?
हाँ, कम से कम 250-300 लोग थे। जो मकान टूटे हैं अभी हंसापुरी में, रोड चौड़ा होने के लिए मकान तोड़े गए, तो वही ईंट पत्थर जो मिला उनको वही बरसा रहे थे घरों पे।
कितनी भीड़ हो गई थी वैसा?
कम से 400-500 लोगों की भीड़ थी।
400-500 लोग। तो आप ये तस्वीरें देखिए, ये देखिए, तमाम जो बाइकें हैं यहाँ पे वो पूरे तरीके से जली हुई है और आप किसी भी बाइक को देख लीजिए वो बिल्कुल जलकर राख है। और ये तकरीबन आप अगर गिनेंगे तो तकरीबन 15 से भी ज्यादा गाड़ियां सिर्फ इसी कंपाउंड में खड़ी हुई नजर आ जाएंगी। ये देखिए, सबसे पहले जो बताया जा रहा है कि ये जो बाइक आप देख रहे हैं, इसी बाइक को सबसे पहले तोड़ा गया। बाइक को तोड़ने के बाद ये जो पेट्रोल का टैंक है, अभी भी आप देखेंगे तमाम जो रिसाव है इस टैंक से होता हुआ आपको हल्का हल्का नजर आएगा। ये देखिए, अगर मेरे विजय अभिषेक आएंगे, ये देखिए, ये जो पेट्रोल की टैंकी का टैंक है, इन बाइकों से पेट्रोल निकाला गया। पेट्रोल निकालने के बाद जो आग लगाई गई बॉटल्स में, बोरियों में, और उसके बाद वो आग जो बोरी में लगाई गई उनको इन तमाम बाइकों में फेंका गया। तो ये वो सबूत है जिसका जिक्र पुलिस कर रही है, ये वो सबूत है जिसको लेकर आगे जांच होनी चाहिए।
All right, viewers, so we are showing you these two visuals that have come in. This is happening within a week. You see the riots in Mahu of Madhya Pradesh, and to the right is what is right now, which had just happened last night in Maharashtra's Nagpur. You know, Sandeep, it begets the question that who is mobilizing these people? Who is provoking the minority community? Because we are seeing such incidents happening back to back, and all the footages that have been gathered and are being investigated show that it is a part of large-scale mobilization and provocation of riots in such areas. You know, the arson is not happening, just sparsely. We see how it's happening with full, the stones, the amount of stones recovered, even petrol bombs being recovered now.
Yeah, definitely, because as you questioned regarding how these crowd were mobilized and how so many people, got into action. Definitely, as we speak to the officials, as we speak to the police officials, as well as with our sources in Nagpur, they have clarified with the fact that a video was circulated by some groups, and some messages were also exchanged through WhatsApp, and following which this mob got together and the violence took place in Mahal area of Nagpur. Now, this is not the first time that it has happened. previously during the election time also, when there was assembly election result, at that very point in time also there was a chaos in there was a ruckus in Mahal area. So this area has been very sensitive, and in fact this is the only place where such kind of incident have been witnessed. So definitely there are multiple angles to the story, and each and every angle will be explored and investigated by the Nagpur police.
Right, Sandeep, of course, Republic TV is investigating into what's really happening on ground zero. Viewers, we also have Eknath Shinde speaking. Listen in.
क्या नहीं जाएगा, जो भी समाज कंटक जिन्होंने पुलिस पर हमला किया है, आम जनता के ऊपर हमला किया है, माँ बहनों पर अत्याचार किया है, पेट्रोल बम फेंके हैं, पत्थर फेंके हैं, हथियार से हमला किया है, उनको बिल्कुल महाराष्ट्र में बिल्कुल माफ नहीं किया जाएगा। हमारी महाराष्ट्र सरकार की भूमिका है या महाराष्ट्र में अमन शांति कायम बनाए रखने का काम है, और इसलिए मैं जनता से भी अपील करूंगा कि पुलिस अपना काम कर रही है। पुलिस सख्ती से गुनाहगारों को जो समाज कंटक है उनसे पेश कर आएगी, उनको कड़ी कार्रवाई करेगी, लेकिन पुलिस को भी जनता ने सहयोग करना चाहिए, यह भी हमारी अपील है।
पैटर्न उनके ऊपर कुछ कार्रवाई की जाएगी?
अबू आजमी को तो निलंबित कर दिया है, दोबारा ऐसी नौबत ना आए, ऐसा काम वो ना करे। और औरंगजेब का समर्थन इस महाराष्ट्र में कोई सहन नहीं करेगा, उसका महिमा मंडल कोई सहन करेगा नहीं। ये औरंगजेब, ये छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज, छत्रपति संभाजी महाराज और हमारे देश का दुश्मन था, वो देशद्रोही था, ये जुल्मी आक्रमणकारी था, माँ बहनों पर अत्याचार करने वाला था, मंदिरों को तोड़ने वाला था और छत्रपति संभाजी महाराज पर अन्याय अत्याचार करने वाला था। ये महाक्रूर कर्मा था और इसलिए उसको बिल्कुल उसका समर्थन जो भी करे उसको बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। ये जनता की भावना है, ये जनता की भावना है। देखो, जनता की भावना हमारे राजा के प्रति, छत्रपति संभाजी महाराज के प्रति बहुत ही गंभीर है और इसलिए उन्होंने जो आंदोलन किया है वो आंदोलन जायज है। उनके मन में जो है हमारे राजा के प्रति प्रेम भावना है और
जिसने हमारे डीसीपी लेवल से लेके मुझे लगता है 33 पुलिस लोगों के ऊपर आज जख्मी हुए। ये किस तरीके का आंदोलन है कि तुमको पुलिस लोगों के ऊपर हाथ उठाना पड़ता है? इसके पहले भी आजाद मैदान के ऊपर रजा एकेडमी का आंदोलन हुआ था, तभी भी पुलिसों के ऊपर हाथ उठाया गया था, महिला पुलिसों के ऊपर हाथ उठाया गया था। कुछ सालों पहले मुझे लगता है 2008 के करीब तभी भी भिवंडी में रजा एकेडमी का आंदोलन हुआ था, वहाँ भी 2 पुलिसकर्मियों को मार डाला गया था। फिर मालेगांव, नांदेड़, यहाँ भी जब आंदोलन हुआ था तभी भी पुलिस लोगों के ऊपर हाथ उठा के उनके ऊपर मारा गया था। तो हमेशा पुलिस लोगों के ऊपर हाथ उठाने का क्यों आंदोलन होता है? ये जिहादों के माध्यम से तुमको आंदोलन करना है ना, तो अपना लोकशाही तरीके से आंदोलन करो ना, अपना विचार रखो लोगों के सामने, अपना मुद्दा बताओ। तुमको पुलिस लोगों के हाथ उठाने की क्या जरूरत है? इसलिए जो हाथ हमारे पुलिसों के ऊपर उठाए, अभी उनको भी हम उनके अब्बा पाकिस्तान का अब्बा याद ध्यान में आएगा। इस तरीके का एक्शन हमारे देवा भाव के सरकार के माध्यम से होगा।
सर, क्या आप अबू आजमी को इन सब के लिए जिम्मेदार मानते हैं? अबू आजमी ने अगर महिमा मंडन नहीं किया होता तो
शुरुआत वहीं से हुई है, आग लगाई उधर से, शुरुआत वहीं से हुई है। औरंगजेब को बड़ा करने का काम ये उनके ही चेले चपेटे ने किया है ना, उसका ही रिएक्शन आ रहा है अभी। तो तभी औरंगजेब उसको अबू आजमी जी को अपने घर पे बुला के सत्कार करने वाले लोगों को पूछो क्या है वो, उनको पूछना चाहिए ऐसे आदमी को तुम बड़ा क्यों करते हो?
आज की पीढ़ी को औरंगजेब का इतिहास जानना चाहिए
है कि महाराष्ट्र को मणिपुर बनाने की साजिश इस सरकार की आरोप करते हैं।
ऐसे उनके आरोप को कुछ महत्व है क्या? उनके पिताजी जब भी मुख्यमंत्री थे तभी पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद, अल्लाह अकबर, हाँ, पाकिस्तान के झंडे सब जगह हमको दिखाई देते थे। उनको कौन सा अधिकार है इस तरीके का क्रिटिसिज्म करने का? उनके पिताजी होने के बाद महाविकास आघाड़ी का जब वो खुद मंत्री थे तब कुछ अलग नहीं हुआ था। हमारे सरकार के वक्त ऐसी कोई किसी को भी हिम्मत हम करने नहीं देंगे। हमारे पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट के माध्यम से देखो किस तरीके की कार्रवाई हो रही है। हमारे इधर सचिन वाजे जैसे नहीं है जो उनके पास थे।
विपक्ष आरोप लगा रहा है कि सरकार के मंत्री, सरकार के नुमाइंदे ही भड़काऊ भाषण करते हैं और उस वजह से इस तरह की
सच बोलना और हिंदू समाज की बाजू लेना, सनातन धर्म के खिलाफ के साथ खड़ा रहना, इसको कोई आग लगाना बोलता नहीं है। मैं एक हिंदू और मैं अपने मंत्री और आमदार होने के पहले एक हिंदू हूँ। उसके हिसाब से अगर मैं सनातन धर्म की बाजू अगर बोल रहा हूँ तो उसमें कुछ गलत नहीं है।
किताबों से औरंगजेब का जिक्र हटा देना चाहिए।
याद आया ऐसा भी कहा।
क्या
छावा मूवी देखने के बाद में ही
मुख्यमंत्री ने ये स्टेटमेंट दिया है कि छावा मूवी देखने के बाद
ज्यादा उछल रहा है,
क्योंकि उसमें इतने सालों के बाद 300 पेक्षा ज्यादा सालों के बाद जो सच्चाई बताने की हिम्मत अगर इसने छावा के माध्यम से हुई है तो मुझे लगता है कि मुख्यमंत्री जी का स्टेटमेंट सही है।
किताबों से औरंगजेब का इतिहास हटाने की जरूरत है, आप ये
जरूरी है कि वो कांग्रेस का पाप है। कांग्रेस ने ही सालों साल हमारे छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज को सेक्युलर बताने की कोशिश की है, सर्वधर्म भाव समभाव बताने की कोशिश की है। तो उसको अगर उस गंदगी को अगर निकालना होगा तो निकालने की अगर हम लोग को चांस मिलता रहेगा तो दिखाना चाहिए, करना चाहिए।
नीतीश जी, एक सवाल ऐसा है कि कल ही मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी ने कहा कि एएसआई ने उसको संरक्षित करके घोषित किया है।
उस बारे में मुख्यमंत्री साहब ने स्टेटमेंट दिए ना। आपको कुछ सकाळी काय ओढलं बिडलं काय तुला?
दूसरी तरफ ये है कि अमोल मिटकर ये बयान दे रहे हैं
उसके आज नागपूर के घटना के बारे में और कुछ
मराठीमध्ये मला विचारायचं, ज्यांनी पोलिसांवर हात उचलला, पोलिसांवर दगडफेक केली, कुऱ्हाडीने मार पण केले,
ज्यांनी पोलिसांवर हात उचलले त्या एका हाताला आम्ही ठेवणार नाही। त्यांना दाखवू काय असतं। हा काय त्याच्या अब्बाचा पाकिस्तान नाही आहे की पोलिसांच्या अंगावर तू जाणार आणि आम्ही गप्प बसणार। हे देवाभाऊचं सरकार आहे। आता संध्याकाळी आडवे तिडे जेव्हा दांडे पडतील ना तेव्हा कळेल कसं पोलिसांना।
Right, that is Nitesh Rane, Maharashtra Cabinet Minister, speaking on what has happened and saying that attack on police by the rioters will not be tolerated, viewers. In fact, Republic TV viewers continues to get you on what's happening on ground zero. We've got you the reaction from the authorities, from the political leaders, from those in government, but also let's listen into what exactly people on ground, people who have witnessed this violence. We have exclusively spoken to many of the, in fact, we now have a breaking news coming in right now. The DCP has also reacted to this. There's a reaction coming in from the police. In fact, we have first picture of the injured DCP attacked with an axe, and that's what Nitesh Rane was in fact speaking about. This is a first picture. Republic TV has accessed that picture, how the DCP was attacked with an axe by these rioters and he was injured there in the Nagpur violence. There you have the unrest has, you can see, this is first on Republic TV. DCP Nagpur viewers, this is what happened. This Nagpur plot has been confirmed, and police has also been attacked. Arson, stone pelting, attack on cops, leading to a curfew. We've seen how Nagpur has endured this night, and even the DCP, the top police officers, have also been targeted here. And there you have the picture of the DCP, Republic TV, bringing to you the first picture, leading the investigation, bringing you every angle from ground zero. And you have that there were two, in fact, DCPs, viewers, DCP Traffic, Archit Chandok, and DCP Niketan Kadam, DCP Zone 5, have suffered injuries while trying to control the rioters. In fact, even the fire department personnel were caught in crossfire while they were trying to douse the burning vehicles, viewers. And Maharashtra government is clear that they will not tolerate this attack on the police, will not be tolerated. And there you have the first picture of the DCP being how he was attacked, how he was injured. You can see his hand, he's injured, how the rioters, the mobsters had attacked him with an axe. All right, viewers, so we continue to get you every detail and every angle on that story from ground zero. Nothing but the truth on Republic TV. Stay tuned. We'll slip into a very, very short break.
In the
employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
All hooks open.
All hooks are open. And undocking confirmed. Freedom is free of its moorings. Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore begin their belated trip
Dragon
home.
Separation confirmed.
Undocking occurring right on time at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time.
In Lok Sabha, Prime Minister Narendra Modi hails the success of Mahakumbh. Curfew in parts of Nagpur after violence amid Aurangzeb tomb row clinches. CCTV shows that the violence was orchestrated.
पूर्व नियोजित साजिश थी क्या? इसकी भी पुलिस तफ्तीश कर रही है। पुलिस के ऊपर ये तो लोगों के ऊपर हमला किया ही, लोग तो बाल बाल बचे। पुलिस आ गई, फायर ब्रिगेड आ गई, उनकी गाड़ियों को भी लक्ष्य कर दिया।
All right, Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde issues a statement on Nagpur violence, calls it pre-planned. Controversial influencer Brat Tori goes off radar, faces FIR in Jammu and Kashmir over hurting Hindu sentiments. Countdown begins for Sunita Williams' homecoming. Dragon spacecraft on course to splash down. All right, viewers, we have breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has written a letter ahead of Sunita Williams' homecoming, and this is addressed to Sunita, of course. The whole world is waiting with a bated breath, viewers, and for the safe return, of course, of Sunita Williams. She has had a prolonged stay. After 9 months, she will be touching down on Earth. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi has penned a letter to Sunita Williams, and MOS, the Science and Technology, Jitendra, the Minister, has also tweeted that letter. Prime Minister Modi has written in his letter that we are proud of her and has also invited her to visit India. If I could just quote from what the Prime Minister has said, and he spoke about how the country is proud of her. He also said that the entire country is praying for her safe return. I quote, "I convey to you greetings from the people of India. At a program today, I met the noted astronaut, Mr. Mike Massimino. During the course of our conversation, your name came up and we discussed how proud we are of you and your work. Following this interaction, I could not stop myself from writing to you. When I met President Trump or President Biden during my visits to US, I inquired about your well-being." The Prime Minister goes on to write that 1.4 billion Indians have always taken great pride in your achievements. Recent developments have yet again showcased your inspirational fortitude and perseverance. Even though you are thousands of miles away, you continue to remain close to our hearts. The people of India are praying for your good health and success in your mission. And he also mentions about his mother and father. He writes, "Miss Bonnie Pandya must be keenly awaiting your return, and I am sure that late Deepak Bhai's blessings are with you as well. We look forward to seeing you in India." Sending my warm regards to Mr. Michael Williams. He is also mentioning her husband in the letter. Right, viewers. So a pair of, we're talking about Butch Wilmore and also Sunita Williams, of course. They have been in space at the International Space Station for 9 long months. They are all set to return on Wednesday. This is going to happen around 3:30, 3:45 a.m. Indian Standard Time. Now, Wilmore and Williams are to be transported home with another American astronaut and Russian cosmonaut aboard a SpaceX Dragon craft, which arrived at the ISS early Sunday. The stranded duo have been on the ISS since June. After the Boeing Starliner spacecraft they were testing on its maiden crewed voyage suffered propulsion issues and was deemed unfit to fly them back to Earth. Right, so there are prayers, of course, across India. Republic TV has been also speaking to the family of Sunita Williams, who are, of course, very excited. And now we cut across to some breaking news coming in on Maharashtra. Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is speaking to the DCP who was injured. Viewers,
तुम्ही ठीक व्हावं अशी आमची प्रार्थना आहे आणि अशाच प्रकारे नेहमी तुम्ही चांगलं काम कराल अशी बिलकुल ईश्वरचरणी प्रार्थना आहे. थँक्यू सर. ओके, ऑल द बेस्ट, ऑल द बेस्ट.
All right, that is the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis. He's speaking in Marathi. We'll try and translate what he's saying. He's, of course, wishing him well and a speedy recovery as well. And he's inquiring about his health as 2 DCP's viewers have been injured by the mob. They have been attacked by the mob last night in Nagpur as violence broke out and unrest continues. Now, there is, of course, still a peace and law and order is being maintained as there is curfew in parts of Nagpur. But you have those first visuals coming in of the Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis speaking to DCP, and he was injured in the riots. He was attacked with an axe. Republic TV showed you first the visual of the DCP who was attacked, and also how now Devendra Fadnavis is taking stock of the situation and also inquiring, checking up on his health. Republic TV is on ground zero, viewers. Our network is getting you with more and more of our reporters on ground, bringing you every angle, because it's important to know how the back-to-back violent attacks, this mob violence is happening in the country. First, we saw almost a week ago what happened in Mahu, and now we see what's happening in Nagpur of Maharashtra. Who is provoking these mobs? Who is provoking minority? How are the Hindu shops, Hindu buildings, gatherings being attacked? That is the biggest question. We see how the police has also not been spared by these arsonists, these rioters in Nagpur. This is happening over the Aurangzeb tomb. There were protests held by Hindu groups yesterday in Maharashtra demanding the moving of Aurangzeb's tomb out of Maharashtra. But now we see how rumors were spread via social media, and what followed were these attacks, which are at least what we can understand orchestrated. Even the Deputy Chief Minister calls it a pre-planned conspiracy. All right, viewers, we shift our focus back to Sunita Williams' homecoming. Well, everybody is waiting with a bated breath. There are prayers and, of course, emotions galore as far as the family members of Sunita Williams who've been waiting for 9 months for their daughter, for their cousin, their sister. Everyone has been talking about how they admire her resolve and strength. We spoke to Falguni Pandya, who is Williams' cousin, on Republic TV exclusively. Listen into that conversation.
Ms. Pandya, how do you feel? How does the family feel to hear and know that Sunita Williams is finally coming back home after 9 long months?
Family is very, very excited. Thank you, first of all, for showing so much love to Sunny and the family and the support for all of us. We feel that love coming all the way from India to here and going all the way to ISS to Sunny as well. She is feeling very connected to India. We are very happy she's coming back. Obviously, happy is not enough to describe the joy and relief and excitement that is here.
Also, Ms. Pandya, you know, Sunita Williams had often spoken about her pet dog. She says she's very excited to meet her pet dog. Tell us about how it is to have Sunita Williams around you and the kind of affinity that she has for her pet?
She has lot of affinity for her dogs. She has two, and she also has a lot of affinity for children. As you can see, these are my kids with Sunny. That's my husband with Sunny. She loves all human beings and all beings around her. She's particularly very close to all the children, whether they are part of the family or they are in schools. Wherever she is just a giving, loving person.
Also, Mrs. Pandya, when was the last time you had a conversation with Sunita Williams? I'm sure this has been a very, very tough time, these 9 long months, you know, having one of your family members stranded on the International Space Station, that too outside of our planet. So when was the last time you all spoke to Sunita Williams?
We are routinely in touch with her. So I give a lot of credit to NASA and a lot of credit to all the technology that is making it possible, where we are constantly meeting on Microsoft software, enabled us to speak. And a lot of family events we celebrate together, holidays we celebrate together. We send her, I've sent her Kaju Katri in the past. We send her gifts, we send her cards, we send her photographs. We are constantly in touch and talking, and she talks to her mom almost every day. So she's close to our hearts and in our lives very much. Ganesh with her. And she has sent the pictures of Ganesh floating in International Space Station. She will be protected, and Butch will be protected, and they will make it home safe, for sure. And she was also very excited about Kumbh Mela. She knew I was going to Kumbh Mela. We were talking about it and what I would be doing, and she actually took a picture from her window of the Kumbh Mela at night, and she sent me that picture.
Dragon continues an opening rate away from the zenith port of the Harmony module.
There you go. That's the
Station.
picture.
Undocking occurring just about.
And Sunny has diligently sent emails to all of us, telling us everything that is going on in her life there, all the scientific experiments they are doing, their day-to-day, what they eat and what they do, about her friends at ISS. And she has also shared some pretty interesting facts about the Earth and how it looks from the sky. And one thing she has said in the past, I was with her through her journey when she visited India in 2007 at a grand heroic welcome by India. I was her translator and I accompanied her. And she used to say in her speeches that time that when you look at Earth from the sky, you don't see any boundaries. We humans make the lines and the boundaries and the borders. And her message is of that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family. She is very much an exceptional human being. She has best of both Western culture as well as Deepak Kaka, our uncle and Sunny's dad, was a very spiritual person. He was a neurologist. He was very accomplished in his own field. He has written books that are used in medical schools all over. He was experts in brain mapping. But he was very, very spiritual. And Sunny has the best of both. And we are just very grateful that she is in our lives.
All right, viewers. Now, Ori and the Vaishno Devi visit organizer Terry Sin has gone off radar. Both Ori and Terry Sin have turned off their phones. Several calls were made to them by Jammu and Kashmir police. They all went unanswered. And now, remember, this is coming in after there is a FIR that has been filed against him. And 7 others, of course, who were accompanying him as they consumed liquor and non-vegetarian that is prohibited in the area that is near Mata Vaishno Devi shrine. And now even his friend Rahul is off radar. He has crossed the line. He has been booked. There's an SIT also being formed. There was a party that involved a non-vegetarian food and alcohol, which is prohibited. So there was a violation of law and land, and also the hurting of Hindu sentiments. And now Mr. Rory, who is photographed almost in every party with every top Bollywood actor, he goes into hiding, and he is off radar. He is incommunicado along with his friend Rahul, along with his friend Cherry Sin, who had arranged this visit. My colleague Gursimran Singh joins us from Katra. Now, Gursimran, tell us more updates as to what have the police been able to gather. What we understand is that him and his connections have gone off radar. What about the other people who are also booked?
See, of the 8 people, there are a couple of people who are still in touch with the police, and they are cooperating with the police for the investigation. This is what we are picking up from the sources and the Jammu and Kashmir police. But two of the main accused. One is the organizer of this entire visit of Ori to Jammu and Kashmir, that is Cherry Sin, an Instagram influencer having somewhere close to 3.6 million followers. And second man, the main man in the frame, it's the Ori, who has somewhere close to 1.6 million followers. And he was the one who was seen consuming the alcohol in that video when the alcohol was lying on the table. Both have gone incommunicado. They are off radar for the security forces, because since yesterday afternoon, at the same time as we speak today, there was a communication that was being made to Cherry Sin, though he was not responding to the calls. But yesterday I also tried to reach out to him. He answered the call, though after getting to know that I'm from Republic TV, he disconnected the call, and since then he's off radar for the security forces as well, for the Jammu and Kashmir police. Now coming to the Ori is off radar since the day one. That means his phone is not reachable. None of his lawyers have tried to contact the Jammu and Kashmir police so far. So now the Jammu and Kashmir police is preparing to send a legal notice for Cherry Sin, for Ori to join the investigation to put out their version. But yes, 2 to 3 of the accused of these 8, they are still in touch with the police. They are in communication. They are cooperating with the ongoing investigation, and they will be called very soon for the investigation. But for now, there has not been any update with regards to Cherry Sin and Ori.
Have you been able to speak to the cottage suite owner, the place where the party was going on? Has any action been taken against the hotel?
See, for now, there has been no action being taken against the hotel. See what is happening, that at first instance, when you get an idea, you get to know that the hotel was the complainant, it's a clean sheet that is given to the hotel. But when you go to the contents of the complaint, then you get an idea that actually the hotel was playing a double-side game. What they were doing, they were getting to the police saying that, see, we as a good obedient citizen have done our part, and we have given you complaint that this wrong has happened. And so does is on the other side. What they have probably have told the other side, that see, this has happened, you leave this place, and then a day later we will be doing an FIR, we will be doing with a complaint, so that you are not here and no action is taken at that very moment. Because had Ori and Cherry been there, the different action would have been different. They would have been behind the custody by now. But the hotel administration gave them more than 24 hours time to escape, and that is what the police will also be looking at as a larger stage when the investigation will swing into action.
Right. Of course, many questions being raised on the hotel authorities as well. There is, of course, remember, viewers, a reaction that has come in from the Hotel Association as well. Katra Hotel Association President also warning against this such activities. Thank you so much, for joining us on Republic TV. We'll slip into a very, very short break, viewers, but more news and updates continue. Stay tuned. In fact, Republic TV continues to get you latest from Nagpur, viewers. The violence has been orchestrated. It's all caught on camera. We'll get you all reactions and what the eyewitnesses say on ground. Stay tuned.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
And you see at the hatchway the 4 departing Crew 9 crew members posing for some final photos. Final handshakes and hugs between the departing Crew 9 crew members and the crew members who will remain on board the International Space Station, maintaining a continuous human presence on the orbital laboratory.
Welcome back, viewers. Now, curfew has been imposed in parts of Nagpur after violence broke out amid the Aurangzeb tomb row. Clincher CCTV shows that violence was orchestrated. There you have all the visuals coming in from multiple locations, viewers. You can see those arsonists, those rioters have some of them covered their faces when they realized that they were on camera. You know, they have petrol bombs that have been recovered. There have been stone pelting. There have been sharp weapons also that have been recovered, viewers. These are 8 footages at least that we are showing you right now that clearly point to how planning was in fact conducted. This is not a spur. This is in fact a stir. It's a mob of violence. It's a mobilization that has happened on a big scale. My colleague Sandeep has filed this report from Ground Zero. Listen in.
मैं जहां पर मौजूद हूं वो हंसापुरी इलाके में स्थित एक क्लिनिक है। ये बंडू क्लिनिक है। कितने लोग घुसे थे और वो क्या सोच करके उन्होंने अटैक किया था?
मंजर तो बहुत ही खतरनाक था कि आपकी रूह कांप जाए। कम से कम 150-200 लोग आपके घर में घुसेंगे तो आप क्या करोगे? सब ऊपर भागे, बच्चे वगैरह सब खाना खा रही थी बच्ची, उसके खाना फेंक दिया उनने, गल्ला लूट लिए, पूरा तोड़ फोड़ कर दिए, दवाइयाँ फेंक दिए बाहर निकाल के, गाड़ी मतलब ताला लगा हुआ दरवाजे को उनने पूरा बाहर से खींचे। मतलब प्लानिंग से काम था पूरा।
ये जो मंजर जो है, इस मंजर को देखिए कि कैसे इस गाड़ी पर जो है वो अटैक किया गया है और क्या कुछ लेकर के वो लोग आए थे। उनके हाथ में क्या थी? तलवारें, लाठी, पत्थर, पूरे कार वगैरह फोड़े, गाड़ियाँ जला दी है। 500 कदम तक उन्होंने तोड़फोड़ करी। अच्छा, तो मैं तस्वीरें पहले आपको दिखा दूं कि किस प्रकार से तोड़फोड़, किस प्रकार से जो है यहाँ पर तोड़फोड़ की गई है। ये तस्वीरें देखिए कि ये एक क्लिनिक है और क्लिनिक में यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है कि छोटी सी बच्ची जो थी वो खाना भी खा रही थी। वो डर के मारे उसके हाथ से खाना जो है वो छूट गया और ये जो तस्वीरें ये तोड़फोड़ है। ये दवाइयाँ आपको बिखरी हुई मिलेंगी, यहाँ पर दिखाई देती होंगी। यहाँ पे ये महिला है, जो स्थानीय महिला है, जो बताया जा रहा है कि आप अपना नाम बताएं।
सुनीता श्रीवास।
कितने सालों से यहाँ रह रही हैं?
मैं यहाँ से रह रही हूँ, कुछ 30-35 साल हो गए मेरी शादी के।
कैसे घटना हुई? क्या कुछ हुआ?
घटना तो मालूम नहीं पड़ा, मन धीरे धीरे जब हमामा हुआ तब हमने
क्या हुआ? कितने सारे लोग आए थे?
बहुत लोग आते, वो तो गिनती में नहीं थे, बहुत है, कुछ नहीं तो 300-400-700 लोग।
क्या लेकर के आए थे वो लोग?
तलवार तक लेके आए थे सर, तलवार।
क्या बोल रहे?
मिली?
क्या नारा वारा दे रहे थे?
वो हाँ, तोड़ो फोड़ो,
गाली
गुलजा सब हुआ। 70 तकन मारे सर, गल्ला तकन के पैसा गायब करे, गल्ला तकन के हमारे धंधे के पैसा गायब हुए, धंधे के पैसे 1 रुपए नहीं निकाले, धंधे के 1 लाख रुपए करीब रहे हो।
और ये जो तोड़ फोड़ है अगर आप दिखाए,
वो खाना तक हमारा बच्चा खाना खा था, बच्चे का खाना तक फेंक दिए खाना तक बच्चे का पूरा तोड़ फोड़ करे। देखो ना आप, खाना देखो ना।
ये बच्ची यहाँ पे खाना
खाई थी, 5 साल के बच्चे।
तो वो लोग बाहर से
हाथ जोड़े सर, बच्चे ने तकन हाथ जोड़े कि मत तोड़ो मेरे पापा की गाड़ी, मत फोड़ो। बच्चे की गाड़ी तकन तोड़े।
तो ये क्यों घुसे? आपके ही घर में क्यों घुसे?
अब वो मैं क्या मालूम सर, वो तो मैंने देखी नहीं ना, अचानक कैसे घुसे में क्या हमारे ना दिक्कत हुई, ना झगड़ा हुआ, ना कुछ नहीं, ना तूफान, ना कुछ नहीं। वे अचानक कैसे घुसे वो भी नहीं।
जानबूझ के
मकान देख के घुसे, पक्का मकान देख के, वो हम नहीं बता सकते मन में क्यों घुसे, नहीं मालूम।
तस्वीरें आप देखिए कि किस प्रकार से यहाँ पर सामान जो है फैला हुआ है। सरकार से आपकी क्या डिमांड?
हमारी भरपाई होना, हमारी तो डिमांड मतलब कुछ नहीं, हमको 3-4 लाख होना, हमारे को भरपाई होना।
In fact, viewers, another proof that the violence was in fact orchestrated was that the rioters broke down the bikes. They took out petrol from the bike tank and dipped him in a juice sack in petrol, set it on fire to ensure that large-scale vandalism takes place. Here's more.
तस्वीर देख लीजिए, ये तमाम बाइकें हैं जो कि इस हिंसा की शिकार हुई, आगजनी इनमें कर दी गई, तोड़फोड़ इनमें कर दी गई। बाइकों के अलावा आप सीसीटीवी कैमरे यहाँ पर रखे हुए देख लेंगे, ये सभी वो सबूत है जो कि सबूतों को नष्ट करने की कोशिश उपद्रवियों द्वारा की गई। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात, पेट्रोल बम का जिक्र किया जा रहा है। वो पेट्रोल बम दरअसल है क्या और उसका इस्तेमाल किस तरीके से किया गया, वो मैं अब आपको दिखाने वाला हूँ। अगर मेरे विजय अभिषेक यहाँ पर दिखाएंगे, ये देखिए, ये बाइक यहाँ पर खड़ी हुई है और ये पूरा एक कंपाउंड है जिसमें तमाम बाइकें खड़ी थी, जिसको आग लगा दिया गया। पेट्रोल बम का इस्तेमाल कैसे किया गया, ये देखिए, ये स्प्रे की बोतल है, ये देखिए, ये स्प्रे की बोतल है और आप इसको देखेंगे ये पूरे तरीके से काली हो चुकी है। बताया जा रहा है कि स्प्रे से जो केमिकल निकला उसमें आग लगाई गई और उसके बाद इसको